naman, pag hindi mo ginawa by the book, yung sinasabi ng OWASP, yung OWASP is yung Open Source Application Security Project, mahak at mahaka pa rin. Kailangan by the book, dapat ginawa mo siya. Problema, hirap siyang intindihin eh. Kaya yung problema, hindi, walang gumagawa sa kanya. Okay, next. Impossible. Impossible, yung impossible nahahatak-hak pa rin. Ito yung mga impossible, ito yung mga Silicon Valley engineers. Pero kasi kaming kliyente, yung daw developer niya, kasi Silicon Valley, wala daw kayo makitang vulnerability. Madaling sabi po, na-hack po namin yung app nila. So wala pong impossible. There is only time. Ayun yung kalaban ng hacker. Okay, basta meron kang magaling na hacker, makaka pa rin. So kaya kailangan laging nagmi-meeting. Kaya yung security practice is paulit-ulit, continuous. Kasi may bagong attack, kailangan prepared ka. Diba? So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Makaka pa rin. So impossible is not impossible. It's just improbable. Okay? So, pakita natin ang una. So, bulagay mo natin low. Okay? So, kunwari, meron akong bagong kumpanya, nag-hire ako ng 0 to years developer, gusto ko makita SQL injection. So, SQL injection, usually, yan, makita nyo siya pagka meron kayo nakitang input field na ganyan, bago user ID. So, lagay natin yung user ID, halimbawa ay 1. So, submit natin. So, papalakihan. So, makita nyo, admin is equals to, ID is equals to 1, admin is, first name is admin, surname is admin. So, nag-work po ng maayos yung web application natin. So, first step po ng hacking ay reconnaissance. Ano yung reconnaissance? Tingnan mo kung ano yung ginagawa ng application. Kung tama ba siya. Kaya nga correct, di ba? So, correct ba? 1, lumabas? Tama, no? Gatin 2. So, lumabas? Tama. Si username 2 ay Gordon Brown ang pangalan. So, tama pa rin. Sir, paano pagka 0? Di ba sumagit yung 0 sa akin kanina? Subukan mo kayo yung 0 kung aandar? Magaling yung developer. Wala naman talaga yung user ID is equal to 0, so wala siyang nilabas. Tama? Paano pagka negative? May negative ba ng user ID? Tama pa rin si developer. Galing yung developer. Mukhang nag-aral na mabuti ng college to. Okay? Ano yung expect? Merong single quote. Yung single quote, pag na-single quote kita at nag-error ka, baka possible yung SQL injection. Sige, pakita mo yung single quote. Ay, nag-error? Ay, ang bobo ng developer. So, sabi yung bobo na siya bigla, no? Nagawa niya mabuti yung sinabi ng project manager. Pero ni-expect ng project manager magalagay ng single quote. Nag-error. Sige, bakayan mo nga. You have an error in your... Sorry. You have an error in your SQL. Bakayan pa ba yan? Yan. Check naman kung pastor MariaDB server, blah, 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 blah. So, may error na. So, kailangan makahanap ako. So, kung halimbawa may firewall ako, yung single quote, baka na-block niya o di ka na antivirus. Okay? Pero, ito, gusto ko makahanap ng specific payload na gagana specifically para sa kanya. Okay? So, kung nagpi-pentest kayo na automated testing lang, ito lang makita nyo. Kasi meron automated testing, meron isang signatures of payloads, mga normal payloads lang. Okay? So, gawin natin yung unang payload. Yung nakita natin palaging meme sa Facebook. Ang unang payload sa Facebook ay single quote or space or 1 is equals to 1. Di ba narinig yung palagi yan, di ba? Okay? So, kung ngayon gumana, ibig sabihin, sobrang bobo talaga nung developer natin. Pero syempre, nag-aaral sa magandang eskwela yan, 0 to 2 years experience, na malamang mabablock siya. Tingnan natin niya. Ay, nag-error pa rin. Wala pa rin ako napala. So, error lang. Baka secret yung application nag-error lang. Okay? So, gagawin ko, as magaling na pen tester, as Benji Zamora, maghahanap ako ng specific payload na gagana sa kanya. Okay? So, kung mahabang oras natin, pwede kong isa-isahin ng lahat ng possible combinations, kasi wala tayong oras dito, meron lang ako isang oras, sabihin ko rin sa yung sagot. Ano yung sagot? So, back mo naman na. Palakay mo yung sagot. Yan. So, ito yung tamang sagot. So, yung pen tester mo, hindi naisip yung tamang sagot na yan, hindi kayo mahak. Kasi may manual testing sa automated test. Yung automated, ang ginagawa lang yung mga normal na payloads. Ito, abnormal na payload to eh. Tanging developer din na makakaalam na merong ganung klaseng payload. Okay? So, pagkainan ko yan, sige, palaki yan. Uy, nahaknak pala kita. Nakuha ko na yung buong user database mo. Nasubukan nyo na ba yon sa mga applications na meron kayo sa mga organizations nyo? Nagising ko ba kayo? Thank you. Kasi di naman kami nag-hire ng 0 to 2 years developer. 2 to 5 years ang ina-hire namin. Sige, pagawang medium. Okay? So, pakita mo ng medium muna sa baba. So, medium na siya. Sa pinakababa. Baba pa. Hindi pa pinakababa. Tama sa SQL injection sa pinakababa. Yan. Palakihan yan. Sa baba. So, medium na siya. So, kanina naka-low. Ngayon, ang hinako ay isang 2 to 5 years developer. Medium. Okay? So, pagbulak sa SQL injection, sa taas. So, ngayon, yung developer natin, matalino na. Hindi na pwede yung text area sa akin, drop down na lang. Matalino. Nag-aral na. Nag-aral na ng security awareness training. Pero hindi pa BAPT. Kaya, kulang pa. Okay? So, pag nag-one, submit mo. Gumagana. So, tama naman, gumagana. Okay, so good job, gumagana. So, ganun din. Pag drop down mo, pakita mo drop down, click. So, 2 to 5 yan, gumagana. So, good job. Kaso nung panahon na ginawa to, hindi pa uso yung inspect element. So, nung nag-hack pa ako, nung ginhack pa to, nung bata-bata pa tayo ng konti, nung hindi pa, ibang pangkulay ng book natin. Okay? So, mano-mano ako gagawa ng HTML para rito. Pero ngayon, dahil mabagaling na yung Chrome, meron ng inspect element. So, mas madali na mag-hack ngayon. So, right-click inspect element mo nga. Okay, nakita niyo ba yung inspect element? Medyo malabo. So, inspect element, ito po yung para makita mo HTML code. Kung hindi kayo developer, para makita HTML code ng isang web page. Hindi lalakihan, no? Hindi lalakihan, okay. So, tingnan mo, inspect element mo ng user ID. Okay? Nakita niyo ba? Hindi, no? Hindi masyado. Okay, so makita niyo dito, pakita mo yung drop down. Sige, yan. So, ito yung mga options. Ito yung 1 to 5 kung nakita niyo. Okay? So, ito yung option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4, option 5. Paano pagbaguhin ko yung option 1? Gawin kong single quote. Ano kaya mangyayari? Kasi yung developer, akala, nag-drop down lang siya eh. Na-solve na yung issue niya. So, gawin mo single quote. Tapos pa-submit. Ay, nag-error ulit. Baka pwede kitang i-hack ulit. Okay? Tama na. Okay? So, tingnan natin. Yung sagot sa low kanina, palagay dun sa sagot sa medium. Okay? So, pakita natin para makita nila. Palagay sa text saka sa value. Pasensya na, medyo mabagal yung operator natin. joke lang. Magaling to mga tao. Si Lawrence at si Gwen. Si Lawrence yung aking developer at si Gwen yung aking bagong pasok na pen tester. So, tinitrain pa. So, okay na, bago pati yung value. Yung value na bago mo. Para pag drop down, nakita nila. Kita na, kasi pakita mo yung drop down. Sige, pa-highlight yung drop down. I-select mo yung drop down. Yan. So, ito yung itsura. So, ito yung solution natin kanina, di ba? Kung gagana siya. Okay. So, sabati gagana, submit mo nga. Ay, nag-error red. So, hindi yung sagot. Okay. So, kailangan manghula na naman ako as developer kung ano yung specific payload na gagana sa kanya. Okay. So, syempre, wala akong mahabang oras. Sabi ko na yung sagot. So, ano yung sagot? So, nakita nyo to, So, kung magkapa-VAPT lang kayo sa normal na tao, malamang papasa kayo. Pero pag nag-VAPT kayo sa amin, ang malamang babagsak kayo. Kasi lahat ng possible combinations, iniisip namin. Which is dapat ganun naman talaga, di ba? We are not up here for compliance only, tama? We are up here to secure our organization. Agree ba kayo doon? Agree naman siguro kayo doon, no? Hindi naman siguro compliance lang na checkbox. Okay. So, ito yung tamang sagot. Okay? So, tingnan, submit mo nga. Ay, gumana na. Nakak na ulit yung 2 to 5 years developer. Okay? Sabi din naman 2 to 5 years developer ang mga in-hire namin. 100,000 ang budget tayo for developer eh. So, ikaw yung 100,000 yung budget. Okay? So high na. 100,000 na yung budget eh. Okay? So, nakako pa ba yung 100,000 yung budget? Yung taga Silicon Valley nga, nakako. Ito pa. So, hack natin. Subukan ulit natin. SQL injection ulit. So, dito sa SQL injection naman dito, pop-up ang ginawa nung matalino na developer. Yung 5 to 10 years developer, matalino eh. So, click here to change your ID. Okay, so pop-up na. Matalino tong hacker na tayo, matalino tong developer na to. Pop-up na. So, subukan natin gumagana. 1 muna. 1 muna. So, yan. Gumagana. Session ID equals to 1. Gumagana. Pagka single quote, ay, nag-error ulit. Bobo pa rin yung developer na to. Okay. So, tingnan natin gumagana yung sa medium. Tsaka yung sa low. Subukan natin yung low tsaka medium. Yung munang low. Lagay mo yung low. Pag mo hindi na mababalik sa dati yan. Hindi na mababalik yan. Close mo yung pop-up. Pag may close mo, na-close mo yung pop-up, hindi na mababalik ka yan. Diyan ka maglagay. Okay, so lagay mo yung low. Sige, submit mo. 1 muna. Balik mo naman sa 1 para makita natin na gumagana pa. Ayaw na bumalik? Ayaw na bumalik? Hindi nagkaroon ba ng technical error? So, refresh mo nga. SQL injection ulit. Okay. So, 1. Okay, so gumagana pa rin? Gumagana pa rin, no? ID is equals to 1, admin. Tama? Pag single quote, nag-error. O gawin mo yung sa low. Kasi trial and error talaga ito tong pen testing. Yung mga hacker nakita sa movies, di ba, yung mga nakaupo sa sala ng nanay nila tapos forever na nandun. So, yun yung pen testing talaga. Kasi lahat ng possible combinations ginagawa mo. Hanggang makakuha mo yung tamang combination na makaka-hack sa specific developer na yun. Okay? O submit. Hindi gumana. O sige, nalainip data sila. Pakita natin actual na sagot. Sa actual na sagot, kalagyan ng pound sign. So, specific. Lahat ng possible characters nilalagay ko. So, ito yung possible na sagot. Okay? So, pakita mo yung sagot. So, ang sagot ay ba yung tamang sagot? Kasi yung tamang sagot dapat lalabas dito. Mali pa yung tamang sagot mo. Kulang ng single quote, yan alam ko. So, may tamang sagot. Paramihan ng single quote, paramihan ng or, paramihan ng pound sign. So, may tamang eksaktong payload para lang sa kanya. Custom. Okay? So, ito yung tamang payload. Ito yung lumabas. Nahack ko na yung 5 to 10 years developer. Okay? Sa taga Silicon Valley yung kalaban ko. Maging possible pa ba tayo? Hindi na. Attend na kayo ng training ko. Papakita kayo possible sa training ko. Okay? So, okay na SQL injection? Klaro ka na SQL injection? So, SQL injection is not attacking the database. It's actually attacking the database through the application. Kasi may developer ka na hindi nag-attend ng VAPT training ni Benji Zamora. Okay? So, okay, mayabang talaga ako. Kasi I'll be honest, consultant ako marami akong partners, Makati, na mga auditing firm, tawag ito, pwede naman, totoo naman talaga yun, walang halong biro yun. So, pag hindi na nila kaya, call in Benji. So, yan ay yung trabaho ko talaga. Okay? Okay? So, next. So, okay, may tayo sa slides? Okay, so, napalalag SQL injection. Okay na. SQL injection. So, next. Cross-site scripting. Ayan. So, ito narinig ko palagi ito. At actually, ito yung pinaka-favorite ko na attack. Okay, nasa HP pa ako. So, nag-travel rin ako sa HP. Kahit HP US, ako yung tanungan pagdating sa cross-site scripting. Live ako. Verifiable, lahat ang sinasabi ko. Okay? So, lahat ang sinasabi ko, mayabang lang bakit totoo, pero totoo talaga. Okay? So, cross-site scripting yung paborito ko. So, palawanan ko yun. So, cross-site scripting, ito yung nag-pop up ng alert dun sa window mo. Okay? So, sabi na iba, bakit sir, critical yung ganong klase na pop-up? Samantalang pop-up lang siya. So, hindi lang kasi siya pop-up. Actually, pwede akong mag-nakaw ng cookie ng ibang tao using cross-site scripting. Okay? Ano ba yung cookie? Okay? Kasi lahat tayo natutuwa or nalulungkot pag nahanap yung username tsaka password, yung credentials. Sa to lang, hindi ko na kailangan ng credentials mo. Kailangan ko lang cookie mo. Bakit? Kasi pag hawak ko na yung cookie mo, ako na ikaw. Ganun kasimple. Ako na ikaw. So lahat ng gagawin ko, tingin ng web application, sa'yo galing. So, totoo yung application. Di ba nauso ngayon yung mga pag-transfer ng pera from bangko na kulay dilaw hanggang sa bangko na kulay blue? Di kaya cross-site scripting lang yun? O alam ba ng mga developers nila yung cross-site scripting attack? O iba daw kliyente ko, so baka barilin ako ng mga tao na yun. So, sabi ko lang sa inyo na hindi kasi ganun ka runong yung mga tao pagdating sa security. Usually, pag developer lang, walang nag-training for secure development. Tama? So, yun ang problema. Okay? So, pakita natin cross-site scripting. Oh, sorry, papawisan na ako. So, magsimula tayo sa low. Ayan, low muna. So, yung munang 0 to 2 years developer ang i-hack natin. Okay? So, cross-site scripting reflected. So, ang ginagawa ng cross-site scripting reflected, palakihan, ang ginagawa niyan, kung ano yung in-input ko sa kanya, pag-output back sa akin. Okay? So, tingnan natin kung ano ginagawa niyan. So, what is your name? My name is Benji. So, submit. So, sabihin niya, hello. So, palakihan mo, hello, Benji. So, ito yung pag nag-login ka, di ba nakasulat sa taas ng login niya, nakasulat, hello, Benji. Nakita niyo ba yan? Tama, nakita niyo, mag-login kayo sa Gmail, sa Yahoo, di ba nakasulat yung pangalan niya? Tama, di ba? Ganun yung what is your name. Paano kung yung name ko ay single quote? Ano kayo mangyayari? Magaling yung developer, hindi SQL injection attack kasi yan eh. So, hindi niya naisip niya yung single quote. Kasi SQL injection attack, cross-site scripting attack siya. So, ano yung cross-site scripting? It's putting JavaScript in a HTML form. So, pakita tayo ng JavaScript. Pakita mo na yung sagot. So, yung ano, yung malilit yan. Okay? So, ito, dala, wag mo lang submit. So, baka okay? Palakihan mo ng konti. Ano mo submit? Dahan. Namnamin yan sa kanila. Alam mo na to. Dahan. Thank you. Okay? So, ginagawa na ito, naglalagay ako ng script. So, this is JavaScript, naglalagay ako ng script sa isang form. Tapos, kung hindi marunong yung developer ko, yung developer na kalaban ko, mag-execute yung JavaScript. Okay? So, ginawa ko lang dito, sabi niya, pop up a number 1. Ay lang sabi ng alert 1. Okay? Nag-make sense? Kung gumana siya, pag in-click ko, pag-pop up yung 1. Sige, pa-click. So, nag-pop up. Ibig sabihin, vulnerable yung website na to for cross-site scripting. So, paano naging critical yan? Parang pop-up lang. So, pakita natin yung actual attack. So, gawin mo script, document cookie, palakihan. So, imbis na in-alert ko yung 1, sinabi ko, alert ko yung document.cookie. Di ba yung cookie, sabi ko, pag nakuha ko na, ako na ikaw. Tama? So, gagana kaya siya. Paklik yung submit. Palakihan, nalakihan pa ba? Hindi nakita. So, kung mabawasan nyo, this is the actual cookie. Nakuha ko na. So, akin na lahat ng video account mo, ng Union Bank account mo, akin na. Land Bank account mo. Akin na lahat. Evil face. Dapat hindi na ako nagkatrabaho, dapat ang hack na lang ako. Tama ba? Tama, no? Saan din naman nag-hack yung nag-hire yung land bank ng 0 to 2 years developer. Baka 2 to 5 years. Okay mo 2 to 5 years. Natutuwa kayo? Natutuwa? Ang sarap maging hacker, ano? Excited na ba yung mga tuturuan ko? Forensics? Okay, so medium na daw, medium. Mga magagaling yung developer ng land bank. Ay, sorry, hindi ko titira land bank, walang bangko to. So, hindi sa kulay ng bangko, kundi sa anong klaseng developer meron yung bangko na yon. Tama? So, yung tinitira ko, baka sabihin, tinitira ko yung land bank. Wala ko tinitira rito. Problema kasi sa gobyerno, sa problem sa atin kasi, usually tayo tinitrain for a specific, di ba? Kahit sa army, ganun, di ba? Non-IT, gagawing IT. Paano magiging secure developer yun? Tama? Mahirap yung learning curves. O, yun yung problema. 14 minutes na lang. Wala. Dahil ko mapakita. 14 minutes na lang daw. So, pakita natin. So gawin natin. Ano ulit? What is your name? Benji? Okay? So, gumana. Bigay mo yung actual attack kanina. Yung gumana sa low. Hindi na gumana. Kasi, nag-aral na 2 to 5 years developer na. So, nag-aral na ng secure coding kunwari. Okay? Sa hindi pa ganun kagaling na teacher. Okay? Kung teacher mo sabihin sa Mora, sabihin ko sa'yo, pre, kailangan mong mag-code. Kailangan marunong ka mag-aral mag-code para maintindihan mo kung paano ina-atake talaga siya. Pakita ng code. Sa baba, code. Nababasa niyo yung code? Nalalakihan pa ba yan? Nalalakihan pa? Hindi na. Yan, good. Okay? Kung marunong kayo magbasa ng code, ang ibig sabihin lang yan, kaya nga dapat lahat ng pen tester, requirement para magbasa ng code. Kasi pag hindi ka magbasa ng code, paano ma-hack to? Tama? Kung may pen tester kayo, tanong sa pen tester nyo, sir, marunong mo kayo magbasa ng code. Pag hindi kayo magbasa ng code, huwag kayo magka-pen test sa kanila. Okay? Sorry, alam ko pala ako tinamaan doon, pero totoo kasi. Kasi basing dito, sasabi na ito, ang na-replace ng developer ay yung script na word, pinapalitan niya, tatanggal niya. Pag may word na script, bawal yun. Ay na ibig sabihin ng string replace. I-replace niya with a null value. Okay? So, specific na word na script. Okay? So, kung alam ko na gano'n yung ginawa ng hacker, ay ginawa ng developer, gagawa ko ng paraan na mag-execute ako ng same thing nang hindi gano'n ang ginagawa ko. Tama? So, gawin natin yung solution. Di ba, pag gusto niya, small caps lang yung pinapalitan niya. Para pagka big caps. Gawin mo lahat big caps. Gawin mong big caps lahat. Kasi ang kaya lang yan, di ba, small caps? Pag big caps kaya, di ba, basing sa code, hindi niya maharang yan eh. Kulang pa ng less than size. Siguro okay, meron na. So, enter mo nga. Ay, gumana. Kulang pa sa training yung developer. Tama? Kasi naisip lang niya yung maliit na script eh. Para pag malaking script. Para pag yung script ginawa ko pang Chinese characters. Hindi mo na naisip yun. Tama? Tama? Okay, so 15 minutes na lang ako. So papasadahan ko na. So next ay yung stored. Gawin mo na munang low. Bibilisan ko na lang ha. Bibilisan ko na lang. So yung stored. Low, gawin mong stored. Tapos tanggalin mo yung ano, sige, okay lang, sige. Tapos i-clear guestbook. Okay, so cleared na. So ito yung nakita nyo, di ba saan nakita to? Mayroong name tapos may message. Di ba ganito yung tsura ng Facebook? Tama, di ba? Name tapos message. So lagay tayo ng totoo muna. So name, Benji. Okay? Tapos, ang lagay natin message, magandang umaga, AFP. Magandang umaga. So, sign. Lumabas yung ano, papalakihan. So, lumabas sa Facebook yung post ko. Tama, umaandar. Good job. Good job yung developer. Okay? So, paano pagka naglagay na ako ng cross-site scripting attack dyan? Ang pangit sa reflected sa stored, lahat ng bumisita ng Facebook post na yan, lahat kayo na-hack na. Sa reflected specific na tao lang, kailangan may phishing attack pa. Dito, pagka gumana yung attack na yon, lahat na nag-visit, akin na yung cookie mo. Nakatakot na. Paggawa nga. Okay? So, naglagay siya ng script alert sa saan. Tapos sa baba, ganun din, pa-type na lang na buo. Okay, ba't hindi gumana sa taas yung script alert? Kasi hindi na siya pwede mag-type kasi merong maximum value. 10 characters lang yung pwede. So, mukhang magaling yung developer. Mukhang nakaisip siya. So, sa yung guestbook, oy, palakihan nga, hindi gumana. Kasi yung attack, na tanggal niya. O, para makita natin kung paano yung ano, patingin sa view source. So, meron pa akong 10 minutes. Okay? Kailangan marunong magbasa ng code. Di ba sinabi ko? So, binabasa ko yung code. Ayan yung pinagkaiba ng normal na pentester sa pentestan lang. So, yan. So, sanitize name input, blah, blah, blah. Okay, kung makita niyo, meron isang pinagkaiba yung isa sa isa. Yung isa may strip slashes. Yung isa wala. Bakit may strip slashes yung isa? Kasi yung message daw, possible na maglagay ng mga emojis. Yung emojis ay yung mga greater than sign, parentheses, ay yung inalas niya sa message. Sa name naman, wala namang may name na merong greater than sign. Kung meron man, hindi mabubuo yung word na script kasi 10 lang yung maximum. Tama? Okay, so, pa-close. Buti na lang may inspect element. Paano kaya kung lakihan ko yung name? Pabago, gawin mo yung name, gawin mo 30 yung max length o 50 na yung max length. So, yan. So, 50 na. Pag-type ka na kahit anong muna rito. Gano'ng kahaba? So, mahaba na, pwede na. Nabago ko na, di ba? Kasi wala naman nag-check ng gano'n eh. So, lagyan mo na yung script ko. Lagyan mo yung script sa kabila. Sign mo nga. Uy, nahack ko na ulit. Kulang pa si developer. Kulang pa sa training. Okay? So, pinagkaiba ng client-side versus server-side script, server-side validation. Nag-make sense na po? Kung ba't kailangan ng validation? Wala na akong oras eh. So, slides na tayo. Dahil ko mapakita. Sayang eh. Wala na akong oras. So, bagay slides. Kasi pakita ko na muna yung ano pala. Isa na lang. So, meron pa naman ako 5 minutes. Yung sa DOM base. So, DOM base, ito yung mga, sige, palakihan ng konti. Ito yung nagbabago-bago yung language. Di ba, pag pumunta kayo sa isang website, merong English, French, tama? So, palakihan, alakihan pa, hindi na. Alakihan pa, hindi na. So, yan. Ito yung English, yan. Gawin mong, drop down mo lang, huwag mo lang magagawin, ha? Drop down mo, so ito yung pipili ka. So, pwedeng French, pwedeng Spanish, pwedeng kung ano man, di ba? So, gawin natin English. So, English, select. So, lalabas sa taas, /English or /en, di ba? Pag nakita kayo sa mga website, di ba, /en. Paano kung doon ako maglagay ng script? O, tanong sa mga developer niyo kung merong nag-validate ng URL, ha? Kasi sigurado ako 99% kung nag-validate ng URL. Maglagay tayo ng cross-site scripting sa URL. At tinatawag na DOM-based cross-site scripting. Okay? So, naglagay ako ng cross-site scripting sa mismong URL. Tingnan natin kung andar. Umandar. Akin ulit ang cookie mo. GG na. Sa'yo yung cross-site scripting. Favorite. Okay? So, tanong sa mga developer nyo kung nag-validate sila, hindi lang sa text box, dun sa URL, sa lahat ng bagay natin na-validate pala. Okay? Okay? So, natuwa ba kayo? Masabay na tayo slides. Okay, so ito yung, sige, back mo. So, ito yung, tawag ito, back mo pa. Cross-site scripting, so napaliwanag ko na. Next ay yung command injection. So, command injection. So, command injection naman, ito yung dahan-dahan. Sige, babak, isa pa, forward. Yan, command injection, ito yung, di ba nakita MX tools, yung nag-ping ng IP address. Pwede sabihin na pwede kong hacking kita din. So, di ka pakita ko sa akong oras. So, lahat ng bagay pwede ma. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Depende lang sa tao na mag-hack sa inyo at depende sa developer na meron ka. Okay? Next. So, radio buttons. Ito rin, normal din to. Ito, pinapakita ko sa akong oras. Pinapakita ko usually sa Lazada, di ba? Merong male tsaka female na radio button. Ano kung halimbawa galit ako sa male tsaka female kasi LGBTQ ako? Anong gagawin mo? Di ba pwedeng inspect element kung yung LGBTQ? Tama din, pinakita ko niya, di ba? Eh, yung code mo lang, if male, return this. If female, return this. Eh, paano pag LGBTQ? Ano na, error na, fatal error. Di ma-hack na naman kita. So, as developer, kailangan lahat ng possible combinations dapat maisip mo. Kasi yung pen tester, lahat ng possible combinations nasa isip niya. Tama? Next slide. So, file types. Ito rin, normal din to. Sino sa mga developers yun ang nagbabalidate ng image? Balik mo. Balik mo. Balik mo dito sa input type. Yan. Good. Yan. So, sino sa inyo nag-validate ng input type? Ng file type? Usually, binavalidate ng developers nyo kung anong klaseng type lang siya. Halimbawa, image.jpg. Tama? Pero wala nag-validate yung laman ng image. Kasi mahirap gawin yun. Paano pag nagpadala ko sa inyo ng malware.jpg? Paano na? Paano na nga? Tama sabi. Paano na? Okay? So, napaisip ko ba kayo? Natawa ba kayo? Next slide. So, syempre, ako makita naman yung next slide na. So, next slide, ako makita naman na sobrang, galing-galing ni Benji sa Mora. Kailangan malaman nyo kung ano yung solutions. Kasi yun naman yung reason ba't ako nandito. So, ano ba talaga yung solutions? Next slide. So, merong input validation. So, ito talaga yung solution. Kailangan hindi yung developer nyo na meron silang NetBeans, na meron silang Node.js, may framework sila, may struts. Kailangan mag-validate talaga sila. Mano-mano. Bawat input field. So, may tawag na syntactic versus semantic. Yung syntactic, sabihin syntactic, sabihin depending kung saan na-expect mo na character type o input type, dapat ganun yung i-validate niya. Na maganda example, pagka integer, dapat integer. Pagka alpha, dapat alpha. Ayun ang sabihin ng syntactic, syntax. Yung semantic naman, ibig sabihin ano yung tawag ito, ano yung context, semantics. So halimbawa, nag-expect ka ng amount, dapat 0 to 100 o 0 to 1,000, dapat mag-negative, dapat bawal. Integer pa rin yung negative, di ba? Pero wala siya sa context kasi bawal yung negative amount. Okay, so klaro, syntactic versus semantics. Next, whitelisting versus blacklisting. Okay, so yung blacklisting, at yung meron listahan ka ng wanted. Hindi pwede papasukin sa loob ng pintuan na yan. Maganda siya, pero hindi siya yung best practice. Ang best practice ay whitelisting. Ano ibig sabihin ng whitelisting? Ito lang yung pwede. Kasi pag lahat, kakasabi mo, ito lang yung mga bawal, paano pagka yung isang tao nagpanggap na ibang tao, makapasok na siya. Compared sa whitelisting. Ang pinaliwanag ko rito ay regular expressions. Siyempre, wala tayong oras at hindi naman tayo developer lahat. Next time ko na ipapaliwanag. Canonicalization. Wow, big word. Kasi na-canonicalize. Okay? Sabihin, pag halimbawa, ba't nahack yung mga international sites? Kasi yung conversion ng language from UTF-8 to UTF-16, nag-technical na ako, ang tawag ko rito, pwedeng sa UTF-8, pwedeng wala siyang ibig sabihin. Pero pag convert ko siya ng ASCII, yung isang Chinese character na naging A single quote, ay single quote, dinahakan na. So, kailangan canonicalize. Kung ano yung website na to, kung para sa Chinese lang. Kung pang Paymaya para sa Pilipino lang. Okay, ba't ko nabanggit yan? Kasi meron ng history din. So, sabi ko dapat yung Paymaya, bawal-bawal yung single quote kasi may mga foreigners tayo na pangalan ay O'Neill. Diba? O, single quote, Neil. Single quote, ayoko nun eh. Tama? So, depende. So, canonicalization. So, dapat specific character sets lang. Okay? So, next, regular expression. So, nabanggit ko na yan dito. Okay? So, okay? Next slide. Okay, so Q&A. So, mag-Q&A ako. May oras pa ako. Pero next slide. Nagkaban nag-Q&A. So, yan. So, ito yung offer namin sa inyo lahat. Okay? Sa tulong ng contact point at ng AFP. So, free VAPT. Lahat ng pinakita ko sa inyo, gagawin ko ng libre. Pero limited time offer lang. Ba't kung ginagawa yan, sir? Di ba walang tawag ito, parang hindi ka nakikita niyan. Okay? Kasi gusto ko, personally, pumunta sa website ko, CEISSAFP.com, gusto ko ng IT Info Secure Philippines. Ayoko pinagtatawanan tayo ng ibang bansa kasi ang bobo-bobo natin sa cyber. Alam nila major yan. Ay, nang reason ba't ako nandito. Okay? Okay? Klaro po? Pero limited time lang, ha? Nakasabihin sa akin, sir, last year, nakita ko yung free VAPT mo, ngayon, sinisigil mo ako. Hindi, ngayon lang, limited time lang. So, kung gusto nyo bisitahin kayo mamaya, may booth kami dyan, kasama yung contact point, bisitahin nyo kami, bigyan namin kayo ng free VAPT. Kami yan? Next slide. Thank you. Next slide. So, last slide. Tawag ko rito, kung halimbawa nakita namin yung vulnerability sa papadevelop nyo ngayon sa mga developers nyo, di ba? So, may cross-site scripting daw, sabi ni Benny Zamora. So, tawag ko rito, paano i-solve mo ba? So, sabi ng developers nyo, kaya nila. After 1 year, hindi pa nila kaya. Di ba gano'n yung mga developer, di ba? So, pag hindi pa nila kaya, ako na mismo mag-fix para sa inyo. Yun, may bayad na. Yung libre yung BAPD, pwede mag-secure ako na. May bayad na yun. So, doon naman ako kikita. At least, very frank din naman na company pa rin ako, may mga papaselduhan pa rin ako, kailangan ko pa rin kumita. Okay, with that, next slide. Next slide. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig.
Yes, thank you so much, Sir Benji. Ayan. So, napaka-interesting naman po. Exciting, no? Ang daming natutunan natin kay Sir Benji. Kahit ako, parang gusto ko na maging hacker. Ayan. Oh, have a seat, sir. Ayan. So, alam ko maraming magtatanong sa inyo ngayon from our online participants and also from our group. Okay lang po ba magbuena mano ako sa inyo, sir? Ayan.
Huwag mong tanungin kung magkano yung tuition.
Thank you. May question po kayo, sir? May question.
Sige. That's why we're trying so hard to bring out the best na speakers that we can get locally and abroad. And actually, si Sir Benji, he's been in our radar for the past isa. Saka yung sa Red Roxer,
Yes, sir.
bukas naman siya.
Thank you, sir.
So, on the offensive side, I think I could say, kung hindi number 1 si Sir Benji, definitely siya siguro yung number 2. But it's a good thing na nasa good side siya. Ibig sabihin, sineshare niya at tinuturo niya. And one of our objective is to make you realize that this is something that we should take seriously. Napakita niya naman sa inyo na in a matter of, although it's a demo, but nothing is impossible in terms of penetrating a system. So sana if we're starting to build our ICT infrastructure, these are the things that we could consider. And of course, Sir Benji Zamora is willing to help us naman. Pagiging Filipino, malaki rin ang utang na loob niya sa gobyerno dahil nag-aral din siya sa UP at mabuti na lang doon siya sa gobyerno. Mapapakinabangan natin siya. Mapapakinabangan talaga natin siya. So he's a prized asset of the Philippines when it comes to ICT. So marami siyang pwedeng itulong sa atin, and his lecture today is just one of the actually nung nasa Navy, pinamukha niya rin sa amin talaga. Ay, na matter of minutes lang na akala nyo safe kayo, hindi. So we did learn. Buti na lang nandun siya sa side namin. So yun lang naman. I'm sure, sir, maraming magtatanong sa iyo, and I think this will not be the end of the lecture. Nag-uusap kami ni Sir Cesar. Sabi niya, sir, baka mas kailangan ulitin natin yata at kumuha tayo ng mas maraming audience just to make it realize na we should take these things seriously. So we have friends from different hindi ko na po isa-isahin. But Sir Benji, wala ka naman lakad, no? So nandun lang po yung table ni Sir Benji doon sa may entrance. He'll make himself available for consultation, or and pakita niya rin po sa inyo yung prospectus ng courses niya from a proud son of Batangas. So, sir, maraming again from the bottom of my heart, maraming salamat po for gracing the. So, Mitch?
Yes, thank you, sir. We're happy to have you here, sir. And since sabi nga ni sir, kayo, kung hindi po kayo yung top 1, kayo po yung top 2, gusto ko po maging top 3. So, ako na maunang magtanong, sir, ha? Sir, paano po yung practical application ng yung input validation for non-IT individuals? Kunwari, katulad sa akin, sir. Ganyan.
Very good. Actually, sa to lang, sinasabi ko, narinig ka ba ako? Narinig mo na kaya. So, sinasabi ko na tawag rito na okay lang sana kung as normal user po natin i-test yung mga applications na ginagamit natin. Kaso nga lang, sa halimbawa ako, pag nag-pay maya ako. Yes, sir. So, halimbawa, nag-pay maya ako, nag-Gcash ako, pwede bang gawin ko yung single quote sa Paymaya sa Gcash? So to lang, kung ako masusunod, syempre gusto ko yun. Kasi as user, dapat meron akong karapatan na malaman kung secure ba yung application na ginagamit ko. Tama po ba? Ang problema lang, pag ginawa nyo yun, pwede kayong i-demanda ng Paymaya at ng Gcash. So hindi ko po alam kung bakit. O bakit? Kasi yung pen testing po o yung pag-hack ay bawal sa Cybercrime Act of 2012. Attempting yung single quote pa lang, bawal na po. So kung gusto niyo po talaga na pwede po kayo mag-ask sa apps na pinupuntahan nyo. Kasi kasama sa terms and conditions eh. Pag nabasa terms and conditions, nag-agree kayo sa security na offer ng application na to. So kung pwede, kung halimbawa meron malaki kayong user ng application na to, ay baka naman bilyon ng pasok ko sa Paymaya, baka pwedeng mag-single quote naman ako para matest ko man lang yung security ko.
Oh, thank you, sir. So wala siyang practical application. Kunwari sa akin, wala akong license. Cannot be talaga, sir. So,
Yes.
kahit nag-attempt ka lang ganun. So, kailangan po talaga license ka. So, sa mga participants natin, so pawang professional lang po talaga. Ayan, so magbasa na tayo ng questions natin, sir, from Anon. So, most of next generation web application, firewalls, marami na din po bang mitigation features for OWASP top 10?
Yes, magandang tanong yun. Actually, yun namang mga firewalls natin nakakatulong. Don't get me wrong. Yung mga normal attacks, kamukha ng single quote, 1 or 1 is equals to 1, na-detect siya ng ating mga firewalls. Pero hindi lahat. So, yun yung reason kung bakit may tawag na defense in depth. Kailangan may firewall ka, pero dapat hindi mo nakakalimutan na mag-application security rin. Kasi problema, actually, kahit nga wala kang firewall sa to lang, again, medyo blunt to. Kahit wala kang firewall, pero kung yung developer mo sobrang galing, possible pan-secure ka pa rin. So yun, so yung tamang sagot doon.
So, daig sir ng programmer ang hacker.
Yes, ma'am. Dapat.
Okay. So, next question po from anon pa rin po. Comment. Sa sinasabi nyo po na dapat mag-hire ng matinong developer, mukhang marami na pong magre-resign. Tsaka yung comment na madaming bobong developer, sakit naman po.
Sorry po.
Challenge lang. Truth hurts po. Pero para challenge lang po yun ni sir sa ating mga developer para mas maging secure pa po yung ating mga tine-develop. So next po, my question is yung training po ba na pinaprovide nyo is vendor neutral? Meaning applicable sa lahat ng programming languages?
Yep, magandang tanong yan. So yun namang secure coding techniques na pinapakita namin usually ay applicable sa iba't ibang programming language. Usually, pseudocode yung pinapakita namin. So kahit Java, kahit PHP, gagana siya. I don't claim na magaling ako sa lahat ng programming languages. So, sobrang talino na. No? So kung magkapaturo ako sa lahat ng programming language, alam niya. Pero yung common programming languages, matuturo namin sa kanya.
So, for example, sir, wala siyang background ng IT or computer course. Pwede pong, kung interested, pwede pong mag-enroll po.
Ayan, magandang tanong yan. So, depende sa skill level mo, may mga specific levels na pwede. So, halimbawa, kung halimbawa ng IT ka, may IT fundamentals ng CompTIA. So, doon ka magsisimula. Tapos pagka medyo ma-advance ka ng konti, so nagiging application engineer ka na. So, yun. So, doon naman yung training na para sa'yo.
Okay, sir. Thank you po.
Question.
Apo. Kasi baka may mga interested dyan from cosmetology, gusto nang about cyber security. Yan. So, magandang switch na to sa inyo. And meron pa pong comment, dapat po ba na, or question, dapat po ba na separate ang application security team and software development team for the purpose of check and balance?
Yep, ayun naman talaga yung tama. Hindi dapat yung gumagawa yung nag-check. Kasi pagka yung gumagawa nag-check, malamang laging tama yun. So dapat talaga magkaiba. Pero dapat yung application security, yung application development team mo, dapat may alam din. Kasi mahirap kung lagi nagpapacheck eh. So dapat meron din silang basic knowledge nung testing, security testing, para at least yung normal attacks yung nagagawin ng software, ng application security team.
So ano po ba sir, parang tandem ang programmer and yung
tama. Yung blue
hacker.
team, yung mga programmers, yung mga network administrators, tandem sila ng mga hacker. So good job. Tama yun.
Okay, so next question po sir, can you share daw po yung experience on social engineering attacks, specifically government po?
Yan. So again, ito medyo nakakalungkot pero karamihan kasi sa government natin, hindi lang sa government natin, kahit naman sa normal Filipinos, hindi security aware. So kaya karamihan ng mga na-hack is yung mga teachers natin, di ba? Yung mga taga-DepEd sa Land Bank. Kasi dahil hindi naman sila, di ba? Again, lalo na yung mga may edad na, di ba? Mga 50 to 60 years old. Again, hindi ko inaano yung age siya, pero sila yung normal kasi nakiklik. Kasi di naman nila alam yung mga natatanggap ng text. Halimbawa, may nag-text sa'yo, magkaka-10 milyon ka. O sinong taong di mag-click doon. O, di ba? Nag-screen ko sasabihin. So, ibira kasi yung security aware na mga Pilipino o mga tao regardless kung anong mang lahi na mag-click dun sa link na yun.
Okay, sir. So paano sir yung kaninang na-mention nyo na yung sa, ano ba to, yung file type. For example, sir, sa social media, may nag-send sa akin ng image. So, pwedeng pag-click ko or upon pagka-receive ko pa lang, sir, nandun na yung virus?
Actually, magandang tanong yan. So, ito, normal din to yan. So, sa Facebook, Facebook naman natutuwa ako kasi yung Facebook, pina-flatten niya yung image. Ano sila na-flatten yung image? Pag nag-upload ka isang bagay, di ba, nawawala yung, nag-pixelate yung mga images. Kasi tinatanggal mismo ng Facebook yung malware, kung may malware siyang kasama. So, flattening ang tawag doon. Yan pala yung reason ko. So, hindi niya basta pinapalit, pina-flatten talaga niya. Okay, pero may mga messaging app na buo pa rin. Magbigay ako, mga Viber, mga WhatsApp. Pag pinadala ko sa'yo, buo pa rin yun. So, pag na-click ka sa image na yon, akin na yung cellphone mo. Ayun, totoo yan.
Okay, sir. So,
Kung may oras ako, pakita ko pa. Hindi, joke lang.
pwede po kaming makahingi ng listahan ng mga messaging. Ayan,
Basta hindi nagka-flatten. Basically, yun. Basta parehas pa rin yung resolution. Ayun yun.
Okay, so thank you, sir. And next question po. What do you think or say in using CMS in developing application?
Wala ko against sa CMS. Actually, karamihan ng gobyerno ay WordPress or Drupal kasi ano yan, DICT tsaka ng DOST. So, okay lang sa akin yung don't get me wrong. Okay din WordPress. Actually, even sitesfield.com is written in WordPress. O sir, WordPress PHP yun, di ba? CMS yun. Pero hindi po, ulitin ko, wala sa programming language or wala sa technology meron ka. Kailangan meron ka lang maging developer. So yung WordPress developer namin talagang trained siya to secure a WordPress site. So kung meron kayong ganong klaseng developer, kahit mag-WordPress kayo, walang problema. So it's not the programming language, it's the programmer.
Thank you, sir. And meron po tayong comment dito from Puto at Kuchinta. Yan. To defend the speaker, that's the reality. All personnel should have enough trainings for them to fit on the specific role. Improve dapat, wag ma-down. Yes, tama, sir. Yung kanina na-mention nyo is challenge lang yon sa mga programmers natin para mag-improve pa. And sabi nyo nga, sir, continuous, diba? So dapat lahat kasi posible, di ba, sir? So, hindi mo lang alam kung kailan ka matatimingan. So, dapat continuous po talaga. And na-mention nyo kanina, yung di ba may mga site tayo pinupuntahan, may mga cookies. Yun na po ba yun? Okay. So, masasabi ko rin daw, protect your cookies at all times. Ayan. So, let's wait pa for any other questions from our online participants or from the group kung meron man po. Ayan, so mukhang wala na po yata tayong question. Or man. Okay, so wala na tayong question, Sir Benji, pero maraming salamat po.
Thank you sa lahat. Thank you po.
Thank you, sir. Yan, so ang dami nating natutunan from our first resource speaker pa lang. Ayan. Alright, so for the meantime, while waiting for our next resource speaker, yung mga interested dun sa gustong mag-enroll dun sa kay Sir Benji, nandito po yung kanyang booth, malapit po sa entrance. And if you want to take a short break, sige po, kasi mukhang mas exciting pa yung next na topic natin to discuss. All right, welcome back. So for our next topic or agenda for this morning, we will have our next resource speaker via Zoom. Okay, so our next resource speaker is Chairman of Multi-Sectoral Advisory Board, MSAB, Army Signal Regiment ASR of the Philippine Army. He is also on active duty assigned and on detached service at the AFP Cyber Group. And he is also a national coordinating head of AFP Cyber Group, AFRESCOM, RESCOM PA, RESCOM Training School, PNP, NBI, BOC, for the Order of St. Michael, service under the Couples for Christ, CFC, which provides Interfaith Character Enhancement Program, or CEP, to our uniformed men and women, and also in other government agencies or bureaucracy. He is also the current head system engineer, ASEAN Operations to Trellix, a merger of FireEye Incorporated, the global cybersecurity firm that's at the forefront of every major cyber breach investigation worldwide, with global headquarters in Milpitas, CAUSA, and McAfee Enterprise. So the head of system engineering ASEAN operations of Trellix, let us please welcome Lieutenant Commander Lieutenant Colonel Roland J. Ong, Infantry General Staff Corps, Master in National Security Administration, Philippine Army, Reserve.
Good morning sa inyong lahat and greetings from Vietnam. I'm currently in Hanoi. That's why in as much as I would really love to be part of this undertaking there in the Philippines, unfortunately, I'm actually stuck here and will be back by next week. So magandang umaga sa inyong lahat and allow me to share my screen. Just a moment. Do you now see my screen? Nakikita po ninyo ang aking screen ngayon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me proceed with my my session. So what I'm going to walk you through now is addressing cyber readiness with extended detection and response for adaptive defense. So take note that the topic that I will be pushing you today is actually, I would say, timing, no? Very timely. Because of the ever-evolving threat landscape that we are facing these days, this is the need for us to seriously consider, revisit, and see how the Armed Forces of the Philippines cybersecurity posture at the moment and how we can attune it to evolve to the current threat landscape. So what I'm going to walk you through moving forward are these talking points. So let's start with the current state of cyber. Now, since the digitalization, so to speak, when pandemic hit us almost 3 years ago, we entered into this, what do we call, the cybersecurity super cycle. And I enumerated 4 here. Number 1 is, the first driver is, the enterprise perimeter is dissolving as a result of the acceleration when the pandemic occurred, especially with cloud transformations and remote work trends. And if you notice, ngayon at least you can now do your physical engagements there. But in my case, I can still be part of your activity even though I'm here in Hanoi through this remote access capabilities. And the threats moving down market as the second driver. It is proven that compliance-only security practices are no longer appropriate because the threats, as it continuously evolve, this compliance-only, or shall I say checklist type of security practices can no longer cope up. And as a result, we lack the resources, we lack people, more importantly, budgets, nor expertise to operationalize the tools and effectively take actions on the threats. Organizations tend to buy tools, later on having to get a separate silos of solution along the way. And at the same time, the need for organization to simplify, wherein platform and tools consolidation with fewer vendors is now a focus in order for you to improve your security operation. Now, what are we dealing here with? If you look at the current state of security by the numbers, this is not healthy to begin with. 81% of respondents saying that staying ahead of the attackers is a constant concern. Imagine 81%. And 70% of IT security stakeholders reports more than double the volume of security alerts. And what is disturbing is the average time to identify and contain a data breach, 287 days. A simple exfiltration of data takes seconds. A simple wire transfer process, including the escalation, only takes 4 minutes. When Bangladesh Central Bank heist happened in 2016, the entire process takes less than 4 minutes. $101 million were lost. 81 million of it went to the Philippines. And the average time to respond to a global incident based on benchmark is 20.9 hours. Imagine that. So, if you look at the current threat landscape, what could probably be the reason? Back then, when we talk about the different types of attacks, it's pretty much linear. If we look at the why, we immediately know who perpetrated it. When we talk about political, economic, or military advantage for national interest, it's immediately being done. Nation-state threat groups or nation-state sponsored actors. When it's financially motivated, it's mainly criminals or organized crime groups with financial motivation. And of those who are motivated by ideology or purpose, those who are defacing websites and air the grievances on that medium, these are your hacktivists, your anonymous Philippines, kind of attackers. But the problem there is, it's now getting blurred. It's being blurred over the years. Case in point, the world's largest cyber heist, the Bangladesh Central Bank heist, wherein the perpetrator for this financially motivated attack is a nation-state sponsored actor, which is identified with North Korea. So this is what we're facing now. So come to think of it, why do we care? As cyber defenders, we need drivers for better defenses. Mainly because of rising unpredictable attackers, wherein these linear defense approaches can no longer cope up. Declining security operations profile, wherein because the threat actors are always a couple of steps ahead of us, we cyber defenders ended up having insufficient defensive knowledge. And at the end of the day, because of constraints on people, on talent, on resources, on budgets, we end up having ineffective cybersecurity. And based on study by Cyber Ventures last year, cybercrime grows, as far as its cost, 15% per year. Now, if we were to looking at enterprise resilience and evolution of security operations, the key here is to look into how we should be able to prepare, detect, respond, recover, and adapt. As far as these different areas in an organization is concerned. Common to an organization is the workplace. You may have multi-cloud in some organizations, in the defense, not that at this time. And of course, data protection for insider. IT/OT, this is mainly just for utilities, like the SCADA system of NGCP, of Meralco, of Manila Water, of Maynilad, right? So the key here is, how do you evolve? And this is where extended detection and response comes into play. What is XDR? XDR, take note, is an architectural framework, a platform that integrates, correlates, and contextualizes data and alerts from multiple telemetries or vectors. Wherein X stands for extended, which goes several security vectors. These are your endpoints, network, data protection, cloud, email, and other third-party products. D, which stands for detection, comes from the ability to detect and correlate these different threats across multiple vectors I mentioned, the moment they arise, and the capability to have response, wherein it enables your organization to be better prepared to respond effectively to attacks in real time. Now, if you look at the different analyst view, because take note, in this case, Gartner released this XDR market guide in Q4 of last year. And from then on, this becomes the so-called de facto standard in XDR as far as architectural framework is concerned. And the other analyst views were also sought on the value of XDR. And on top of Gartner, which mainly highlights the reduction of products flow of sprawl, alert fatigue, integration challenges, and operational expenses, we have Forrester, who looks into provision of security teams with flexibility, scalability, and opportunities for automation. IDC focuses in helping reducing false positives and truncates the time to find a single version of truth. Oh. Bakit kaya single version of truth? Because you may have multiple truths if you're getting its data source from different vectors, email, endpoint, network, data protection, cloud, and third-party application. But operationally speaking, it all boils down to Security Operations Center. How to run an efficient SOC, how you empower your SOC and its people, and how you simplify it. Looking at it, based on this architectural framework, XDR merges controls, control management, and security operations capability. You will see here that in XDR, the architectural framework composed of the front end and the back end. And take a look at it. In your organization, XDR front end elements may be already present, and even in some cases for the back end. So how do we see that? As we merge the controls, control management, and SecOps capability, bottom line here is the need to have a coverage on all the vectors and the ability for you to address native, open, or even flexible hybrid XDR platform. That's the main thrust of XDR. So at the end of the day, if I were to map up the XDR architecture, it is simply looked at this framework approach. One console will provide the integrated security platform wherein the different core engines, the endpoint, the network, the email, the cloud, the data for data protection are intertwined so that your SecOps, your analysts, your IT operation, or in some cases, for some organization who outsources it via an MSSP, will have a single pane of glass. And behind it is the threat labs and the data lake wherein the threat intel, machine learning and AI, or artificial intelligence, advanced multi-vector analytics, playbooks, plus stitching in the third-party engine and third-party store, data store, will now be fused into a common integrated security platform. This is how the XDR architecture is being perceived. Now, if you look at the XDR architecture as far as XDR back end, and XDR front end, this is how it's being represented. In most cases, you may have your endpoint already in place, your antivirus, email threat prevention, network, cloud, right? And some other elements that constitutes the network, like your IPS, for example, and third-party partners. And how you do it as far as workplace security architecture is concerned, because this is pretty common in every organization. Each organization has it. When you look at the SecOps platform, which is the backend, this, in most cases, may not be existing in an organization yet. But the workplace XDR sensors or the front end may be present already, like endpoint, data loss prevention, network, your email security, and in some cases, third-party partners that you may probably be using. Like you may have an SIEM already from a vendor like Splunk or QRadar or Swimlane or anyone else. And at the end of the day, the typical customer journey that you may take would be this. I lay down the foundational aspect, moving into operational, and eventually moving into a trusted and resilient threat aspects capability. You may start with endpoint protection, putting in an endpoint platform wherein endpoint protection and endpoint detection and response will be provided so that you will have the ability to respond in no time, protection of the cloud in some cases for those with cloud services, and eventually moving into threat resilience. Now, what if we are looking at the cloud aspects? Take note that the SecOps platform or the backend aspects of it may be the same. The only difference would be in the cloud aspects are the front end side as far as cloud sensors are concerned. You may require cloud security posture management. You may require cloud visibility and governance. You may be requiring cloud storage, threat application, anti-malware, and all these things. Same token, third-party data source and data store can be integrated as well. So the typical journey for those with cloud capabilities on top of the workplace, they would be able to look into putting in cloud visibility as the foundational layer, putting up cloud identity for complete visibility across different cloud assets, control, and at the same time, protection of DevOps integrity and playbooks and response automation. The idea here is a living, learning XDR ecosystem to detect advanced attacks across all vectors, moving from attack detection to threat prevention, and embedding next generation security into your operations. What do I mean by this? The XDR construct should be able to integrate even your existing security investment, and no need to throw it out, provided that it addresses and complies with the prescribed standards. At the end of the day, XDR is a journey. You will have the way to look at it on a start small and grow to scale, with the single objective of having a hybrid and flexible XDR call capabilities, having these capabilities at your disposal. You may take your journey on workplace environment, on data protection aspects of it. If you have cloud capabilities as well, and in OT, this is unique to utilities like NGCP, for example. But at the end of the day, what we are trying to articulate here is data collection, consolidation, machine learning and artificial intelligence analysis, ability for your platform to have incident management, and the good part is guided investigation, so that you will learn along the way. With proper workflow engines, automation and orchestration, and most importantly, threat intelligence and integration is native in it. Then the journey can be smooth along the way. And comparing the different deployment types, these are what are the industry's known XDR deployment types. What XDR construct as a de facto standard being pushed by Gartner is for you to have the ability for a hybrid and flexible XDR. What do I mean by this? You would be able to integrate even your existing legacy cybersecurity solution into this construct, provided that it's standards-based, it's not end of support or end of life, and it will even make that legacy security better as a result. So to recap, let's kill the urban legend, because XDR, or extended detection and response, is not a product. It's not a SIM. It's not another endpoint detection and response plus, or NDR plus, network detection and response. It's an architectural framework. You get out of it what you put into it. You use what you have and source what you don't. Meaning, leveraging on your existing investment, just making it better. And a whole lot of capabilities with the aim of simplification on your data collection, intelligence matching, triage process through automation, visualization for faster decisions, and task automation on threat response, which will yield your operations to its full efficiency. Now, we have talked about that process, the architectural framework. How am I going to look into it in addressing the adaptive defense model that most of the industry sectors are adapting into? The adaptive defense model is the next evolution of defensive frameworks to boost resiliency. Now, you have to take into consideration that I'm always explicitly stating defensive framework. Why? In every organization, well, especially in the defense establishment, you need to establish this first. Then the offensive aspect would be easy. And take note that this innovative defense framework will empower your security operations by increasing the situational awareness with richer context to improve your security readiness and response. And as a result, you're ready to do the offensive side of it because you have covered this already. Now, when I talk about the adaptive defense model, this is a question on when, why, and what, plus the metrics that I would need to undertake in these three pillars: preparedness, impact mitigation, and lessons learned. The before, during, and after the attack. This is the adaptive defense model. How does it look like? When you look at the adaptive defense model, addressing and empowering the security operations, it gives you an intuitive guidance. Remember, the aspect here is progressive insights to adjust defender strategy. Right? It goes beyond the what and how. It now offers the why and the when, so that you will be able to properly tailor fit your policy associated to your area of operation. Time aware to increase productivity, because you will now be given the comprehensive guidance across all attack phases, which you have the before, during, and after, right? Having you an additional context and thoughtful insights moving forward to faster resolution. And why it's metric focused? The needs to come up with metrics. Before the attack, that's preparedness. During the attack, mitigation impact. After the attack, improvements that needs to be undertaken. And we need to come up with countermeasures as well in order to assess the impact, validate, monitor, apply whatever improvement, and steady assessment of security investments. At the end of the day, This drives security efficacy. If you look at these key uses and metrics across the entire attack lifecycle, the metric can be devised this way. Before the attack, be prepared. And you need, as an output or metrics, attack simulation results. And during the attack, what could be the methods and ways to reduce exposure? What has been done to mitigate the impact? And after the attack, how do I improve my security, my capabilities? So at the end of the day, as I identify it, I now here have a clear guidance for successful prevention and remediation. You now have the fortification of countermeasures within the aspects of assessment, configuration, validation, and monitoring will become part of this process moving forward. It's like you doing your OODA loop, right? So at the end of the day, if we apply the model in real world, you will be able to come up with your defensive playbooks attuned to your organization. At the end of the day as well, as you take XDR as the architectural framework for adaptive defense model, you are now evolving to an advanced security operations centers with new cyber defense capabilities. And that is what is needed these days. You will no longer look into the aspects of when alert comes in, that's the only way you will respond. Looking at the comparison with the traditional operation center capability of security operations capabilities versus the new cyber defense capabilities. It's a total graduation from the previous. Now, at the end of the day, the intended outcome we want every organization to have is how the efficacy can even be improved, reduce business impact on cybersecurity incidents. And because of this framework, born out of XDR for adaptive defense, you now have better visibility into threats on every level, which translates into full visibility in the entire attack life cycle. And of course, share and measure critical threat intelligence to other organizations. Take note, we are approaching cyber as a whole of nation approach. And the defense establishment, particularly the armed forces of the Philippines, plays an important role here, being the bastion of providing cyber defense for the country as mandated by National Cybersecurity Plan 2022. Now, in conclusion, when you talk about extended detection and response, key takeaways, as far as adaptive defense implementation is concerned, you now have complete visibility as far as attack life cycle is concerned, reduction of business impact, because you will now have the ability to provide prevention and response. And you don't have to worry on all the alerts that comes in because you will only be addressing actionable alerts or actionable threat intel that you will need to take a look into. And commodity alerts born out of these other attacks can easily be addressed by the vector protection that will be put in place. So just a snapshot again, this is the XDR ecosystem wherein the SecOps platform will be the stitch to the different vector protection and including third-party application integration. The key here is in XDR, why it is very ideal for an adaptive defense model implementation is because of its ability to integrate legacy system that you have in place, provided that it adheres to the prescribed standards. And of course, it still has the support of its respective vendors, meaning it's not yet on end of life. So looking at the adaptive defense model, as we understood already how XDR can be used in this instance, the aspects of when, why, what, and metrics is a simple thing that we need to do. Before the attack, for when, why, preparedness. The key for you to understand and address preparedness by putting in the what in it. I just highlighted here some. And during the attack, how would you mitigate impact in order for you to reduce exposure? And after the attack, your lessons learned to improve your security. At the end of the day, I am going back to this premise that the key takeaways in this discussion we have is the complete visibility across the life cycle, the reduction of business impact, and actionable alerts. And with that, you will now have the ability to even take part in the evolution of the enterprise, wherein we will now take out this very cumbersome point solutions protected network with email endpoints in siloed and contained architectures, that when you operationalize, it will be cumbersome for your analysts, but rather making you ready for that traditional perimeter to be dissolved and requiring a new unified and integrated security approach that is flexible, adaptable in the ever-changing tide of times. That's why the adaptive defense model, leveraging XDR architectural framework, is the way for us to go in order to address driver number 5, simplification, as far as every organization's wish is concerned. So when we talk about cyber, this is our must. The need for us to learn, because in cyber, it's a continuous learning process. Unlearn in the sense that I will have to understand and let go on things that may no longer be applicable in this current change or this current tide that we have now, and relearn and adapt to the ever-evolving threat landscape. The key is transformation. And in cyber, we need to take a look into our cybersecurity maturity curve. Begin with an end in mind. How am I going to achieve this maturity index moving forward? Looking into where I am as an organization and where do I fit in this journey? Am I still on a tool-based approach? I'm hoping that we're no longer in reactive and manual, but are we seriously looking at an integrated picture, moving into dynamic defense towards a resilient enterprise? This is the journey that you can take, and we can actually assist you in identifying how you can move forward, even on a start small, grow to scale, enabling people, process, and technology in your cyber endeavor. So in this approach, what we want to give you is the ability to be proactive. And being proactive means you need to think outside the box. And with that, I would like to thank you for the time given for me to share with you how an adaptive defense model can be realized using extended detection and response as the architectural framework moving forward. Thank you, and have a good morning.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Ong, for sharing your expertise about addressing cyber readiness with XDR for adaptive defense. All right, so we will expect questions from our online participants and as well as from our group. So the XDR, again, key takeaways are for attack life cycle, complete visibility and prevention response is reduced business impact. And lastly, for threat intelligence is actionable alerts.
Okay. We're expecting questions online. Doon po sa mga guests natin on the hall, yung QR code po wherein you can post your questions kung nahihiya po kayong pwede nyo pong i-key in or i-type doon sa website that is provided. Nandiyan din po sa mga tables natin yung QR codes. Okay. Now, yung XDR kasi, dati kasi parang ano lang endpoint detection and response. So basically, before the pandemic po kasi, ito lang nabasa ko rin, nagbabasa rin ako, sir. Parang yung security applies only when you're in the infrastructure. For example, dun po sa company nyo, syempre nandun yung workstation mo, doon ka nagtatrabaho, so you're protected by the company or your organization. However, nung nag-pandemic, we were forced to work at home. So how do we extend yung protection kung remote ka nagtatrabaho? That's why sumikat ulit. Actually, medyo matagal na rin pala yung XDR, kaya lang na-highlight lang siya nung pandemic. So truly, the pandemic, meron ding mga silver linings na nangyari po. No? Kung if titignan natin, nakikita natin na sabi nga one of the speakers yesterday said na yung work from home will be here to stay. So parang yun na yung magiging bagong trend sa industry. Okay. Again, personally, sir, maraming salamat for taking time. I know you're a busy person. Akala ko nga, sir, nasa New York ka kasama ni Presidente. Pero parang
Hindi.
susunod ka lang na yata doon, sir. Sir, we have questions here. One from a certain Anon.
Okay.
In your own assessment, siguro, sir, what is the maturity level of the Philippines right now in terms of cybersecurity? Siguro, let's scale it from 1 to 10, sir. Being an expert and looking after the cyber domain of the Philippines, how will you grade or rate the Philippines in terms of cyber security, and ano yung room for improvement natin? Saan tayo dapat, sir, magbigay ng focus?
Okay. Siguro I cannot quantify it in figure, but I would rather provide a descriptive maturity level. I would say that politically correct term as far as maturity level of the Philippines right now is in the developing stage. Now, when I say developing stage, the challenge that we're facing here is, number one, does the country now have a clear national cybersecurity policy framework in place? Number two, are we really putting focus specifically for this domain as far as our national security policy and our national security strategy is concerned? Because the last time when I checked both documents, I think in cybersecurity, in NSS or National Security Strategy, it was just, I think, 2 items. And in National Security Plan, it's just 3 sentences. So if you look at this, if we really want to be attuned, so to speak, as far as cybersecurity maturity level is concerned of a country, then this must be focused in a whole of nation approach. Or at least look at it in a whole of government approach to begin with. Because every enterprise in the private sector, decided to do their own. Because if you look at the National Cybersecurity Plan, it has to be revisited and it has to be backed by and implementing rules and regulations for it to become effective. So, kailangan talagang ma-revisit yung aspeto ng pulisiya, no? As we talk about the government, para magkaroon tayo ng ika nga natin pag-angat ng maturity level.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Very well said, sir, no? Actually, kung sinusubaybayan natin yung balita, the President himself already stated that he wanted digitalization for the whole government. And
That's right.
sa amin as a cybersecurity practitioner, that is a big challenge. And sometimes then we get so hindi naman discourage, pero ano lang din, nakaka-low moral kung sa term parang sundalo. Kasi nga yung pansin na binibigay pag may problema sakalang na ibig sabihin na pag-uusapan. But the Secretary of National Defense also stated that cybersecurity will be one of the priorities of this government. That's why very challenging din sa amin. So we have our initial marching orders, and itong activity na to ay isa rin sa mga tool namin. Kasi sabi ko nga, we are not claiming to be experts. That's why we need friends in the government and in the private sector to help us do our jobs. So I think yung mga caucus na to ay very important sa a developing cybersecurity organization. And sir, yung mga sinabi mo kanina, I'll take note of that, and those are the questions that we'll be asking our DICT tomorrow kasi they'll be presenting the updates on the National Cybersecurity Plan for the current administration that would be from 2022 to 2028. And kung ano ba yung mga milestones na na-achieve natin on the previous National Cybersecurity Plan 2016 to 2022. Kung ano ba yung may catch-up plan ba tayo? Things like that. So I think that would be a very interesting topic to discuss. Thank you very much, sir. Talagang maganda yung sinabi mo ngayon. Sir, another question we have from, ano to? Puto. Okay, puto kasi yung merienda kanina pero hindi ko tsinta yung partner yata. Sige.
Yes, so sir, since Trellix is also partnered with McAfee, does the solution have the downside on the patching side for the zero-day vulnerability?
Okay, if I get the question correct, does it, because you know for a fact that prior to the FireEye and McAfee merger, right? FireEye has been known in the industry all over the world as the one that detects 0 days. We're still on top of that since 2004. I believe if the question is framed this way, so when we partner with McAfee, will it have downside as far as 0-day vulnerability patching aspect is concerned? I think when you talk about the patching side, in the first place, when you create a patch, then the indicator of compromise must have been known already. And number two, a specific, I would say, MD5 has been defined. That specific vulnerability has been flagged already, and a specific signature has to be made. I don't think this will affect as a result of the FireEye and McAfee merger or marriage, which is now Trellix, because I believe it will even improve. Why? Because FireEye brings into the table their global experience as far as the number one in threat detection and deterrence capabilities of unknowns, especially 0 days. So it will even be easier now. So it will even give you the best of both worlds with Trellix, as before, when you have to talk separately with FireEye as far as advanced threat detection is concerned versus McAfee, which has the key competency on DLP, on among the first in the world to start antivirus. So this marriage is match made in heaven, so to speak.
Thank you, sir. And to Puto at Kuchinta, hope Sir Ong answers your question. And next, Sir Ong, is more of a comment. So we always highlight the importance of developing cybersecurity skill sets, but we tend to overlook the criticality of InfoSec mastery necessary for IT managers.
Well, it all boils down on how I would say the lead looks into it. Take note that when you put or highlight the importance of developing cybersecurity skill sets, then take note that the InfoSec mastery must be part and parcel of it. So we cannot just simply say that you pass CEISSAFP, you're good, right? Because at the end of the day, one good thing must be having certification, for example, because that in some organization, that is actually InfoSec mastery because you have certifications. Well, probably true if that certified person also is well-versed and well-experienced in the front line. Because to tell you honestly, in our organization, we value more the frontline experience than certification. Because there are so many who got certified because they just read the book from cover to cover. But in applying it to the actual, I would say, real world scenario, then ayun, they got tanked. So yan yung key. Kaya the comment here is actually correct, but at the end of the day, when you highlight the importance of these cybersecurity skill sets, take note that InfoSec mastery, as far as its criticality, it's actually in consonance with the developed cybersecurity skill set that every organization must have. Because take note, information security is part of cybersecurity. So that's why we always tend to confuse IT. Well, remember, it depends on organizations, right? But there are different aspects on how you treat data protection, IT security, and also other aspects in cyber. Kaya depende siya sa organization.
Okay, thank you, sir. Very well said. And for our last question from Anonymous, would you say we should prioritize our efforts in regulatory compliance, such as CPA and DPA, then outsource the highly technical jobs to competent MSP?
Well, it can be yes or no, right? Because the right approach into this will be highly dependent on the operating model that an organization undertakes. Because, well, if this is regulatory compliance, they don't have any choice, right? You have to abide by it. But in the aspect of whether you outsource it to a reputable or competent managed security provider, especially on highly technical jobs, like, for example, the operationalization of the SOC. Some organizations are outsourcing it because they don't have enough people to MSSPs or managed security service providers. That's because the organization needs to operationalize it and they need it yesterday. That's why they outsource it at the moment because they don't have the right competency at this time. Now, it's just a question on whether the organization will tend to be self-sufficient later on. And while the learning curve is in process, then they are in the process of outsourcing it at the moment to an MSP. So, walang ano dito, kumbaga parang walang maling approach sa ganito. Kasi ang dependencies would be how your operational model and its requirement will have to take it.
Maraming salamat po, sir. And wala na po yata tayong tanong from our online participants and from the group. So ulitin namin, sir, thank you so much for giving us your time. And kindly say xin chào to our Vietnamese friends. Ayan. And stay safe, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And
Yes po.
hope to see you in person there when I get back.
Yes, sir. Please bring Vietnamese. Biro lang, sir. So maraming salamat po ulit and stay safe po.
Okay, thank you. God bless and be
God bless.
cyber safe.
Ayan. So maraming salamat po dun sa mga nauna nating resource speaker. I'm sure na napuno po ang lahat ng ating brain cells sa mga information and hindi din po naman namin hahayaan na hindi ma-full ang ating mga tiyan. So we will have our lunch break first bago po yung next na resource speaker natin. And I would like to announce din po yung dapat nabangan natin kasi after the break, magkakaroon po tayo ng raffle. Yes po, may pa-raffle po tayo. So tumataginting po ito na TV with remote control. Ayan. And for our online participants, meron din po tayong ipaparaffle na wine. So kasama pa rin po sila. So let's have our lunch break po. And after nan, pwede po tayong mag-roam around po para ma-visit yung mga booth. Maraming salamat po.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on. I know time's hard to let, but I've had enough.
Everyone is looking for the peace of mind that comes with knowing their organization is safe from today's cyber threats. However, ultimate protection means more than just great security technology. You need an expert security team as well. This poses a problem. Most organizations simply lack the resources and expertise to run their own security operations centers in-house. Introducing Sophos Managed Detection and Response, or MDR, which
hacking is hard. Ransomware is relatively easy because most people are bad at security.
These people are committing kidnapping against your digital selves, and they're able to exploit that for a lot of money.
The financial impacts of these types of attacks can really set companies back, and for many small businesses, might be the difference between staying in business or not.
Cybersecurity is too complex and too difficult to be effectively managed by the vast majority of organizations in the world. They don't want to become cybersecurity experts. They just want to be secure.
We can't just trust the product to protect us anymore. The internet itself, as robust as it was designed to be, is actually quite a fragile system. We need to combat it with a human skill set.
We deliver the outcome of cybersecurity to keep our customers secure while they go about their real business.
Most organizations simply don't have the resources to fight the type of cyber threats we're seeing today.
Context is king in cybersecurity with our adaptive cybersecurity ecosystem. Everything is interconnected. It's systems that we run. It's the software as a service that we're consuming. All of these systems are interacting with each other to deliver these superior outcomes.
Our entire product portfolio is managed natively in Sophos Central, from endpoint to firewall, cloud security, email and mobile security.
This leverages the power of cloud computing to be able to aggregate together mass volumes of information within this one operating environment. We do the work of weaving together the context from all the different data sources.
We can manage a customer's cybersecurity environment entirely on behalf of the customer or in cooperation with the customer or anything in between.
The complexity of cybersecurity is growing, and it really takes a team of experts that also provide that 24/7 protection.
The threat landscape is simply too big and too complex. Cybersecurity as a service is a critical tool for organizations to be able to mitigate as much of that as they possibly can.
With Sophos Central, we can see all the time all our IT infrastructure. Because Sophos, I'm able to have time to make players better. I have no risk at my IT infrastructure. They have complete security.
Sophos allows me to do more with less people.
Now, I've got a whole bench of NTR specialists who are part of my team. And I get all of their knowledge and all of their resources to assist me in providing the security that's necessary.
We have over 500,000 organizations today using our products. We're already delivering this capability at scale. The breadth and strength of our product portfolio, the seamless combination of products and services. There's just no other vendor in the world better positioned to deliver on this opportunity of cybersecurity as a service than Sophos.
Okay. This seems pretty cool and all, but it would be kind of lame if it doesn't have exploit.
This might look like a scene from an action movie, but this is happening every day, and all it takes is a press of a button. Unlike regular terrorism, which is out in the open, cyber attacks are unexpected, unseen, unapproachable, unknown. Do you feel safe? When Brazil was under a cyber attack, they were forced to shut down their electricity supply. The whole city was without electricity for months. This could have been avoided if only they were ready for such an attack. Saudi Arabian oil giant Aramco was forced to shut off its internal network for more than a week. Over 30,000 of Aramco's computers were infected in seconds, wiping their hard drives. The damage was huge. The company lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Cyber attacks can occur and affects gas, oil, transportation services, banks, hospitals, pharmaceutical industries, etc. All are open for cyber attack. The solution is defense. CyberGym provides you the perfect defense against a cyber attack. Industrial control, engineering know-how, software, hardware, operational process. CyberGym's training arena offers you the top cyber protection technology available with realistic scenarios that will train you for a real cyber attack. CyberGym's vision is to prepare you for the most complex cyber attack scenarios by gaining practical skills, knowledge, and experience. By practicing in a real-life technological environment where your staff will be trained to protect your systems, your organization, and your clients from cyber threats. CyberGym's training consists of realistic, tailor-made cyber war scenarios, as realistic as they get, customized for your organization. During your training, you will be part of the defense team, the blue team, in charge of protecting your organization from any sort of cyber attack. The hackers, the red team, are the attackers who won't stop until it's game over for you. And the CyberGym experts, the white team, will supervise and guide both teams during the training session. Everything is caught on tape and used for debriefing and improving your skills against cyber attacks. In one training session, we give you the experience, tools, and skills that your organization needs. With over 90 years of accumulated experience in generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity in very special circumstances. With the help of experts at Cyber Control, veterans of the Israeli security forces, the connection between these two have formed a unique synergy for this cyber battlefield, the first ever of its kind. We offer you the best and only solution for all of these threats: defense. The question you need to ask yourself now is, do you want to be safe or do you want to be sorry? You can ignore this reality. Convince yourself that it won't happen to you. But don't be surprised when you wake up and it's too late. CyberGym. Expect the unexpected.
The encrypted email can only be opened by the intended recipients. Nobody else will be able to view the content, no matter where that email travels or is stored. Before hitting the send button, select a label to classify your email, such as restricted or even confidential. You can define your own. The label determines how the email and attachments are treated when sent, stored, forwarded, or replied to. Classification and security settings of the sender show up in the email header to ensure its integrity and authenticity. And with digital rights management options, you can control what happens on the recipient side. Privacy doesn't have to be difficult or disruptive. Secure Email is easy to install and use. It works with industry standard email clients and is compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. Secure Age, Secure Email. Encrypted email made easier. Schedule a no obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/secureemail.
If somebody would ask me to describe the voltage data privacy and protection portfolio, I would say we're probably one of the broadest portfolios in the market when it comes to data management. But you can't manage any data if you don't know where your data is, what risks you have, and who got access to it. So normally where we start is that we use our data discovery capabilities, where we can scan basically any kind of repository, analyze the environment, and identify what kind of data you have. If you have rot data, you most likely would like to delete it. If you have sensitive data, you most likely want to archive it, move it, or protect it. And when it comes to protection, we have many different kind of techniques that we can use on different kind of use cases. But if it's one thing I would like to send you along with, is our capability to embrace the power of your data, increase the security around the data, at the same time that you can gain business value to use it for BI teams, data analytics, data monetization, migration to the cloud, or in a test environment. We can't wait to meet you. We would love to be a part of your journey to become more cyber resilient.
Pykkipojat, sykkähusut.
So you'll need at least a Phillips head screwdriver.
Zero trust is about assuming there's no trust. Always verify. Verify the identity, verify the access rights of the identity to ensure least privilege practice, and control how the identity is using its access rights within the infrastructure. Doing all of the mentioned with the context of risk and user behavior analytics. Zero trust is really a security technique and not equal to a single product. But if you break down zero trust into smaller building blocks, there's a number of supporting solutions that is required. NetIQ has a unique broadness in its portfolio and can support you in every single aspect from the identity perspective of zero trust. If you have started thinking about zero trust or already started working with zero trust, we at NetIQ are here to help you with an open discussion about how to verify the identity. We look forward to meet you.
As organizations and people become more interconnected, cyber attacks continue to grow at unprecedented rates. And ransomware continues to be pervasive worldwide, causing more damage than any other attack. I'm Bill Connor, the president and CEO of SonicWall, a globally trusted cybersecurity leader that's been protecting SMBs, enterprises, and government agencies for more than 30 years. Organizations must use every recourse to stay current with threat trends, including analysis of threat actor behavior, pivoting strategies, advanced defense tactics, and the use of vital threat intelligence.
The global pandemic continues to accelerate digital transformation and the embedding of technology into our work and personal lives. And security is the linchpin that enables this hyper-connected era. Cybersecurity professionals face increasingly tenacious threat actors, an expanding attack surface, and a sobering shortage of skilled security professionals.
The 2022 SonicWall Cyber Threat Report offers exclusive research and invaluable insight for navigating the unknowns of tomorrow.
The report compiles the threats observed by SonicWall Capture Labs, including ransomware, malware, and the sophisticated attack methods employed in 2021. More than ever, it's imperative that organizations understand potential risks within their own networks and the rapidly changing behavior of threat actors determined to exploit new weaknesses.
SonicWall takes pride in collaborating with the global cybersecurity community and ensuring that our threat intelligence and research teams are finely tuned, so our customers and partners worldwide can exceed their business and security objectives.
Greeting to everyone, we are Cybersecurity Group CEISSAFP. In today's video we will talk about public Wi-Fi. Public Wi-Fi can be found in popular public places like airports, coffee shops, malls, restaurants, schools and hotels. But little do you know that public Wi-Fi networks can easily be intercepted by cyber criminals. If you use a public Wi-Fi, your personal data could be at risk. Many people will select a Wi-Fi hotspot if its name sounds appropriate, and almost anyone can set up malicious hotspots that seem legitimate. These hotspots are meant to trick you into connecting to them. Cyber criminals can set up a rogue hotspot and record unencrypted information passing through it. To create the fake access point, attackers usually set up their own free Wi-Fi hotspots with the name of a nearby business, like a coffee shop or restaurant. And once you connect to this fake Wi-Fi network, everything you do online is monitored by cyber criminals who scan your activity for banking and social media login information. Luckily, there are ways to stay safe on public Wi-Fi. For security, use a virtual private network or VPN. Even if the cyber criminal positions himself in the middle of your connection, your data will be strongly encrypted. Turn off sharing. Be sure to turn off sharing while you're on public Wi-Fi. If you leave it on while in a public place, cyber criminals can easily gain access to sensitive personal information and files. Turn off Wi-Fi when you're done. Even if you have it actively connected to a network, the Wi-Fi hardware in your computer can still be transmitting data with any network, and if you are through using the internet, ensure that your Wi-Fi is turned off. Use two-factor authentication, an extra layer of protection used to ensure the security of online accounts beyond just a username and password. Understanding public Wi-Fi risks will ensure your important data doesn't fall into malicious hands. Follow these tips and stay protected with a trusted internet security software in order to stay safe on public Wi-Fi.
Simplicity, reliability, security. SonicWall Wireless Solutions combines fast 802.11 AC Wave 2 access points with next-generation security, easy zero-touch deployment, and cloud-based management. So you can enable fast, reliable wireless access without sacrificing wireless security. And the Sonic Express mobile app helps you monitor your network and easily onboard wireless access points. You can install Sonic Wave 200 series wireless access points anywhere you need Wi-Fi coverage with indoor ceiling and wall mount options. and ruggedized versions for outdoor installations. Sonic wave access points operate using power over Ethernet, and mesh technology gives nearly limitless options for extending your wireless network by eliminating network cabling requirements. SonicWall also provides best-in-class wireless security through advanced security services. This level of protection is provided by the access point before unknown attacks can reach your wireless users or IoT devices using SonicWall's Capture Advanced Threat Protection. SonicWall's content filtering also lets you block inappropriate, unproductive, and malicious web content right from the access point, while Advanced Wireless Intrusion Detection dedicates a separate radio to scan your network for rogue access points. You can also save up to tens of thousands of dollars and avoid the complexity of physical wireless controllers by managing your entire wireless infrastructure through Capture Security Center, SonicWall's single sign-on cloud-based management portal. And SonicWall Wireless Network Manager provides integrated management of Sonic Wave access points and SonicWall switches for unified visibility and management of the network. Wireless Network Manager also includes SonicWall Wi-Fi Planner, an advanced wireless network design tool that lets you upload a floor plan and develop an optimized access point map based on your environment. Adding SonicWall wireless access points to your network and managing them is simple with SonicWall zero-touch deployment and the Sonic Express mobile app. Just scan the QR code, and the access point is automatically added to your SonicWall network infrastructure and is ready for management. Trust SonicWall for the secure, cost-effective wireless access your organization needs.
The world is changing fast. Digital transformation is forcing businesses to...
Good afternoon, everyone. Time check is already 12:54 in the afternoon. So we do still have 6 minutes before we proceed with the afternoon session. So may we request those who are outside to settle down so that at exactly 1 in the afternoon, we'll proceed with the other topics that we will have for this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we would like to thank our proponents, Brain Strong Technologies Incorporated,
Netplay Incorporated,
Sophos,
Connex Philippines Incorporated, or the Macrologic Diversified,
Secure Age Technology Private Limited,
Redenta,
Cisco Systems Philippines,
RevLV Solutions Incorporated,
Citrix Computer Corp,
Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated,
Trellix,
Wide Integrated Solutions Expert Corp, or the WISE Corp,
Handling Incorporated,
Microfocus,
Sophis Information Technology Services Philippines Sitespil,
TechEd Global Academy,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Microsoft Philippines,
Ardent Networks Incorporated,
SonicWall,
Bitdefender,
and IP Systems Incorporated. Again, a pleasant afternoon to each and everyone. May we request for those who are still outside to kindly settle down if there's still someone outside, so that we could proceed with this afternoon session of this CEISSAFP Cybersecurity Conference. Our first resource person for this afternoon session is actually, or rather, joined SonicWall last June 2020 as the country manager for the Philippines. He has 24 years of sales and business development experience in the IT industry, taking the lead in managing accounts, territories, products, and channels organizations. Prior to SonicWall, he represented other various MNCs with cybersecurity as his focus area. This include Cisco, Hewlett-Packard, Checkpoint, and Palo Alto Networks. Friends, join me in welcoming our first resource person for this afternoon session, the SonicWall Country Manager, Mr. Jonathan Lapore. Big round for him, sir.
Hello?
Oh, hi. Good afternoon. Parang konti na lang tayo, no? I think the others will be coming pa. Anyway, what happened? Na-preempt yung aking ano ah. Okay. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank CEISSAFP for giving us the opportunity, giving SonicWall the opportunity to be able to share something about cybersecurity. So some information that SonicWall has. So I'd also like to thank Wise Corp. Actually, it was through Wise Corp that we were invited. And I normally do virtual presentation. So this is the first time we'll be doing it face to face and live. So yep, that's that. Okay. Thank you again. Hopefully within the next hour, so I'll be able to share something with you. So marami na tayong natutunan the last 2 days. Kahapon, there's so many technologies na diniscuss, and it's because the threat landscape is constantly changing. So, but I mean, it's good to know all of them. It's good to be able to evaluate them. But let's not forget, from time to time, we have to go back doon sa basic. And for me, this is what I'm going to tackle today. So I'm not going to discuss about products, SonicWall products. Rather, I'll be discussing about technologies. Kasi I think that is important. Now, before I go to that, I'd like to discuss about the trends, cyber threat trends. I think yesterday, Cisco did it also. And medyo natuwa ako sa same approach. But I'm sure they were able to articulate more. Technical yun. For me, I'll be discussing the cyber threat report. But saan ba galing yung report? How did we come up with this information, this data? Paano namin nakalap yan? Yung pointer. Those small dots there that you can see represent about 1.1 million global sensors. So this is dispersed to 215 countries globally. So that's one of the sources of the information that we have. Now, we have a capture labs. Our laboratory. We call it SonicWall Capture Labs. So apart from those 1.1 million sensors, so what we do is yung mga cross vectors, threat-related information that is shared amongst our solution. So SonicWall has a diverse portfolio. So the security solutions that we offer is end-to-end. So that includes firewalls, email security, endpoint security, content filtering, and the capture advanced threat protection. That, as you can see here, in-underline ko siya because I'll be discussing a little bit, some details about it, because this is one of the technologies that we use to effectively address those threats. Okay, so apart from those, again, we share threat intelligence from more than 50 industry collaboration groups. So it's not only our solution, it's not only the information that we capture with our products, but may partnership no? So that's important. So I think this was also discussed. It's important because we have a common goal. The common goal is really to defeat the cyber criminals. No? So while we security vendors, it's a business, of course we compete, but we also collaborate for the good of the public. No? So in an attempt to constantly defeat the cyber criminals. So we of course we also get analysis from freelance security researchers. Okay, so I'm not going through the whole threat report. It's going to bore you. There's a lot of numbers, information, but I want just to focus on this. No, ito pinaka summary. No, so there are different. As you can see, there are different threats. This is a report which was generated. The information generated from January to December 2021. So yung report lumabas sa around February timeframe. So that's the first report that we released this year. And then there's another report, we call it mid-year update, that covers January to June of this year. So si Sonic Wall, every year, we release 2 types of cyber threat report. Okay. So before I tackle the numbers, nababasa ba? Medyo, this one, itong banda rito, this is malware attacks. No? So it says there 5.4 billion. So malware attacks, meaning we talk about malware, when we capture that, those are considered known threats. So please take note, known threats. This is important. You know? And then we have here IoT. The next one is the IoT malware. So ano bang ibig sabihin yan? So we talk about malware, yung the other side, the leftmost, we're talking about the usual threats that we get using our computers, traversing the internet, going to our network. No? When we talk about IoT malwares, it's because IoT is now a thing. No? So for quite some time now. So ang nangyayari kasi, the IoT, of course, it's also in the IP environment. So nakita ng mga attackers na okay, so this is a backdoor, no, para makapasok ako sa network. So they started creating threats na doon pumapasok. That's what we call IoT malware, no? And then of course the third one is intrusion attempts. Intrusion, this is nothing new to you, to the cyber security practitioners, no? Since the internet was invented, developed, so nagsimula na yung intrusion because the main objective is to really get the information, to infiltrate the infrastructure of a certain group, organizations, or company, with the objective of whether it's a competitive objective or they want to get your information to sell it, things like that. So the intrusion, hindi yan mawawala. So it will always be there, and as you can see, it's still growing, you know. So and then we have the fourth one. Hindi ko alam kung nababasa niyo. Nababasa ba? Sa baba? Maliwanag ba to? Hindi masyado. Okay, so paliwanag ko na lang. So that one is cryptojacking attacks. So it says there, 2021 from January to December, there's an increase of 19% in cryptojacking attacks. So cryptojacking, this is related to cryptocurrency, of course. So a lot of people is engaged, invested into cryptocurrency. So and their information, of course, normally it's yung credentials mo nasa personal computer mo or even sa computer na binigay sa ng organization because you deal it with every day, di ba? Yung cryptocurrency, you're investing eh. So ano bang objective nito mga cyber criminals? They want to they want to get money, di ba? They want to have income. So what better way to get money than to steal the cryptocurrency? So that's why this cryptojacking, dyan siya nagsimula and continuously it's growing. Okay. Now, these two on the right side, on the right side, please pay attention to this because this is very important. This is ransomware attacks. So I think naman, ransomware, kahit hindi ka technical, pag narinig mo, somehow meron kang inkling on what it is, no? So we talk about ransom in the earlier sense, di ba? So kikidnap ka ng tao, tapos papatubos mo pera, di ba? So it's the same thing. It's just in IT, it's called ransomware. The idea is to hostage the infrastructure, whether whether it will freeze yung ginagawa mo, all the production, or whether they will steal information that's critical to the company and they will not release it until you pay. No? So problem with ransomware is parang double-bladed yan eh. Sipin mo, yung information mo, hawak na niya, so kailangan mo magbayad. At the same time, na-impede yung production mo, which also affects your productivity. So parang double whammy. And the thing is, based on 2021, no? So with reference to the 2020 report, so nag-increase siya by 105%. So 2020, nag-increase din siya ng 100% plus. So ibig sabihin, in the last 2 years, 200% na yung in-increase niya. So we should be wary of these types of attacks. Okay? And then the last one is encrypted threats. No? 167%. This is very important. Earlier, I mentioned about known threats. That's easy kasi known siya, no? So may signature siya. Encrypted threats, these are meant to be an evasive threat, no? Tinatago niya yung sarili niya sa in-encrypt yung sarili niya, tinatago niya doon para sa ganon hindi mo siya matrace na threats. So, and dahil effective siya, ito yung talagang ginagamit ngayon ng mga hackers. Ito yung mga nakikita namin. Not saying that they were successful, but we're able to trace them. That's what is important. So, these figures are from the 2020 or 2021. Let's look at the first half of the year, no? So, a good thing about ransomware, medyo bumaba siya yung first half. So, malaki yung binaba niya. Ito yung inaantay ng lahat na kahit paano yung ransomware bumaba. I guess there are many how should I say? There are many reasons kung bakit ito nangyari, no? Bakit siya bumaba. So one of that is mga government regulations pertaining to that is targeting this ransomware. I cannot tell you the details, but what I can provide you is the link. If you need, we have a link for those cyber threat report. No? So may increase pa rin in terms of malware attacks. May increase pa rin with regards to intrusion. But look at cryptojacking. So ang laki ng tinaas niya, 30%. And look at IoT malware, 77%. Encrypted threats from 165 the whole year. We're looking at 132 for half of this year pa lang. No? So talagang ito yung nagpa-propagate. Again, encrypted threats, unknown threats. No? Malware, known threats. Bakit ko to ini-emphasize? Okay, so let's just look at the key findings. No? So as one, malware is on the rise. Yeah, which is obviously based on the report. Look, AI threat detection up by 45% in early 22. AI threats. What does that mean? Ano ba yung AI threats? This is evasive. This is behavioral. No, you cannot detect this by merely signatures. So, later on, paano namin nakita yan, yung threat na yan? Anong ginamit namin to be able to see that? Okay? So, again, encrypted threats is beating the standard defenses. So, kung you have to know, no? You have to check ano yung ginagamit yung solution to detect the unknown. Right? So, to see if it's effective or not. Okay? So, let's move on. So, I don't want to bore you with the figures, pero gusto ko lang maipakita based on the spikes kung ano yung naging increase niya. So, 11% for the global malware, sorry. And then for the ransomware, medyo bumaba kasi ang laki nung threats last year eh. So if you can see the spike in June, no, sobrang taas niya, and then bumaba siya half of this year. So we don't know what's happening on the next half, no? So that will remain that remains to be seen paglabas ng next report. Okay. So more on ransomware, if you look at quarterly basis year on year, so yung 2021 talaga ang very obvious yung increase. But kahit na sabihin natin na bumaba siya this first half, if you look at it, ito yung first half, ano? Jan to June, right? 2017, 2018, 2019, ito full year na to. Diba? So, as you can see, mas mataas pa rin yung first half kaysa rito. So that means, I don't think na babalik tayo sa ganito. No? So it's going to continue to increase. So pwedeng mas mataas dito, mas mababa ng konti, but it will not be here in this range. Okay. What's next? Okay, this is important, and I want to emphasize this. So never before seen malware variants found by RTDMI. What is RTDMI? RTDMI stands for real-time deep memory inspection. It's a technology that is invented, developed by SonicWall. So, and it is patented. So hindi nyo to makikita sa ibang solution. They might be using other solution, or they might have developed other technologies, but real-time deep memory inspection, this is unique to SonicWall. Okay? So as you can see, in this figure, there's an increase. This is based on the whole of 2021. There's an increase of 65% in never-before-seen malware variants. So just take note of that. Later, i-explain ko anong ibig sabihin ng never-before-seen. I will relate that to the usual technology that's being used by most security vendors. Okay, that is 2021, and this is 2022, from January to June. So, nag-spike na, meron na siyang 40% increase. Nasa kalahati pa lang tayo. So, imagine what's going to happen next in the next 6 months. Okay? All right. So, some of the file types na nakita ni RTDMI, doon niya nakita yung mga never-before-seen malware threats na yan. So, some of it from PDF files, which is what we are commonly using, di ba? PDF, madalas tayo yan, may magpapadala sa atin. Office documents, lagi natin ginagamit yan. Excel files, docs. So, at times, kasi meron ding meron ding, we cannot just rely on technology for everything. So, tayo as people, may mga bagay na tayo yung phishing, mahirap yan. Technology lang. Dapat as a person or as a team, we are educated or at least given information about how to see it visually. Diba? Kasi yung phishing naman, diba, parang may nag-send sa'yo about card information, mukha siyang BDO, pero tingnan mo yung email address, di naman BDO. And it's asking you, for example, to open a file. Baka mamaya, kunyari, statement mo yon, that PDF document, may nakasakay na siyang malware. No? So, kaya itong mga common types of files that we're using, prone ito doon sa mga ni-exploit ng attackers. Okay. Let's move on. Okay, so mahaba yan. Napakaraming information that you can get from those threat reports. Hindi ko yan maibibigay sa inyo lahat, madi-discuss lahat. Ang kinuha ko lang yung importanteng part. You can download it in the mysonicwall.com, so it's available. You can get the copy of an executive summary, meron yan. Tapos meron pang isang detailed, yung mas marami, depending on which one is useful for you. No? So, magandang practice na kumukuha tayo ng mga report na to, especially if there's a security project, because you can utilize this as part of justification. This is the landscape today, and we need to invest on security. So, magandang tingnan nito at pakita nyo sa management as well. Okay. So kanina, meron tayong malware which is a known threat, 'di ba? So ang sabi ko nga, yung malware is the known threats, no? Pag sinabi nating known threats, ano bang ibig sabihin nun? Known kasi siya. So ibig sabihin, etong particular malware na to, nakita na to before. Nahuli na to before. Nakapag-create na ng signature for it. Nasa database ng signature na to. So ibig sabihin, every time na pwedeng pumasok ito sa network ninyo, as long as your solution or your security equipment is updated, you don't have to worry because makakatch na yan. So that's the easy part, no? So okay lang yon. That's the easy part. Just make sure to update your security solutions. Okay? Ngayon, what about the unknown? Diba? How do you address the unknown? How do you know the unknown? Wala siyang signature Diba? Paano mo siya malalaman? So, normally, this is how it happens. So, maraming attack surfaces, and we will use this example, yung sa network. So coming from the internet, again, it could be unsolicited email sent to you, sent to someone, and then makikita yan ng inyong gateway, no? And what the gateway does is pag nakita niya na parang sandali, medyo suspicious. Hindi pa siya malicious, ha? Take note. Medyo suspicious, hindi siya malicious. So, ang gagawin, for example, ng inyong solution is that magsisend siya. Not the file, not the actual file. Ang isisend niya is artifact. So, meaning a sampling of that particular file. It will be sent to the threat laboratory, whatever they call their threat labs. So, for us, we call it capture labs. That's what we call it. You know? So, yung iba, threat intelligence laboratory, that's what they call it. Now, if it's a known threat, which is what I discussed earlier, madali lang yun. Kasi known siya, classified malware siya, alam na yun ng database. So, ransomware ba yan? Trojan ba yan? Anong klaseng Trojan? Spartan ba yan? Diba? So, it's easy. It will be blocked. Again, as long as you're updated. Paano kung unknown? Wala siyang signature eh. So, kapag unknown, what happens is that it goes to a technology that was developed before. It's called a sandbox. No? So, papasok yun sa sandbox, ipaprocess siya. Diba? Ngayon, based on the processing, kung makita na siya ay talagang bad, malicious talaga siya, na-define, then it will be sent back to the threat labs. Sa threat labs, this team will further investigate and create a signature for it. So it will form part of the classified or known threats already. So pag na-encounter mo na siya later on, makikita mo na siya agad. Ngayon, kung nagkataon naman na based from the sandbox, this is not actually malicious. So that file gets sent to the recipient. Okay. Ganda, di ba? So wala na pala tayong problema. So as long as you're updated, protected ka na from known threats. As long as may sandbox ka, protected ka na from unknown threats. Okay na tayo. Tapos na ang laban. Tama ba? Okay, let's talk about the sandbox. Ano ba yung sandbox? Kasi sabi dito, the sandbox are all not created equal. Ibig sabihin, may kanya-kanyang sandbox technology, bawat vendor, bawat security vendor. May kanya-kanyang, may deviations or may improvements, but may kanya-kanya siyang way to do it. So, sandbox, it's like, kunyari, meron tayong anak, pamangkin, apo, mahilig sa beach. Ito yung analogy, no? So, mahilig siya sa beach, gusto niya naglalaro doon sa sand, nagkikreate ng castle. Hindi ka naman pwedeng laging nasa beach, di ba? Hindi ka naman, doon ka na lang titira, hindi pwede. So, what they do, they create a box made of wood. They pour it sand to it, tinataasan nila yung wall, so that doon nila paglalaruin yung kanilang mga anak, mga apo, para kahit maglaro sila, yung talsik ng sand, hindi pupunta doon sa ibang area. Naka-contain lang sa doon sa box. It's the same. Sa security, ang sandbox is the same. It's an isolated environment. You know? So, wherein it's isolated, it's restricted, so that it won't affect your production environment. So, what happens is that, doon tinitingnan yung program. Ano? So, tinitingnan yung behavior ng program kung ang behavior niya ba ay katulad ng sinasabi niyang siya. For example, nagkukunwari siyang Excel. Nagbe-behave ba siya as Excel? So, makikita yun doon. Okay? So, okay, sabi ko nga, okay, fine, meron na tayong sandbox. But remember, ang cybercrime, ang mga cybercriminal, hindi yan naglalaro. This is a business. It's a big business. Diba? So, if you come up with a solution for their threats, they'll try to study it. So what will happen is the hackers actually did their research. No? They did it very well. So tinignan nila, how do I defeat this sandbox? Kasi ito kalaban ko eh. So and they were able to do it. Ano? Kaya kung nakikita nyo, may lumalabas pa rin. Kaya may nadidetect si RTDMI kasi may nakakalusot sa sandbox. I will explain that later. So basically, may tinatawag na sandbox aware na threats. Ibig sabihin, alam niya kapag nasa real environment siya, alam niya kapag nasa isolated or virtual environment siya at hindi siya mag-execute. Mag-install siya, magiging benign siya until ma-reach niya yung kanyang destination, doon lang siya mag-activate. Okay? So, and then, again, may problem na naman tayo kasi nakalusot na naman siya sa sandbox. So, So si Sonic Wall, paano namin ina-address yan? How did we try to come up with a solution for that? So una, Sonic Wall capture ATP with RTDMI. No? Si capture ATP is actually a sandbox technology. It's a multiple sandbox technology. And then RTDMI, again, is a patented technology that we have developed. The Sonic Wall has developed, created, patented. So ibig sabihin, unique to us. Kami lang meron. Okay, how does it work? So, eto, these items below, these are attack surfaces. Ito yung mga pwedeng panggalingan ng mga threats. Pwedeng ang isang organization has all of these or pwedeng hindi naman lahat. Of course, I'm sure may email kayo. Diba? I'm sure may network kayo. So, those are attack surfaces. Some of the organization could be subscribed to cloud services. Sometimes may mga organization na hybrid ang environment. Some of their infrastructures are on-prem, some of the infrastructures are in the cloud, you know? So, and then, of course, some of them implements mga IoT devices, which is also an attack surface. But definitely, all of us are using Wi-Fi, no? So, lahat yan, attack surfaces. Lahat dyan, pwede manggaling ang malware. So, what happens is that, in our case, for example, if our solution component is implemented in any of these, at tapos merong nakita na suspicious, what will happen is that that suspicious malware artifacts will be sent to capture labs, no? So our threat analysis team. Ngayon, on the first step, this is what we've seen.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Let me just get the attention of the owner of the Honda block with plate number PAO 7845. Makikisuyo lang po daw saglit kasi kailangan may lumabas sa atang sasakyan. Maraming salamat po. Again, for the owner of the Honda block with plate number PAO 845, makikisuyo lang po muna. Salamat po. Thanks for that.
Thank you. All right, let me continue. So, again, the malware artifacts will be sent to our capture labs, no, for deep learning, where we execute deep learning algorithms. And then, if it's a known threat, madali lang yun, identified, block agad dyan. So in 2022, from January to June, we've seen 2.8 billion malware, no? So that constitutes to 99% of what we've seen. 99% protected naman pala ako eh. So walang problema. So 1% naman yung pwede na siguro 'yon. Ilan ba yung 1%? Okay. Kunyari. Okay, there it is. So 1% constitute 28 million threats, no? These are the unknowns. Ito yung mga nakita natin na wala sa signature. So paano ba dinedetect yung unknown based on our technology? So we have what we call capture ATP. This is a multi-engine sandbox. So hindi lang sa isa. Iba-ibang environment siya. Merong virtualized environment, merong emulation, may hypervisor. And then you have RTDMI. So what happens is that a copy of the artifacts will be sent to these four engines, ano? So that artifact has to pass all of them. Hindi pwedeng isa lang. Kung pumasa dito sa dalawa, dito hindi, then malicious na siya. So kung for example, pumasa sa lahat ng ito, dito hindi, malicious siya. So ang requirement is pumasa sa lahat na to. Okay? And then after that, so meron tayong tinatawag na black until verdict. So why is this important? So because it is suspicious, ano, hindi natin alam kung malicious siya. So parang in the case of Sonic Wall, hino-hold muna natin siya, di natin siya pinapadala diretso. So until ma-reach yung verdict, good ba siya or bad. So there are solutions wherein hindi nila ginagawa yan, no? So ang ginagawa na nila, pag nakita nila na may parang unknown threat, kumukuha lang sila ng copy, pero pinapadala pa rin nila yung file. So anong mangyayari ngayon if eventually nakita nila na malicious pala? Nandun na siya sa nandun na siya sa recipient. So, hahabulin mo yon. So, gagawa mo yun ng paraan kung paano mo siya ika-counter or ma-block from spreading, no? So, mas marami kang gagawin. So, this is a proactive means for us. Okay. So again, pagka bad, same thing, ipapadala sa capture labs, i-scrutinize, i-analyze, gagawa ng antidote, di ba? Parang virus din 'yan di ba? So pag unang labas, COVID unang labas, wala tayong vaccine, di ba? Walang gamot, di ba? So kailangan you have to stay away until makagawa sila ng vaccine. So because of the vaccine, ngayon ito nagkikita-kita na uli tayo, pwede na uli tayo mag face-to-face event. So same thing with the viruses or the malware. So kapag good, okay, deliver. That's done. Okay? So far so good? Okay, so in SonicWall, ito isa pa, I'd like to emphasize, sabi ko nga, kasi pwede yan, the solution component, so ito yung technology that we're trying to leverage in because ito yung nag-detect, So, ngayon, para ma-implement mo to sa loob ng network, depende kung alin ang gusto mong lagyan na attack surface. Ideally, lahat yan, di ba? But of course, siyempre, minsan may phasing. So, you want to put it in your email. There's an email component that you have to invest in so that you can leverage on these technologies. Okay. And then, for example, lahat, meron ka niyan. How do you manage? Kasi ang hirap mag-manage ng silo-based solution. Earlier, si RJ, yung speaker before me, actually, he's my colleague in Cisco. So we're good friends. I was expecting he was here. So, but hindi kami nakita. Anyway, so you have siloed solution. So if you have siloed solution, you will get the threat analysis here, all, and you will try to manually consolidate that and interpret it into a report. Hirap yun, di ba? If you're manually doing it. So, si SonicWall, we have this, what we call Capture Security Center. This is a platform wherein all of these can be managed on a single pane of glass. All the information can be consolidated and reported. So, yun. So that's a plus. So, siyempre, operationally, mas madali siya in terms of how to operate, how to manage, at saka yung cost efficiency. Kasi yung operation mo may cost din yun. Okay. We talked about RTDMI kanina. Oops, tapin. So, itong part na to, hindi ko napaliwanag kung ano ito. Diba? Ang pinaliwanag ko, capture ATP. Multiple sandbox. Diba? So, ay alam na natin kung ano yung sandbox. This is multiple sandbox, different environment. What is RTDMI na kiniklaim ko na technology that we develop? RTDMI is actually a technology that detects and blocks malware that doesn't exhibit malicious behavior. O kaya naman, hina-hide niya yung kanyang weaponry via encryption. Yun nga. So parang, kasi paano niya nagagawa ito? Yun ang importante. Bakit dito nagagawa ng sandbox? Bakit nagagawa ito ni RTDMI? It's because it operates in the memory. No, hindi kailangan i-execute the file, hindi kailangan on the application level, sa code level pa lang. Diba? Since sa memory kasi dumadaan lahat dyan. So dyan muna dadaan bago siya maging file, bago siya ma-execute sa application. So sa memory, nakikita na within 100 nanoseconds, ine-execute niya, forcefully ine-execute niya each code. So hindi ka pwedeng benign. So kunyari tutulog-tulugan ka doon, hindi pwede sa kanya yun. It will be forced to execute. At pag nag-execute ka na as a code, makikita na yung intent mo kung ano talaga. So ang maganda dito is that yung false positive, nalilesen natin. Naiiwasan na nalilesen kasi nga, you're not actually comparing behaviors ng actual file at nagkukunwaring actual file. So parang ito, DNA ito. So if you look at it, dito kanina, pwede natin in-analogy, ganito yan. So meron tayong tatlo. So pwedeng, kunyari, dun sa unang sandbox, it's more of, kunyari, punta ka sa doktor, masakit yung kamay mo, di ba, check up lang muna yan. Parang physically, check up ka, patingin, ganyan, tinutuktok, ganyan. So, that can be one of the sandbox, And then, ang next is, anong susunod doon? X-ray na. So, kailangan ng X-ray para makita yung loob, di ba? Anong susunod doon? CT, ano yun? Scanning? What's that? CTI? CT scan? CT scan, yes. So, which is much granular, So, and then you have the RTDMI. Ito, parang DNA mo na ang tinitingnan dito. So, ganun siya ka-sophisticated yung ginagamit nating technology. So, in summary, ang sinasabi dito, by forcing the malware to reveal its weaponry into the memory, the RTDMA engine proactively detects and blocks yung mass market zero-day attacks. I'm sure you've heard of zero-day attacks, unknown malware with low false positive. Ganda, di ba? Okay yung technology ng Sonic Wall. Agree ba kayo? Okay ba? Sabi ko yun kasi taga Sonic Wall ako eh, di ba? Siyempre, iyaano ko yung technology ko na maganda. But, hindi lang kami nagsabi niyan. So, para mapatunayan na that's true, sino nakakakilala sa ICSA Labs? Anybody who've heard about ICSA Labs? Meron? Wala? Okay lang. So, bigyan ko ng overview. Si ICSA Labs, ito ay, it's an independent division of Verizon. So, Verizon is a company in the US, di ba? So, Verizon Wireless, something like that. So, si CEISSA Labs, ang trabaho niya, ang ginagawa niya is to test IT security products, saka health products, ano? And they have been doing this since 1989. Imagine that. That's a very long time ago. Sonic Wall is a 30-year-old company. They're even older than us, yung CEISSA Labs, ano? ICSA Labs. So, ang ginagawa niya, so, tinitingnan niya for compliance, for reliability, for performance. So, yung mga top vendors. So, meron niyang website, si CEISSA Labs, ICSA Labs. Pag pumunta kayo doon, may different types of tests. Pag din-drop down niyo, makikita yung different vendors. So, kung gusto niyo makita yung results on different vendors, if you're interested, you can go to CEISSA Labs and you'll see the test reports. No? Okay. So, again, si Sonic Wall, we were awarded yung Excellence in Information Security Testing Award, no? So ICE Award, parang German sounding, ano? So 20 years. Why? Because in our 30 years experience, we've been submitting products to ICSA Labs for testing. And continuous yan, no? So different products. As a matter of fact, ang firewall namin is ICSA certified o ICSA certified. Ang anti-malware na ginagamit namin, whether on the firewall, whether on our endpoint, is certified by ICSA Labs. Ngayon, when you talk about anti-malware, we're talking again about the known threats. No? So it's good that it's certified, but it's for the known threat. What about the unknown? Sino ba nagsacertify ng technology for the unknown? Well, actually, si ICSA Labs has what it calls Advanced Threat Defense Certification. Again, magkakaiba yung certification. Please pay attention because mamaya may mga nagkiklaim, ay, ano ako eh, certified ako ni CEISSA Labs. Anong klaseng certification? And you want to understand if you are good at detecting the known and unknown, both of them. So, so si Sonic Wall is firewall certified, anti-malware certified, advanced threat defense certified. Okay? Para magkaroon ng context, yung sinasabi ko, so, si Sonic Wall actually, ito kasing ATD certification, it happens quarterly. Some of certifications are annual, like firewall certification is annual. Pag ATD, Advanced Threat Defense, quarterly. Bakit? It's because ang bilis magbago ng mga threats. Ano? So, kailangan updated lagi. So, 10 consecutive quarters certified si Sonic Wall. Okay. In those 10, 6 consecutive quarters, we have the highest overall scores among all participants. So, what do I mean by that? For 6 quarters, lahat ng threats na binato niya, na-detect namin. Lahat. So, ilan ba yung lahat ng yon? Total test, almost 3,600 new and little known samples, which are parang yun yung ginagamit nila to pose as the unknown threats, And then for 5 quarters in the last 6, 0 false positive. No? So nagkaroon kami ng isang false positive, isang quarter lang. In 6 quarters, ha? So imagine, ilan ba yon? False positives yon. Etong innocuous applications na to, ito kasama to sa testing. Ito yung panggulo, ito yung decoy. So dapat hindi mo siya ma-identify as threats. Right? So dapat alam mo na hindi siya threat. Pero ito dapat alam mo na threat. So in our case, we're able to identify all threats and may nakalusot lang sa aming isa na false positive. So that's how accurate it is. No? So yung combination ng capture ATP plus RTDMI. Okay? So, yan kami. So, yan yung testing na ginawa sa amin. Pero hindi lang si ano? So, actually, if you look at hindi nyo makita kung sino kasi bahala na kayong manghula, no? So, hindi ko pwedeng ilabas yung mga pangalan. Bahala na kayong manghula. But, makikita nyo dito, these are also different security vendors, no, that also did the testing. Some of them were able to achieve 100%, 1 quarter, 2 quarters, but the rest of the quarters, meron silang na-miss. Mas marami silang false positive. So, in overall rating, mataas si Sonic Wall. No? So, hindi ko yun kwento. You can go to ICSA Labs website. You can download the report from all those quarters. Nandun ang detalye, ano yung mga testings na ginawa. Pwede nyo tingnan yon. So, what I'm saying here is that bumabalik tayo sa basic. So, sa dami ng technology, sa dami ng advanced solutions na ginagawa natin, let's look back doon sa basic. Dalawa lang naman ang category, known and unknown. How effective is your solution in detecting that? Because the rest, ano na yun, pag nasa loob na, what do you do? Doon lumalabas yung ano yung mga kailangan mong gawin kasi nakapasok na no? So, but having a solution or a technology that is effective in detecting both the unknown, siguro mas kukunti na yung gagawin mo na paghabol kasi doon pa lang nadidetect mo na sila. Anyway, so Sonic Wall bound to cybersecurity, based from the reports, these are the figures again. And I want you to focus on this never before seen malware. Remember kanina, meron tayong capture ATP na may tatlong sandbox technology, no? So, ang ibig sabihin nito, itong 270,000 na to, na-detect ni RTDMI. Pero sabi ko kanina, lahat ng artifacts dumadaan doon sa 4. Anong ibig sabihin? Doon sa 3, pwedeng nakalusot siya. Di ba? Sandbox technology yon. Like the other solutions na may sandbox technology. Nakalusot yon. Pero yung sa pang-4, yung sa RTDMI, di sila nakalusot. Nakita sila. Imagine that, 270,000 in the last 6 months. So that is probably something that to consider. Okay? All right. So to put on context to that brain and heart, I would call it, itong capture ATP and RTDMI. So again, lahat ito can leverage on that, through the different solution component. Tapos lahat yan also leverages on our capture threat intelligence. Lahat yan can be managed single pane of management. So for easier operations. Okay? So lahat ng ito ay pinoprotektahan ng Sonic Wall from these different exposures, no? From this phishing, encrypted threats, ransomware, etc., etc. So these are the things that you want to be able to detect, no? So different kinds. Now, kung ilalagay natin, nasan ba talaga yung product ninyo? Kasi technology yung dinidiscuss mo. So ang product can be anywhere. So depending on what you have, diba? So whether you're on-prem, in cloud, SaaS ginagamit mo, so we have a component that we can provide to leverage the capture ATP and RTDMI technology. Malapit na. Okay. So boundless cybersecurity, this is what we're trying to attempt. So we're trying to bridge the cybersecurity business gap. So wherever human works, mobile, nandun kayo sa office niyo, every location, across borders, kung nasaan yung apps mo, on-prem ba siya, nasa cloud ba siya, doesn't really matter. Anong klaseng threats? Known and unknown, we will address that. No? Every possible endpoint, IT devices, IoT devices, doesn't matter. So any type of organization or network, whether naka-broadband ka, naka-3G ka, 5G ka, doesn't matter. And most importantly, any types of business, from the small business to the data center, to the service provider, for example, our firewall. Ang technology namin sa pinakamalaking firewall up to the smallest firewall pareho. So kung anong nadi-deliver namin sa malaki, nadi-deliver namin sa maliit. So wala kaming tinatanggal. So ibig sabihin, we can cater to anyone. Sino ba si Sonic Wall? We're a company founded in 1991. We're a US-based company. Doon kami nagsimula. Headquarters is in Milpitas. We're about 1,600 employees. We already have a global footprint of about 500,000 in 215 countries. 17,000 global channels. We don't sell direct, so we go through your channels. Like Wise Corp is one of our channels. And then we're very active in terms of cybersecurity innovation. We've actually patented more than 300 innovative patents now already, including RTDMI. So you have to choose the right partner, and hopefully, tingnan nyo rin kami, no? So because we provide a lot of, not only the solutions, if you look at our services, we provide premier services. May mga techies na gusto nila on their own. We have online services. Our training, for example, hindi lang transfer of knowledge. No? We have what we call SonicWall University na pwede nyo enhance yung skill nyo in SonicWall just by visiting that website, that portal. Okay, so that's it for me. Yun lang ang meron ako for now. Again, thank you. Here are my informations. If you think you want to touch base with me, you can anytime. Okay, yun lang po. Maraming salamat ulit.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may we invite Sir Diaz.
Hindi ko pala.
So thank you very much, Sir Jonathan Lafor, for sharing and giving us the updates about the trends of the outbacks that we actually are currently having within globally. So maybe ask you to sit down for this. Hello, hi. We do actually have already questions online from Anonymous. So let's start. How serious is ransomware threats to any organization? Do you know any company or government agency in the Philippines that was severely affected?
Okay. Sa Philippines, kasi nga, our threat information is coming from the feeds from our customers, mainly. So far, wala namang nakarating sa akin or even in the support with regards to a ransomware infected, at least for the solutions that we carry. So, but how serious it is? It is very serious. As I mentioned earlier, pag ransomware, double whammy yun di ba? So it impedes your productivity while the ransomware is ongoing, di ba? For example, it's a business. Of course, every minute counts. Kung hindi nakakatrabaho yung mga tao mo, kung hindi nag-ooperate yung production, that's lost money. Second, di ba? If for you to be able to go back to that state, well, you have to either, I don't know, if you have backed up your information, kailangan mo siyang i-replicate, di ba? Gano'ng katagal to do that, di ba? So yung amount of time to do that also entails loss in terms of money. Ngayon, the other way, of course, which is not recommended, is for you to pay the attackers. But, meron talagang ganon. They'd rather pay kasi sayang yung oras. Diba? So, it's very serious. Ransomware is very serious. That's why more and more awareness should be done about ransomware, about evasive threats, about advanced threats.
So for Anonymous, I hope your question has been answered by our resource person. Sir, a while ago, you were able to mention about that with our actors who are actually on the left side. They are actually doing their research as well as how to actually do their defense or to defeat the Sonic a solution. So what is actually has been the job or what has been your action that whereas they could not really do some research of how can they actually invade the protection you have created. Kasi as I see it, it's always a defense we are doing. However, I think cyber should always be a defense and offense. But actually, the one you are actually always laying to the public is the defense one.
Okay, so maraming components sa cybersecurity, no? So when you say defense, it's a perong proactive means. So you're having solutions like this is proactive. So bago pa makapasok, ano? So of course, pag nakapasok na, so there are other technologies then na gagawin mo to be able to look into those threats na nakapasok na. Earlier it was mentioned about XDR, no? So RJ mentioned about it, and I think most of companies, even us, we're doing that. That's part of our solution as well. So, kumpleto yan. No, meron kang proactive way of prevention, but of course, meron ka ring way of remediation. So two ways yun.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, actually nasagot ng presentation ni Sir Jonathan yung tanong ko sa isip ko kasi lahat puro paano haharangin. Pero ang nasa isip ko, gaano kabilis na
The solution
Yes.
being done. So how fast could we actually, or rather the software or how you actually call it, because we're not really techy, or how fast could really be the solution in order for the protection that we're looking forward?
All right. So kanina dun sa RTDMI, minention ko, kasi hindi siya sa application no? Sa memory siya. So bago siya mabuo as a file, as an application, lahat yan dumadaan sa memory. So I mentioned kanina 100 nanoseconds. Makikita namin yung code na yon if it's malicious, if it's something that you need to look into. So ganun sa kabilis kasi sa memory, which is actually advantageous, no? So if you're only using sandboxing, mas mabagal siya ng konti.
Thank you, sir. And next question from Anonymous. Buying cybersecurity solutions are quite expensive. So what solutions that can you recommend that should be prioritized by IT managers?
Well, tama naman, no? Cybersecurity solutions, especially if you will purchase it na parang silo-based, it will become expensive, kasi hindi lang doon sa initial purchase, no? Hindi lang doon sa capital expense, but the operation side of it, because you're maintaining many components, So solutions providers or vendors like us, which is I think most of us are doing it, is we're coming up with a security that is end-to-end, no? Such that magkaroon siya ng operational efficiency. So yung learning curve, for example, nung gagamit ng platform, no? So if it's a single pane of glass, mas madali niyang matutunan yung isa, tapos per component na lang kasi may continuity as opposed to different products na of course magkaiba yan So mas mahirap, So that's one. And especially in our case, dahil may mga clients, most of our clients, kailangan nila ng solusyon na merong high availability, redundancy. So we also have cost savings based on that, no? So may mga ganun kaming, at least for us, may mga ganun kaming consideration. So this is something that we can discuss in details with whoever is probably parang interested to know more about it.
Tama naman kasi talaga natataon talaga kasi because of this pandemic, lots of people are worrying about the cost efficiency of everything that they're gonna buy. So kaya naman siguro na itanong yan ng ating kasi specifically if we could go back with the talkings yesterday, di ba? Yun nga lang pag-trained of those skillful one is already expensive. How much more of the procurement as well of those equipment needed for that particular thing.
Yes,
so I think
but then syempre yung isipin mo doon, 'di ba? Sabi nga ni sir, yung pag na-stop yung operation, marami ding malulose. So, i-weigh mo na lang siguro kung yung pagbibili mo ba nung sinasabi mo expensive na pang-defense mo ay kaya mong i-provide kesa dun sa mawawala sa'yo during
tama ka din, partner. Dapat talaga lagi, we have always to look on the wayer one na kung could actually be on advantage to our part.
It depends on the risk appetite, Siyempre, it doesn't make sense na pag ang risk mo maliit lang, you spend so much on the solution, So that factor also plays.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the next question again is from Anonymous. How much security is enough? What is our baseline of enough security given the complexity of this domain?
Okay, that question depends on the infrastructure that you have. Ano bang klase ng environment? No? On-prem ba yan lahat? Nasa cloud na ba lahat? Na-migrate mo na ba? Or you have a hybrid environment? Tapos, again, nasaan naka-reside mostly yung information that you'd like to protect? Kasi yun yung, actually, it's a critical information that you're trying to protect. So, ang ginagawa mo lang siya, for example, yung mga endpoints, sinisecure mo siya para hindi siya maging medium to get to that information. But realistically, yun ang pinoprotect mo. So, in the baseline, nasaan yun? Yun ang lalagyan mo ng pinaka parang sturdy na protection. But that doesn't mean you have to stop there. Again, I've talked about attack surfaces. There are different attack surfaces. So, lahat dapat yun ay magkaroon ng protection. In terms of how you prioritize it, it depends on the organization and where the critical information is in.
Thank you very much, sir. The next question, partner.
Next question. One of the factors some experts are relying on is the Gartner measure. So what sets you apart from the players in the leaders quadrant, in example, patented services, etc.?
Okay. Magandang tanong yan. Diyan ako napangiti kanina kasi Gartner, no? So, kasi tayo ano, no? So, parang we measure it by Gartner. That's nothing's wrong with that, ano? Ako, when I was with Palo Alto, ginagamit ko yan. Kasi leader ako eh. Diba? When I was with Cisco, ginagamit ko yan. Leader kasi ako eh. So I can utilize that. But you, as the end user, ano pa talaga yung Gartner? Diba? Ang Gartner kasi ang tinitingnan niyan, ano yung vision ng company? Saan vision mo from end-to-end security? And paano mo ine-execute yung vision ninyo? Ganyan siya, no? So, sa akin, we are a niche product. We're in the Gartner, we are a niche product. Pero ang pwede ko i-counter dyan, as I've mentioned, that's why I am emphasizing, is the RTDMI na tested by ICSA labs. Because ito, technical testing ito. Very extensive technical testing. Yung product mo talaga tinetest. Hindi tinitingnan kung saan pupunta yung direksyon ng produkto mo, pero anong capability, yung efficiency talaga ang tinitingnan. So, that's what I always tell the partners and the customers as well. So, take a look at that. So, okay yung Gartner, but look at some other resources as well.
Kasi minsan, sir, talaga, meron tayong the Filipino stigma na what is, para bang katulad na lang sa pag-aaral, dito maganda mag-aral, ganito. Kasi parang which is actually popular na nag-accredit to that particular product. Parang katulad lang yun sa ibang produkto, almost pare-pares ang content, pero that's the most popular being endorsed by a popular individual. Kaya ganun po kasi kadalasan, di ba?
You exactly made that point here.
So we do have another question. What is your take of using open source solutions that are free version as a counterpart solution? Would you say proprietary systems are still better?
Okay, open source. Who's accountable if that solution doesn't work? It's an open source. Oh, it's freeware. Diba? How do they spend on their R&D? Diba? So, kasi open source yan, how much business is coming in, how much of that business is taken to be part of their technology, di ba? Kasi ang pinakamahirap talaga diyan, sinong sisisihin mo kung open source 'yan? Wala. And you have to look at again, i-baseline mo yung open source mo doon sa technical compliance or tech testing ng mga reputable third-party testing. Meron, kung makita mo siya doon, and well and good, use it. Siguro secondary na lang yung the accountability. Pero wala akong masyadong makita na open source na nagte-test. So it's a gamble, eh, no? So when you use open source solution, it's a gamble on your part, di ba? And this is cybersecurity. The mere reason that you're doing this because you want to protect critical information. So parang mahirap naman na parang gagamitin ba is open source. So, that is my take. No? That is our take as a company.
Thank you very much, sir. I think do we still have any other questions? I think that's already been thrown a while ago. So I think we don't no longer have any questions on the online. How about those participants around? If you do have other questions, again, let me just repeat it. If you're having a hesitancy showing verbally your questions, you could actually write down on a piece of paper. So with that, Sir Jonathan, thank you very much for gracing this afternoon by sharing all your knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
So partner, we've been actually a while ago, we've been given an update about the chats. Moving forward, we do have our fourth speaker. Am I correct with that one?
Yes, Sir Jay, fourth speaker, fourth resource speaker, but for this afternoon, our second one.
Please do the honor to introduce our resource person for this afternoon.
Okay, so our next resource speaker is a cybersecurity enthusiast with more than 15 years of experience and in endpoint computing, network, and security technologies. He works as a systems engineer at Fortinet Security Philippines, responsible for evangelizing cybersecurity solutions across several industries such as telco, financial institutions, government agencies, and large-scale enterprises. He graduated at Montessori Professional College with bachelor's degree in computer science. Currently, he is active in sharing his knowledge and contribute in solving the current challenges every organization is facing in cybersecurity space. To discuss the SOC framework from a systems engineer from Fortinet Security Philippines, let us welcome Mr. Jermaine E. Flores.
Hello. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Jermaine Flores, SE from Fortinet Philippines, and of course, thank you for that introduction. And before I start, I would like to thank you, for having us, Fortinet today in this session, And of course, thank you for attending this session and staying with us also. Okay. So today I'll be sharing about, of course, the Security Operations Center. I'll be talking about some information about it. About the framework. How it works. And at the same time, let me just jump into the slide. So this is my topics that we're going to cover. One is the IT trends and challenges today. When it comes to, of course, cybersecurity, the digitalization. Then the next is what is SOC? What is the framework of SOC and the standard components? Okay, and probably some benefits about the SOC, right? So of course we need to understand what is the benefit of the SOC. Then at the same time, security, Fortinet Security Fabric. In this part, how do we solve it? How do we help organizations, companies, in facing threats, in building their SOC at the same time, right? Yeah, and so the strategies, of course, yung convergence, the consolidation, and CSMA. I believe some of you probably are familiar with it, Then, of course, the Fortinet solutions. What are the Fortinet solutions that we put in place in a SOC environment? Okay. Okay, so I believe some of you already familiar with, of course, the cyber kill chain, right? So this is actually a model, Kapag tinignan natin yung cyber kill chain, it's actually a model that we can use, the organization that we can use so that you can trace, right, the stages of cyber attack, identify the vulnerabilities of it, okay, and help security team to stop, and stop and check, right, yung mga stages na yon, on how we can stop the pre-attack and the attack stage. Now, so in the cyber kill chain, the complexity and sophistication of attack in each stages of the attack phase is actually increasing. So nowadays, it's actually increasing. Every year, attacks are actually increasing. The risk and time are also factor here. So as you move from the left to the right of the kill chain, risk becomes more higher, right? And as the threat becomes deeper, yung offensive automation and coordination and attack orchestration is actually driving the speed of attack, right? Meaning it takes less time. So right now, it takes less time for the entire attack to be to complete and be successful. So it's just a matter of time, hindi na kung hindi na siya kung ma-attack ka ba or mabibreach ka ba. It's more on when, right? So So the action on objective continues to expand, right? It's continued to expand. The cybersecurity criminals innovate their ways in to profit. No, so if now we're using automation, orchestration, they're also using it. No, they're also using the automation, orchestration, and even coordination with other in collab. So sa cybersecurity kasi, di ba, when it comes to solution, we have, of course, what we call the better together thing, right? Meron mga ganon, the collaboration of two vendors providing you a solution. And it's also happening on the other side, on the dark side, right? Okay. So if we're going to detailed out to cybersecurity chain na to, the first one here is reconnaissance. No? It involved things like harvesting, email address, yung compiling of information, your social media, who are the IT, who are the teams, what are the emails. No? That's actually very important for some of the threat actors. The skills needed to foil these steps are fundamental, cybersecurity hygiene, right? So you need to, of course, provide security awareness for your people, no? Such as recognizing yung phishing email. Anyone can learn them in any age and any stage, right? So dito pumapasok yung tinatawag nating human firewall, right? So every one of us, in our organization, we are actually human firewall. In fact, you can call me Fortinet firewall or Fortinet human firewall. Okay, we used to call our FortiGate, yung firewall namin is FortiGate, right? So in every organization, we are human firewall, no? We should be filtering, no? Filter natin dapat any information that we send to the public, no, to the social media. Then the next is weaponizing, no? Uses that information, no, to embed malware, right? So now they have your information, they have your email, no? They have some documentation, so probably they will send you some documentations with embedded malware. No, those are actually the common type of attack. No, but it's actually still usable for some attackers. No. So in this stage, when the attacker is creating the attack, no, there are few security controls. No, even yung security awareness that can have an impact in this stage. So meaning on the weaponizing side, security awareness is a good thing, right? So we should be, of course, providing security awareness to our employees. Okay, then delivery, right? So that's the next. So in this part, no, we send out attack via email attachment, no, and a website or transmit malware to the victim, no, targeted environment. Okay, this is the step where people, not technology, no, take note of that. No, where people, not technology, can stop the attack in this track. So meaning you can already stop this. No, hindi na siya kailangan mag-progress pa to the next stages. It's just, kumbaga, it's more on complying with the policy. It's more on educating our people. It's more on, of course, kumbaga dapat sinusunod natin yung security hygiene ng isang company natin. Okay? So organization-wide train on what to look for can help employees, no, obtaining the skills need to halt and deliver the attack. Okay? Then next is exploitation, right? So exploitation, the target application or operating system vulnerabilities. No, this is where yung mga vulnerabilities. Ito dito mahalaga ay pumapasok yung, of course, yung maintaining the applications, no, updating the antiviruses, no, yung mga ganon. So so yun yung pang-counter natin dito. Then installation. This is where attack install malware on the victim, right? This step goes beyond the human firewall na, no? And it requires trained staff, no, to keep the system secure and look for abnormal behavior, right? Then command and control is when the attacker has control to the machine. So ito yung mga CNC na tinatawag. Malware is not often automated, no? Sometimes it's manual, right? But of course, there are also automation as well, no, pagdating dito sa part na to. So, a very important piece here is that you should have, of course, yung mga threat hunt, no, mga threat hunting SOC natin. So it's very important that you have guys that looking at, you know, if there's a compromise, not just inside your network but also outside, no. What are the trends in security? No, on the dark deep web, meron bang going on? Yung name ba ng company, ng organization natin nandun ba sa dark deep web? Any leak informations ba? No? Yeah. So actions, right? On the objective of data exfiltration, this is an example, no, data infiltration, no, involving collecting of data and even encrypting the data, right? Like the likes of the ransomware. Okay. So once attacker has access and control inside the organization, they can execute their, of course, objectives, right? So some key trends today. So that's actually the stages of an attack, no, using the cyber kill chain, and that's actually expanded now because of the IT trends right now that happening on the cybersecurity and the IT. No? So if you look at the trends today, yeah, one of those is digital acceleration. No, this is the digital innovation. Probably some of you familiar natin is digital innovation, no, adopting digitalization, right? So ito yung part na yun where manual processes now it's going to be, we turn it into a digital process na, right? And another thing is that adopting yung mga tinatawag nating private, public cloud infrastructure, no? Yung mga lights ng yung mga public cloud natin, we spin up applications on demand sa cloud or even on the private, no? Okay? Yan. Then next is work from anywhere. This is another trend, right? Because of the pandemic, we are forced to work from home. And of course, meron tayong mga companies' assets, the organization's assets na ginagamit ng users natin that are connecting to the internet, di ba? Connecting to the wireless connectivity of the end users, no, na nasa bahay. So sometimes we don't have visibilities on those units, no? We don't have visibilities on those assets. Right? And we don't have even control. Now, after the pandemic, of course, here comes the post-pandemic. No? Babalik na ngayon yung mga employees, babalik na yung mga users. No? So, ang question, is it the laptop, the endpoint devices ba is safe to connect to the network? And, okay, kung connect sila, do we have the visibility to look at it kung meron ba siyang malware, connectivity, CNC, or compromise ba siya? Okay? One of our customer here in the Philippines is actually a retail. We conducted cybersecurity assessment. It's a Fortinet cybersecurity assessment, and what we found out nung pagbalik ng mga user nila, no, the threats that actually nakita namin dun sa environment nila is around 200,000 plus. Okay? So if you can imagine that, no? So parang in your end, parang masasabi mo na safe pa ba? Diba? So that is actually the dilemma of organization nowadays. No? The work from home, and it will stay. No? Some companies already closed their offices because they're now doing it remote. No? Nangyari yun, remote na sila usually. But of course, some companies are still naman, diba? Kumbaga gusto pa rin nila yung may office, right? So, yun, no? Then another thing is the application journey. The application journey, of course, yung adoption ng application. Application nowadays are anywhere, right? I believe you will agree, no? Application can reside on the public cloud, on the private cloud, on the branches, and even on the end user. No, nandun na yung mga applications natin. So how do we control it? How do we put policies, and how do we protect it, right? So that's actually one big question. Then another thing is evolving threat landscape. Okay? So as long as you connect devices, as long as you connect branches, applications, no, access to the user, the landscape will still evolve. And it will continuously. Because of course, we adapting innovation, we adapting multiple technologies, right? So ganun din, no? It will still evolve. Okay? Okay, so here's an example of the old monolithic network. We used to have this network. No? Ito yung network natin before. Meron kang mga end user here, meron kang devices here, connecting to the network. Paano? Via VPN, via switch, via access point. Right? And that's it. Ngayon, nasa ng applications, it resides on the data center. So users access applications reside on the data center, right? Doon lang. Ngayon, when the user wants to access, of course, applications on the cloud, magba-backhaul muna yan papuntang data center. Kung kapag internet naman, backhaul din sa internet, no? Sa data center natin, going to the internet. Then the next, SaaS applications, right? These are actually the innovations. And if you look at the data centers, vulnerabilities actually resides on the data centers, right? We need to protect the data centers. We have firewall here. We put firewall, we put IPS, we put protections. Those red dotted mark doon, no? Yung part na yun, nandyan yung ano natin, no? Nandiyan yung focus natin, and it's called edge, right? Ngayon, if you look at the evolution, no, ng network today, this is more hyper-connected. No? Hindi na siya katulad ng monolithic, it's multi-dimensional na. So you have users with internet access directly accessing your applications to the cloud, to the internet, no, to the data center, to the SaaS, to the edges. Okay? Users that travels, users that in the branches, the campus, and even the convergence of OT. No, nowadays, OT also leverages clouds, right? Para dun sa mga analytics and data nila. So, hindi na dadaan ng network ng data center, right? So now, vulnerabilities are actually reside in every part. Because right now, no, in the trends, no, application where it resides, it actually doesn't matter. It should be. Once I access it, then it's available. Ganun na yung ano ngayon, no? Ganun na yung trend ng mga applications ngayon, no? Right? But as you can see, no, there are dotted circles dyan sa mga part na yan. Why? Because those are considered edges and it have vulnerabilities, no? It have weak point, and we need to protect those. But how do you do it? That's a question, no? Okay. Then, additional to that, right? One of the challenges of the security guys, no, nandun na yung IT trends. Additional to that is the volume of alerts, lengthy manual process. So, how many alerts coming in from those different segments? Ang dami. No? Kaya hirap na hirap yung mga ano natin. Then, skills shortage. I believe you will agree, no? This is something that going on, di ba, for past years na talagang when it comes to the skills, medyo may shortage. Then firewall complexity, right? So through 2025, no, policy misconfiguration, not firewall flaws, will remain cause of 99% of firewall breaches. So it's more on configuration. How do we configure the firewall? How do we harden it? No. Yeah, and then the demand for automation. Again, attackers are now doing automation. Attackers are now doing AI. So kapag hindi natin ginawa yan sa network natin, sa infrastructure natin, mahuhuli tayo sa game. And we could be, breach or attack. Okay. Ayan. Probably some specific challenges, no, when it comes to government cybersecurity. No? Ito yung nakikita natin. One of those is nation-state threat landscape. No? As we all know, government is consistently targeted by nation-state across who seek to steal information, disrupt government operation, cripple the critical infrastructure, no? Nandiyan din of course yung erode citizen, no? Yung trust in government, and combating all these threats is critical to the national security. Okay? Then next is mission continuity. No, this is very important for the government, right? Of course, the Philippines, yung mga departments and agencies natin has critical purpose and must consider the impact of operational continuity. Okay? For every decision of course, they make, no? As an agency, mission should not be impeded, right? Or disrupt, right? By manual security process, downtime resulting from attacks or breaches, no? Or latency caused by cybersecurity infrastructure, right? Then integration of infrastructure, no? As we adapt multiple, solutions, no, that doesn't even talk to each other. It builds complexity. So, yung sa cybersecurity part, the SOC team, no, are actually having a hard time kasi it's multiple glass of panes that they need to manage, no? Kasi nangyari, eto problem A, solution A. Problem B, solution B. There's no collaboration, right? Probably ang collaboration lang yan is the same, and that's good. But what about talking directly? No. What about if there's an incident, then instantly everyone will act so that it can be blocked, right? Then cloud readiness, right? So many agencies are now looking at cloud. No, services are way to stretch the limit resources and increase efficiency. No, security solution must be ready to provide government levels protection to cloud services, right? So hindi lang private cloud, hindi lang under infrastructure, but also to the public cloud. Kasi ba naman, di ba? Sino ba naman may ayaw ng public cloud nowadays? No, when it comes to application, spinning up application. In a swipe of your card, few clicks of button, then meron ka na application, meron ka na infrastructure, as easy as that. No? Then compliance, no? All agencies are now required, no, to adhere to security standards, right? Implemented by, of course, our government, like yung mga DPA natin, right? Mga ISO. So many of them must comply with, of course, this compliance, no, and demonstrate this with compliance to auditors. Yet, Yet, of course, with the staff, no, this is actually having challenges, no, how to comply this, right? Then, yan. So next is, what is SOC? Paano ba tayo matutulungan ng SOC, no? So, yan. So what is SOC, no? Or the security operation. So security operation is a command center. Right? So organization should have, of course, yung command center for monitoring the information system that an organization or agency, enterprise or corporate uses to its infrastructure. Right? So this may includes everything from government's website, databases, servers, application, network, no, even up to the desktop and endpoint level. Now we should have, of course, monitoring of those assets. Then the next, and SOC cybersecurity setup monitors, no, actually it monitors the element of the infrastructure, assess its current health, including yung potential and existing threats, and respond to those threats. Okay, the SOC also set up information security measures, compliance protocols, and design to prevent the future threats. This is the SOC, right? This is the function of the SOC. This is what SOC is. Then, what are the benefits of SOC? Okay, one of the benefits of the SOC is, of course, enhance of security measures using non-stop monitoring and analysis. Okay, this actually produce a fast, more efficient response to threats across the system. Okay, so however, there are, of course, additional benefits as well. No, etong, of course, yung tinatawag nating minimizing the downtime, right? So agency and department operations are critical, right? Because we are serving and protecting our country, of course, the people. No, so operation should not be impeded by manual security process or from any breach or attack. Then another thing is building trust. No, all it takes is one significant breach to erode customers, employee, or agencies, or even public, no, confidence. No, with a SOC working around the clock, your network assets and infra, no, and data are better protected. Okay, so it is 24/7, no, monitoring of all the assets, of all the data, and all the endpoints of course of the organization. And it's very important, no, because I believe sa mga hackers, sometimes sila rin naman 24/7, eh, no. Kaya dapat tayo din, we counter it, no, with 24/7 then. Okay. So what does the SOC do? Okay, the SOC performs much of what an on-site security operation teams does. No, this includes incident response, threat hunting, detecting, monitoring, investigating, and response to threat. Often meron yung visual, no, which a collection of monitor, right? So it just look like this, no? Meron kang visual here, you have dashboards, no, to monitor everything, right? To monitor the applications. Okay, a SOC is also responsible for safeguard of the organization's digital assets such as employees' personal data, PII, right? Intellectual property, brand-related assets, and agencies and department systems. Okay? Yan. And also, SOC is typically is actually designed using a centralized hub and spoke setup. So when we say hub and spoke setup, it means it involves SIEM. Okay? Yan. This involves security information and event management system which collect and correlates data. Okay? That's streams from security feeds. Okay? That's include of course yung mga firewall, yung mga servers mo, yung mga IPS mo, yung mga endpoint protections mo, right? And of course, it depends on the organization kung anong meron sila. Okay? So it's typically at the heart of SOC and the ideal foundation of SOC. So meaning, if you're going to build a SOC, kasama to, hindi pwede mawala to. Okay? Pag wala to, kulang. No? Maaring baka hindi SOC yun. Okay? So what are the frameworks of SOC? Okay, these are the frameworks. No? The main component of SOC framework is one, ayan, yung tinatawag nating response, okay, analysis, and monitoring. So a SOC framework is, of course, an architecture that defines component delivery. No? SOC functionality in other words, SOC framework should be based on monitoring. At the same time, meron din dapat tong analytics to perform. Kasi kung monitor lang, yes, you have monitor, but you need to also have analytics to check kung meron bang breach, no? Kung meron bang breach o may attack ba? Or is it really a breach, right? Then the next, and one of the important then is response. No? So kung nakita na natin, of course, there's a breach, we monitored it, then the question is, how do we respond? No? So right now, kung na-breach tayo, ano ba yung next action natin? Right? So minsan nagiging question namin yan sa mga maging clients namin o customer namin. Okay, how do you react to a attack right now? No? So ang dami nila sasabihin. No? Hindi nila kumbaga yung solid na how to react, medyo yun yung missing part. Okay? Then you have, of course, the 5 core principles of an SOC, right? That is monitoring, of course, again, monitoring the environment, analysis, incident and response and containment, So you response and you should contain, right? Then auditing and logging, very important because, of course, at the end of the day, you need artifacts, you need logs, to investigate what happened, and at the same time, use those information, para next time, hindi na tayo ma-breach because we harden it using those reports and logs and audits. Okay? Then, of course, another thing is threat hunt. Threat hunt, even when the systems are operational normally, kung wala tayong nakikitang threats, walang incidents, wala tayong na-detect, SOC analysts have other responsibilities and they monitor and assess threats in outside environment. So meaning, hindi lang sa loob ang SOC. It also monitors the cyberspace, right? Yung the dark deep web, So they should have intelligence dun sa part na yun. Okay? So meron kaming incident diyan before one of the banks, FSI, naging worry sila kasi ang news sa kanila is that merong leakage ng data nila on the dark deep web. Okay? So yun yung question kaagad. Meron ka bang access doon? How do you confirm? How do you check? Diba? And it's very important kasi, again, time matters. Time, at the same time, risk. So, as long as tumatagal yan, na hindi mo pa nasusolve, mas lumalaki yung risk. Okay? So, it's very important. Now, there are 3 de facto standard components that make a SOC. Okay? One of those is people. Okay? So, people are core of the SOC. You can have all the latest technologies and processes, but that can only take you so far, right? Then you need skill SOC. Remember to run it and make it effective. In addition, to having a technical skills, it is critical that they interact well with the management, and of course, the structures of the organization, exhibit people skills. Then to retain good people, you will also need to provide them training and satisfaction with their career, yung career path ng SOC. This also includes the people who touch the network, such as employee, customers, and even suppliers like us, right? Because again, with Fortinet, we're actually your partner, in building this securities, SOCs, So, yeah. The next is processes. So, properly defined process are just important to SOC as people are, right? Good process drive efficiency and effectiveness, and they need to be defined, regularly tested for effectiveness in analytics and efforts, managing against the business technologies and operation. So, ito, laging practice to ng SOC, They test, di ba usually when it comes to the data center, we always test HA, DR, same with SOC, The process, yung process, if there's an incident, there should be exercises. In fact, there are agencies right now, they build their own laboratory, Nga, very important. Why? Because pwede ka mag-simulate eh. Okay, may incident. So, ano next step? Yun kagad. So, how do you do it? How do you execute it? Right? So, mapapolish mo yon. So, once na nirun through mo, tinest mo siya, mapapolish mo siya. Instead of, may breach, pero hindi tayo naka-react kagad. And the breach escalated. Right? So, yan, very important, Then next is the technology. Equally important, this is technologies being used to enable SOC. You need to consider what products, event data, types of correlation, capabilities, and additional contextual resource information are needed to better detection and capabilities. Of course, there are always security solutions that should be in place to help the SOC, to help the drive of the SOC, and of course, to help them protect their organizations. Okay, these are the peoples, So standard de facto, ito yung peoples. So we have SOC manager, right? The threat intelligence analyst, vulnerability analyst, yung SOC operator. These are the tier 1 operator. Kapag may incident, sila kagad. Kapag kailangan escalate yung incident na yon, then the incident analyst ng kasunod. Okay? So they check kung yung incident ba yon is something that advanced, nasa playbook na ba yan? If wala, then let's create. Then next, malware forensic analyst. Very important, right? Because of course, the end of the day, kapag nakapasok yung breach sa'yo, we should have an idea what happened. Anong type of malware that actually nakapasok dun sa network natin? And paano ba nila ginawa? Diba? Very important, Then, of course, yung threat intelligence part, of course, this is very important, Kailangan meron din tayong intel about what's happening on the wild, on the internet, on the cyberspace. So just in case we have incidents, we can pattern it. Ito pala yun. Okay? These are actually the processes. Although I'm not going to dive on it kasi medyo madami to. But I actually included yung mga processes na yun for the benefits, of course, of the AFP organization, for them to have this copy, right? So yeah, one of those is organization department process, drive over all directions of the SOC, then map out the mission goals, define what priorities and functions of the SOC will perform. Critical organization processes include the following. Ito yung mga following na yun. So dito, nilalatag lang natin, ano ba yung direction ng SOC natin? Saan ba papunta yung SOC natin? Ano ba yung mga priorities ng SOC? Para at least yung mga analysts natin, yung mga SOC organization natin, they know what to do. So, yan, ito yung mga processes, the goals, functions, tasks, threat actors, and even metrics, right? And even the design network segmentations, this is something that also be considered, okay? And then, resources reporting, very important. Then malware analysis. SOC should have, of course, analysis when it comes to malware. Okay? Then technologies. Now, when it comes to technologies, of course, one of those is security devices. Okay, very important that we have, of course, security devices in place, controls in place, right? Event data, okay, contextual information and threat feeds. All of that, we colorate it, right? Yan. So after we colorate it, this is actually collection of information so that the next time we can harden the system. We can harden our defenses. Okay? Yan. So probably on the Fortinet side, probably a question, sige, meron na tayong SOC. What are the solutions that Fortinet can help you build this SOC, right? Okay. So one of those solutions that we provide is actually training, awareness to the people, very important. And right now, at this moment, you can access this. No, pwede mo siyang accessin ngayon, register your name, and take the course. Okay? Ang question siguro, may cost ba? This is actually free. Okay? From security awareness to technical to advanced, that's actually free. Now, you can access it right now and take the course. And you can even cascade this to your users to help them with regards to security awareness. Okay? And that is actually one of the ni Fortinet, one of our pledge to train 1 million people in 2026. Okay? Then the next long-term strategy for the SOC and security is the convergence of network and security, simplifying the network and security, right? So ngayon siguro naririnig nyo, hyper-converge, convergence of this, convergence of that. With Fortinet, we have the convergence, and that is the network and security. So meaning, you connect people, you connect devices, hindi na afterthought si security kasama na. No? The next is consolidation, right? So how do we do it? Yan, two types. We have here the network and we have security. They're actually both separate pillar. But there's a point in time that magkakama-cross to no? So network kasi is not actually packet, hindi siya aware on the application, hindi siya aware sa packets or anong payload. But security does. No? But with Fortinet, using our FortiOS, we converge the two worlds. Now, making it more simplified for you. You can do now networking, firewalling, analytics, SD1, load balancing, yung mga algorithm, and even VPN on one platform. Okay? So less management as well. Now, consolidation part. The consolidation, again, right now what happening is that organization, they adapt solution by, solution, problem A, solution A, problem B, solution B. So ganun yung adoption. Now with cybersecurity platform, and this is what we're doing, we have the cybersecurity platform approach, meaning hindi na to point-in-time products. It's more on platform approach na. So every solution talk to each other so that they can collaborate and instantly, of course, stop any type of attack. And that is what we call the CSMA. Now, Gartner coined this last year, yung tinatawag na CSMA, the Cyber Mesh Security Architecture. There are actually 3 characteristics of this: composable, distributed, and collaborative. And with Fortinet, our cybersecurity strategy comes with integrated, broad, and automated. This is actually the cybersecurity fabric of Fortinet. And that is what we call the Fortinet Security Fabric, right? Broad visibility, protecting the entire attack surface, integrated, and automated. Okay? So what are solutions under that fabric? So we've been evangelizing this 2016 pa. And Gartner actually coined this last year. So this makes our fabric validated by Gartner. Para na-validate yung strategy namin ni Gartner because this is our approach. Since 2016 until now, 2020. Under that fabric, there are a lot of methodologies. There's actually a lot of models when it comes to security, including ZTNA, right? The Zero Trust model. So when it comes to Fortinet security operations, so here we have multiple products to level up or develop the SOC. And these are the solutions and that we have for SOCs. Okay, so we start, of course, the firewalling, the analyzer, the sandboxing, the SIEM, the endpoint solution, FortiDeceptor, EDR, SOAR, Recon, SOCAS, and of course, IR. Okay, these are actually the solutions. So platform tools, ito yung mga tools of components. So your SOC team, and the SIEM, the SOAR, the analyzers. FortiSIEM is actually the SIEM of Fortinet. Then the SOAR, yung orchestration, security orchestration, automation, response. Analyzer, NDR is more on virtual AI na analyzer or analytics mo. Okay? Yan. FortiDeceptor is more on honeypots, no, advanced honeypots. Okay? Then you have, of course, no, FortiRecon. The Recon is more on reconnaissance on the cyberspace. Okay? Then SOCAS, we do provide also SOC as a service. Okay, bundled with our solution. And if you're going to build your SOC and you want us also helping you, know, we can do that. We can also provide you SOC as a service, incident response, and even manage detection and remediation. Okay? Yan, ito lang yung firewalling. Of course, we start with firewalling and extending the security to the LAN and wireless network. Okay. EDR, of course, for detection and remediation, and sandboxing, no, for malware analysis. Na-mention kanina yan, it requires by the SOC, and we have that. And we can also do forensic and threat hunting tools with EDR. Okay? And so, yan, skip ko lang yung mga part na to. Okay? Yan, then FortiDeceptor. Deception is actually a deception solution, no? It's actually detect reconnaissance, engage ransomware, lateral movements, an early warning device kung merong attack, active attack. I believe some of you familiar with active defense approach, no, in cybersecurity. This is the main solution for it, right? The FortiDeceptor. Then the NDR. Okay? And so go skip ko na itong mga part na to. Yeah, and then FortiAnalyzer is more on SIEM for, it's a logging collection, no, with Fortinet, right? Yung fabric visibility analytics and automation. Then of course we have the SIEM and the SOAR. Okay. Yeah, we'll also have again the FortiRecon, no, external attack surface management, brand protection, and adversary centric intelligence. Then SOC as a service and incident and response. Okay, so this is the whole security operation portfolio ni Fortinet. No? So when it comes to the SOC, these are the solutions for it. Okay, and of course with solution, it comes, of course, with intelligence. So we have the FortiGuard Lab AI-powered security intelligence. Okay. Yeah. So building the stocks to start understanding your organization. How can we help? Well, kanina may question, no? Paano ba tayo mag-start? Well, we do it with assessment first. No? In every adoption of solutions product, ang unang-unang titingnan natin dyan, we should do our homework. No? Tingnan muna natin, ano ba yung gap? Ano ba yung gap sa ano natin, organization natin? So we should do gap analysis, assessment, so we can have a full visibility kung anong kailangan nating kunin, anong kailangan nating pagtibayan, at anong kailangan nating solution na unang i-acquire. Okay? So engage us now with Fortinet. Of course, we are your trusted advisor and security consultant, and at the same time, your security and networking support as well. Okay? Ayan. So, of course, ito lang yung benefits of Fortinet. No? Reduce the TCO, simplify security and operation by convergence, no? Advanced security, again, with Gartner, with NSS Labs, with ICS Lab, we're actually on that reviews as well. No? So it's our practices to join those third parties. Then, best-in-class technology, high-trained experts. Even in the Philippines, we have security analysts here. No, around, I believe it's around already 40. Okay. And of course, simple licenses model. Okay, so that's it for me. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Sir Jermaine Flores. May we invite you upstairs on stage for our question and answer portion of what have you discussed. That was it, sir. Partner, maupo ka na. Again, the table is open for the question and answer portion, and we do have lots of questions that has been online. And let's start with the first question is, how can you protect your network to new variants of network snipers like Emotet and removable NSA firmware implants and fileless malware with 0 days or O days?
That's a good. Actually, that's a good question, no? Because sometimes ang adoption and security is that we have firewall in place, then that's it. No, we are protected. That is actually some of the behaviors of the of some of the organizations. Okay, but with this kind of attack, of course, we need to understand we should have visibility. Once na pumasok na sa network natin, or if it is an insider attack, no, how can we defend? How can we detect it? Okay, so with Fortinet, what we do is that we have the firewalling, no, and that security of the firewalling, we extend it to the switches and to the access point. Okay, so how do we do it? Ang ginagawa lang namin is that the firewall, the switches, and the access point is converged as a single platform. Okay? Kanina na-mention ko, no? It's a platform approach. It's not a solution A, no? A problem A, solution A, or problem B, solution B. No? It's a problem, it's actually, it's more on, yung approach namin is collaboration and integration of those parts. So, ibig sabihin, we extend the security of firewall to the LAN and, of course, to the access point. Now, we can even identify the users or even identify the endpoint. For example, you connect your devices like, let's say, a printer with this firmware, and probably that firmware is something like vulnerable. It can be used by hackers. But with Fortinet, when you connect it to the switch, it had this basic NAC functionality. No? O i-move kita, dito ka muna sa isolation. Kapag hindi ka approve sa amin, diyan ka lang. Pero kung approve ka and the company use this this type of device, then I will move you to a certain VLAN, to a certain network with customized security just for that type of device. Okay?
Sir,
yeah, go ahead.
additional lang. Gaano kabilis po yung minomonitor muna, sir?
Okay. Well, when it comes to monitoring, of course, meron yung identification, no? Pag plinat mo kasi yan, may conversation yan between the switch. Well, it's actually instant din naman. It's not super delay, no? It's actually instant. When you connect, of course, there's a boot up of the device, the LAN, no? Mag-ano pa yan eh. Magko-connect yan, will request for like a DHCP, broadcasting. So, those part is actually being, being checked na. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Next question. Some encrypted with unknown complex cipher, just like how can you decrypt it if you don't know how the cipher is?
Well, that's a good question, no? In fact, if you have like, for example, ang ginagawa kasi yan, I believe some of you will agree, 80 to 90% of the traffic are actually encrypted, right? It's already SSL. No, hindi na siya plain text. So, ang mangyari dito is that, okay, paano tayo magkakaroon ng visibility on those part, right? So that your firewall, right, should have the capability to enable SSL. So, well, with Fortinet, no, with us, with the same single unit, you can enable SSL right away. Now, it's just taking the box and putting your policy. Okay? We can, of course, using that, we can decrypt the traffic. We can identify what are the payloads, what are the applications, no? And it's very important kasi ayaw natin blinded tayo na encrypted yung traffic na dumadaan, hindi natin nakikita, yung pala, ginamit na ng attackers yun. To be honest, it can be used, no? There are types of level when it comes to, of course, yung sa traffic, no? Kung paano siya minomonitor when it comes to, yung decryption. Ang isa dyan is certificate lang. So based on certificate, ito yung identification ng certificate na to, this is the server name, and based on that, I put policy. Pero hindi ko makikita yung payload. Okay? Then the next part naman is fully decrypt it. No? Yung fully decryption is more on, talagang dinidecrypt natin yung data. Right? Dinidecrypt natin yung traffic na yun so that we have visibility dun sa applications and of course the content of it. Okay?
Thank you very much,
I
sir.
answer your questions.
Okay. So we do have another questions online from Anonymous again. Some are wormy stealthy rats bypass firewall without turning off the firewall some bypass air gap security to even your computer is not connected to internet.
Okay, actually, this is a good example, no? It says a stealthy rats, no? Yung mga remote access. Well, ang una dyan, there's a point in time na probably, no? It's either an insider's attack. Let's say an insider's attack sample, no? Then it will try to attack your applications and CNC to another servers and do remote access, right? So, unang-una, of course, one is that the firewall should, no, and must, no, be able to detect it. Okay? And at the same time, let's say it's very stealthy, no? Probably baka hindi talaga nakita nung firewall natin. Then we should have, of course, ang kasunod na doon, hindi lang perimeter. Of course, you should have we should have endpoint, right? Endpoint protection. No? Para makita natin on the endpoint side, meron bang malwares, meron bang rats, no? Meron bang applications, or meron bang deviations or something that happened to the let's say to the endpoint, no, that should not be happening, right? And at the same time, AI analytics, no, the behavior of the network, we should have that, no, yung can baseline the network. Ano ba yung normal behavior of the network, and at the same time, ano yung hindi normal, ano yung nabago doon, and alert the security guys that there is something happening here. Okay, so yeah, I think that's the answer to that.
Thank you very much. Let's move on, partner.
Next question, what is your take regarding implementing two-tier architecture for security infrastructure? Would you recommend that firewalls should be of different brands?
Okay, that's a good question actually. Well, obviously I will recommend Fortinet firewall, di ba? And for some security, no, with regards to dual firewalling, well, it's something the company can consider also, no? Ano rin naman yan eh, it's actually a good practices as well that you have multiple firewalls or multiple types of firewalls. Una, you can test it out, no? Kung ano ba yung sa tingin nyo on your environment will be exact good for your use cases, right? Pero the good thing about if it is like, for example, a Fortinet firewall on top and Fortinet firewall on internal segmentation firewall, these two talk to each other, right? They talk to each other, they exchange telemetry, they update each other, and you can manage it on a single glass of pane. Okay, so it reduces, of course, your complexity. So yun yung pros, no? It reduces the complexity. If there's detected on the ISFW, then of course the root firewall on the perimeter will also be updated. Okay, that's actually one of the advantage of having a single brand, no? Yan. So another thing siguro yung mga branches. If you have multiple branches, kung medyo iba-iba kasi yung firewalling yan, syempre iba-iba management plane yan, no? Medyo nagkakaroon ka ng ano dyan, problem when it comes to management. So if you have a single firewall vendor and you have Forti manager like for us, no, use centralized management natin, in a single click, you can apply, of course, policy right away on every branches. So that's a good thing about having that a single brand. Of course, there's also advantage when it comes to having a two firewall brand. No? In fact, meron kaming customer before, they use this type of firewall. Nangyari lang, I think some of you familiar with the blue vulnerability, no? Yung vulnerability na yun naka-bypass sa firewall. So the next na ginawa nilang step is they actually tap Fortinet, no? And we put our firewall on their infrastructure. Then yung problem nila na vulnerabilities and attack na nababypass, no? With Fortinet we able to block it. Then actually that client actually ano sila, no? It's a breakthrough project for them. Okay? Because they are able to stop the attack.
Thank you very much. So, pwede naman pala daw partner kahit papaano. Kaso nga lang, may advantage, disadvantage. Diba, sir? So, moving forward, we do have our next question again from Anonymous. Can you give us advice on the appropriate number of manpower requirements for building as SOC and the required skill sets?
Okay, there are actually levels of SOC, level 1, level 2, and level 3, right? In fact, if you have level 3, you have multiple devices na. Now, you have multiple solutions in place na and a single 2 or 3 person cannot handle it. Okay? So probably you will need siguro around 5 or 6, no? Well, the first thing that you should need to check, of course, yung adoptions muna. Paano ba tayo mag-a-adapt ng SOC? If you're going to build SOCs and you're starting, no, probably ang nangyari dyan is that the organization will choose from people that are actually on the company na, no? Yun na yung ina-assign nila ng SOC. So probably 1 or 2. And that's a level 1 type of SOCs. No? Now, when you adapt additional solutions for SOCs, syempre, it will also increase the numbers of SOCs natin. No? Probably 4 or 5, right? So if you go to level 3, this is more a medyo a complex type na, no, of SOC solutions. So it will depends pa rin, no. But yeah, I think that's well, you can start, of course, you can start small, no, let's say 1 or 2, then grow, no, while adopting technologies and solutions. Then of course manpower will also increase, right? Yep.
So depende rin talaga on the needs of the company or organization. So I think they really have to evaluate and assess first what's really needed, manpower and really fitted kind of SOCs that they have to.
Yep, correct.
Moving forward, we do have another question.
How would you differentiate the teams of NOC and SOC in terms of responsibilities? Can this be combined?
Okay, actually, for some organization, NOC and SOC are combined. Now, when you say, let's say, for example, a small organization, actually, NOC and SOC are actually combined, no, because they don't have enough people, skill sets, no. That's why yung NOC nila, they can do now SOCs. Yung SOCs nila, they can do NOC. Well, the good thing about Fortinet solution is that we have the analyzer, we have the Forti manager, and those two solutions na yun, no, can help those type of environment na yung NOC nila at SOC nila iisa. Okay? Pero of course, there are differences dun sa dalawa. The NOC is more on the networking side and the SOC is more on security side. No? In fact, there are organizations wherein yung implementation of changes sa NOC side, hindi nila basta-basta pinapayagan hanggat hindi walang permission ng SOC side. So si SOC, pinupulis niya si NOC, no? Para at least walang connivance. If there's any changes on the network, probably loopholes, maging butas dun sa network nila, si SOC, sisilipin niya yun. Pupulisin niya yun. O hindi pwede to. Kaya sometimes, it's a good practices din naman na separate yung dalawa.
Siguro kasi yung iba lang, that's the reason why they actually combine it because of financial aspect.
Yeah.
Kasi on the other hand, they are already hiring those multi-skilled one who could actually do the networking as well as the security part of the matter, right? Sir?
Correct. That's correct.
So another question from Anonymous. Is it more cost effective to consider SOC as a service than building our own SOC theme from scratch?
Okay. Well, it depends, of course, on kanina na mention dun sa SOC is that ano ba yung target of our SOC? What will be the objective? What will be the missions? No. With us, what we do, we actually assess. No, in every adoption of products, in every adoption of solution, again, we always should do our our assignments, di ba? Kumbaga, due diligence din, no, with that part. So ang gagawin lang natin is, of course, we assess, we check the gaps, no, and after that, then of course build the ask for proposals, di ba? Like for Fortinet, we always interact with the customers, no. Our customers are actually our also partners. In fact, ano yan eh, exchange of ideas, exchange of recommendations. So if you're going to build your SOC, no, get us involved. Wala namang mawawala kung mag-involve kayo ng security persons from vendors, and we can even advise you, no? And at the same time, you can even, of course, check on your side when it comes to financial then.
Thank you, sir. So our last two questions, sir. How does Fortinet EDR and or FortiSOAR handle false positive alerts? I was browsing Gartner reviews and there are complaints about the false positives that's from green juice?
Okay. Well, when it comes to false positive, no, with solutions naman, sometimes it comes with, of course, may mga ganung part na lumalabas sa false positive. Ang importante lang dyan is how do the vendor respond? Diba? How do the vendor act on it? Well, the first thing, of course, there are actually customizations that you can do, no? And the next thing is that you can also tap Fortinet, right? Tap Fortinet tax supports. Like for example, if there's a signatures na malitong signatures, we use these sites, we use this URL, and it's a valid. You can tap Fortinet, and Fortinet obviously will do its work, no? Kumbaga, ayusin ni Fortinet yung part na yun, no? Kumbaga, ano niya yun, if-fix niya yung like for example, yung signatures na yun, or things that gusto nating, or yung naging complaints natin doon.
Thank you very much. Hope your question, Green Juice, has been answered. And the last question that we have online is from Miss Amia. Does trainings from Fortinet Training Institute will be sufficient enough to be considered when building an SOC team, or is it just focused on awareness?
Okay, for example, no, the NSE training, we have the security awareness. Obviously, that is for the security awareness. No, it's for the people or the employees. No, we want to engage them, and we want to also inform them, no, making them aware about security, right? So, for example, hindi lang basta click. No, we should, of course, they should have the idea on how do they investigate if there's a phishing attack. No, and that's very important. There are actually solutions on the Fortinet or trainings on the Fortinet that are actually part of SOCs. Like for example, we have training for EDR, right? EDR is used for threat hunting, right? It's used for forensics, no? It can be used for forensics. So this is actually used by threat hunting SOC, di ba? Pag sa SOC kasi meron kang SOC analyst, meron ka ring threat hunting SOC, di ba? That's why EDR is very useful, no? And we do have training for that, no? And that training actually can enable people, no, in that type of procedures nung SOC na yon. And there are also others like the SIEM, the SOAR, okay? So those trainings are actually good for this SOC, right? When it comes to training, when it comes to IT, right? For me, I believe when it comes to IT, it's a continuous learning. No, it's a continuous innovation. So we should always continuous learning. In fact, in 1 year na nag-stop ka, marami ka mami-miss out, right? So ang daming adoption kasi when it comes to digitalization, right? So yeah, I believe it should be always and continuously learning about dun sa mga solutions na to, right?
Okay, thank you very much. Just a quick last question in line with the last question we did have. Since it's about training, do you actually have also an offer free training, at least a free basic training, in order to entice other person or organization to be on your company?
Yeah, we do have that. No, in fact, if you browse Fortinet NSE certification training, no, that's the NSE from it's actually lineup 1 to 8. No, in fact, yung training na yun, that's actually tinitake kong training. If you access it, you register yourself dun sa NSE training ni Fortinet. Right away, you can take the training na. It's a self-paced training. No, training for let's say, for example, you want EDR, firewalling, IPS, IDS, you can take it. No, it's for free. No, yung may cost, siguro ang question natin, ano naman yung may cost? Yung may cost is actually yung mga instructor led namin. Ito yung part na wherein meron na tayong someone from Fortinet regions will come here and train you and also provide you lab, and at the same time a voucher for certification, right? Yun yung paid, no? Pero when it comes to free, yes, we also do have that because we believe, no, we should be training people when it comes to security. Again, one of us, I mean, every one of us is actually considered as a human firewall, right? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think we no longer have any questions. So thank you for answering all the questions that have been thrown to you, sir, in line with the topic that you have just discussed. So again, thanks for gracing this afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you po. So I think the snacks has been served on your table. So please enjoy that belong to us snacks that's been offered to all everyone. And while we are having here the continuity of our cyber conference, we just wanted to entice you to stay here with us because at the end of the day there would be a raffle and the prizes would be, partner,
5 wines of premium red wine.
and we do have a power
5
bank.
winners, I mean.
Okay, 5 winners of wine.
Premium red
And
wine.
actually, that's the brand is Premier Red Wine. And there will be a 1 winner for power bank and 1 winner for
Citrix.
for a 43 inches LED display. Actually, that came from Citrix. Thank you very much for those sponsor. That 43 inches LED display TV, or well, it is actually a full high definition.
1080p resolution.
It's actually frameless design and with a built-in Wi-Fi. Okay? So sana po mag-stay muna kayo kasi if your name would be called during the raffle, if you're not here, we're gonna pick up another name of those who would be the winner for the said prizes. Okay po. So moving forward, let's move forward with our next resource person for this afternoon. And allow me to introduce it to you. So our next speaker has been more than 30 years of experience working in the computer industry, of which 10 years have been spent exclusively in the cybersecurity area. He started his career in the data storage field, having worked as a software architect in numerous data storage companies globally. He is also a seasonal entrepreneur, having founded various computer hardware and cybersecurity related businesses in the past. He is currently the CTO of Invisaron Private Limited, where he is responsible for all the product development and R&D efforts in the area of cybersecurity. Our resource person for this afternoon will be talking about the future of cybersecurity. Friends, let's welcome Dr. Johan Ostenius from Invisaron Private Limited.
Thank you very much. I'm coming to you virtual this time. I didn't have time to travel to the Philippines, unfortunately. I assume you can see me and I assume you can hear me.
Okay, you're coming loud and clear, sir.
Excellent. Very, very good. Yeah, so I will take a little bit different approach in today's presentation. I will talk a little bit about the future of cyber defense based on what we have learned so far. Obviously, things change very rapidly. The style of attacks we are seeing are changing very rapidly, and therefore the defense techniques also has to change very rapidly. So I will share my opinion of how I believe cyber defense should be done. The sooner the better. So by that, I will share my slides. One moment, please. So, unless I hear somebody scream, you should see a black and goldish slide on your screen right now. So, the future of cyber defense. The statement is that future cyber defense should be refocused. Cyber defense should focus on protecting an entire country's internet infrastructure rather than individual networks within that country. I mean, we have heard the previous speakers talk about, different techniques for protecting networks and different products to use for protecting those networks. But in my opinion, that is the wrong way to go. That is the wrong approach to take when you want to defend a country's infrastructure. So the real question is, right, we all know that billions and billions of dollars are spent every single year on various type of products in cyber defense. I don't care what you call those products, FortiGate, IBM, Cisco, whatever. Billions and billions of US dollars are being spent. But still, there is not a single day where we don't read in the news about successful cyber attacks taking place daily in every country around the world, non-stop. So the question then is, there is a disconnect here. We have all these billions of dollars being spent of all these flashy, nice looking products, but still the hackers are laughing all the way to the Lamborghini dealers, toying with us, bypassing our defense as it was non-existent. So this is the facts that we deal with now. These are the facts that we deal with now. And I'm going to shed some light on that, and I'm going to suggest how we fix this problem. So the main reason is that many cyber defense products sold and used today are obsolete and not effective against modern cyber attacks. And I know that's a very bold and strong statement to make. I mean, we listened to the previous speaker talking about CM softwares and firewalls and this and that and the other. I'm sorry, that technology does not work anymore. It represents old school, obsolete technology that is no longer effective against modern cyber attacks. Yes, I know that's a very bold and aggressive statement to make, but bear with me. So let's define what a hacker is, okay? A lot of people have this idea that this is a hacker. They watch the movie and they see this type of people in the movies and they think a hacker is somebody sitting typing on a keyboard, attacking your network, extracting your data out, etc., etc. This is not the case. That hasn't been the case for the last 15 plus years. Instead, this is a hacker. You know, an absolute majority of today's cyber attacks are fully computerized, and therefore fully automated. And that also means that they are executed in a very short time period. It takes less than 1 second to complete most of the advanced cyber attacks we see today. Let's take ransomware as an example. We have ransomware in our lab here. It takes us less than 1 single second to penetrate your network, implant the ransomware, encrypt all your file, communicate the message to you that you have to pay X amount of Bitcoins to get your files back. It takes less than 1 single second. And this is very important to remember. Please remember this, because if you remember this, you can by yourself answer many of the questions. You know, what products are effective nowadays? What defense product doesn't work nowadays? The previous speaker talked about CM software, you know, people being the core in your defense, you know, threat hunting. You know, I'm sorry, you know, that's 15-year-old technology. That does not work anymore. How are you going to have a person detect and react to an attack that happens in a fraction of a second? Those days are long gone. Modern cyber defense has to be fully automatic. Since the attacks are computerized, the defense must be computerized. So that then leads us to the main question of this presentation. So how do we create cyber defense solution that can defend against modern and future types of cyber surveillance and cyber attacks? And notice that I'm using another word there called cyber surveillance, because in my opinion, cyber defense should not be the responsibility of individual companies in your country. I mean, look at it. You have tens of thousands of companies just in Manila. Do you expect each one of those to provide their own cyber defense? Do you expect each one of those to build their own SOC? Of course not. That's nonsense. Okay, cyber defense should not be the responsibility of individual companies or individual network owners. That is one of the big reasons why things are going so wrong today. So let's look at cyber threat intelligence. And now we're going to drill into how do we need to do our defense for the future? The first thing we need to look at is cyber threat intelligence. Of course, any defense that you deploy requires intelligence. It's the intelligence that tells your security device what is malicious or what is good traffic. And the problem is for us here in Southeast Asia. I mean, I'm talking to you now from Bangkok, Thailand, and you are in the Philippines. We all belong to the Southeast Asian region. And here's an interesting fact for you. A couple of years ago, when we started to deploy a lot of products throughout Southeast Asia, we realized that a lot of our customers were actually attacked despite deploying our products. We realized that a lot of attacks were still happening. People were still breaking into our clients' network. So we started to investigate this. And what we found is very, very interesting, because this still applies today, 2023, as we speak today. So here is an example of what I mean. So back in June 28, this year, I collected 2 IP addresses that you see on the screen here. These were IP addresses from somebody that was attacking our networks in Thailand. They were spending day after day trying to brute force into our networks in Thailand. So I just took those 2 IP addresses. And the next thing I did, I hope you can see this, by the way, if it's clear enough. The next thing I did, I went to this very famous website called virustotal.com. VirusTotal is a collection of 80 different international security companies. All the big guys are there, right? All the alien balls, IBMs, Cisco, Fortinet, all the big guys are there. As we can see here, there's a total of 80 different companies in here, and they share information about malicious activities worldwide. So I entered in one of these IP addresses that was attacking our network to see what these guys' opinion were. And as you can see from this screenshot, virustotal.com's database came back and said, oops, there is nothing wrong with this IP address. There are no interesting sightings for this IP address. And this is a Thai IP address, by the way. And we were like, say what? These are guys that have been hammering our networks for days. And our big brothers in the United States are telling us, nope, there is nothing wrong with this IP address here. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And this exemplifies the problem. And we found this out around 2015. Back then, we were using CTI that we mainly purchased from the United States. And what we found out was that with the US product vendors, they couldn't care less about Southeast Asia. They couldn't care less. In their mind, we were just, another income opportunity. Let's see if we can sell some devices in Southeast Asia to make some additional income. That was their attitude. And that showed up by the weaknesses of the CTI. So this is still a problem today. It's still a problem today in the Philippines and Thailand and all the other countries in Southeast Asia, that the intelligence that is being offered for sale by the big US players does not cover Southeast Asia. And that then explains why there are so many successful cyber attacks around Southeast Asia. So we cannot rely on third parties to generate threat intelligence for our countries here in Southeast Asia. So this is a huge problem, as you can imagine, because without correct CTI, there is no way we can defend a network properly. There's no way we can do it. It's very, very hard to do it. So back to how does the future look now? So again, the future, of course, I'm using Philippines here as an example. So in the future, in my opinion, cyber defense needs to be the responsibility of the Filipino government. You are consumers. You consume something called an internet connection. If you buy a car and you bring that car back home and you take it for a drive and suddenly you press the brake pedal and there is no brake and you crash into a wall, what are you going to do then? Are you just going to laugh and repair your car and then continue? Of course not. You will sue that car company or you will take them to court and demand compensation. But what about internet connections? You go to your local internet provider, you buy an internet connection, and the next week you get attacked by ransomware and you lose all your data. What do you do then? Well, most people for sure are not going to go and sue the internet provider for that. But they should, because you are buying a product from this internet provider, and that product is an internet connection. So if your property gets damaged from this product, the seller of this product should be held legally responsible for this. So that then moves, this concept moves the defense responsibility up in the hierarchy. It becomes the country's responsibility to make sure that you as a user are protected from attacks. Because just look at it. Are you going to expect that the tens of thousands of companies, non-technical companies in Manila, do you expect them to train their people through a 3-week course quickly somewhere, build up a SOC and try to analyze and defend the network? You can entertain yourself by that. That will never work, and it has never worked. So again, it should be the government that's responsible for doing this. So how would the government do this? Well, it's surprisingly simple, actually. It's not complex technology. The technology is there to be used today. We use the concept of honeypots. A honeypot, as you can see from this picture, a real honeypot, of course, contains honey that attracts the bees. But a honeypot in cyber defense is a piece of software that emulates or simulates a vulnerable network, a network that has certain vulnerabilities to try and attract hackers to attack that network. And once the attacker attacks your honeypot network, your fake network, then the honeypot can report this information, collect the information, collect the data, and process this data and turn it into cyber threat intelligence, CTI. And this is what's going on right now. In the case of Invisaron, we do this on a corporate level for our customers. So this is how we fixed our problem that, despite purchasing international intelligence, we were still successfully attacked. This approach plugs that problem. We fix this problem. However, we are doing it on a corporate level. In my opinion, this should be done on a government, on a national level. So in the case of the Philippines, it's a relatively small country with relatively few access points for the internet. That's where the cyber defense should be, not in your and my company. That will never work. We will never win if we go down that path. So there's basically 3 questions. If we are the government now, and we are tasked with setting up defense for the Philippines, there are 3 questions that we need to find answers to. 3 very important questions. The first question is, who is targeting the Philippines? Who is attacking our country from abroad? Who are the hackers? Where are they located? How are they attacking us? What technique are they using? And I underline, when it comes to Philippines, the most common attacker is mainland China, followed by Russia. So we certainly want to know who is attacking our country, because if we don't know that, how are we going to stop them? If we can't stop them, they will end up in your network the next day, and you will be the victim. So this is the first thing we want to find out, and we can do that with the help of distributing honeypots throughout the nation. And it doesn't take that many honeypots, maybe a number of tens of honeypots throughout the Philippines. That's all it takes to answer this question with a very strong reliability. The next question as a government that we want to find out is, who is attacking our companies, our networks from within the Philippines? What that means is that who is using computers in the Philippines to attack networks also inside the Philippines? This we certainly want to know, because what that means is that some hackers are using our infrastructure. They are probably renting VPS servers in our infrastructure and attacking our banks, our insurance companies, our schools. So we certainly want to do that. And that's another perfect use case for deploying honeypots. With the honeypots, we will see these internal attacks, and therefore we can collect this intelligence, and we can immediately identify who is attacking, who are the attackers behind this. The third question that we kind of also want an answer to, maybe not with the highest priority, but we still want to know who is attacking other countries from within the Philippines. Who is using Philippines infrastructure to attack our neighbors Thailand, Malaysia, Australia, Japan, etc. We certainly want to know that as well. Now, to answer this question, of course, this question will not be answered by honeypots deployed within the Philippines. So there's two ways to answer this question. The first way, and the ideal way, of course, is that for example, the countries in the ASEAN region, all the Asian countries, cooperate and deploy the same type of honeypot network and collect the same type of information. Because then, in Thailand, for example, we can see who is attacking us from the Philippines. So we could share that information with the Filipino government. And in return, the Filipino government could share with us who is attacking their country from Thailand. And once we have that information, of course, it's trivial to shut those operations down. Once you have the IP address of the attacker, it's just a phone call to your internet provider to find out who that person is or to shut down that service. Now, if we don't have such cooperation, the alternative to answer these questions is actually for the Philippines to deploy honeypots in the additional countries. There is nothing that keeps the Philippines from deploying honeypots in Thailand. You just open up an account in a Thai internet provider and you deploy your honeypots there and you start monitoring Thailand. And then you can filter out who is attacking Thailand from the Philippines. So that will be the second alternative to do that. So it doesn't require cooperation between the government. So these are the three questions. Who is attacking us from the outside? Who is attacking us from the inside? And who is attacking from within the Philippines and outwards? So that is a tremendous wealth of information. And I'm going to share you just some slides here that shows the real numbers here, because as we speak here at Inviseron, we have deployed honeypots in the Philippines and other countries throughout the area here. And this is a screenshot from 2 days ago. It's actually from yesterday. So this is from one single honeypot located in Manila. And what we can see is it's a tremendous amount of attacks. I don't know if you can see the numbers here, but you have in average every day a few hundred direct cyber attacks against one single honeypot located in Manila. Several hundreds per day. Some days it's a little bit, this is a 1 month period, by the way. So every bar represents 1 day. So we can see some days we have a very high amount of attacks and other days we have a very low amount of attacks. So but in average, we are looking at a few hundred severe cyber attacks against our honeypots in Manila. And that's every single day, day after day, month after month, year after year. And if we did not have this honeypot capability, all of these attacks will go under the radar. We will not be able to see these attacks. And if you deploy cyber defense from a large US company that doesn't have this CTI, they will also not be able to detect and protect against these attacks. So that again is the problem we are facing today. And here is another screenshot of the origins of the cyber attack. This is from Monday. This is 2 days ago. Okay. And again, it's from a Filipino honeypot located in Manila. So there were many, many hundreds of attacks during that day. And that particular day, we can see that on first place, we have United States. And on second place, we have mainland China. Now, the reason why the US is always very high up in the scoring here is that a lot of hackers rent virtual private servers in the United States with GoDaddy or some other service, and they use those servers to attack outwards. It doesn't mean that all these hackers are located in the United States. No. But in the case of China, there, the hackers are located. Most of them are located in China because it's not that easy for us foreigners to rent a VPS and start hacking from within China. We have the great Chinese firewall, etc., etc. So that's a very tricky thing. But we can see here, Hong Kong is very high up, South Korea, Russia, India, Taiwan. Every single day, those countries are responsible for attacking. And this is only one single honeypot. So if we deployed 10 to 20 honeypots through Manila, you will be looking at maybe thousands of attacks on the Philippines every single 24-hour period. So back again, so how do we do in the future now? You know, how do we promote our government to help us defend our country? So this is the model that we need to put in our minds, right? What we want to achieve is what this picture shows. We want to build like a virtual brick wall around our country. So this is a virtual brick wall, okay? So this brick wall, of course, the intentions here is that the brick wall keeps out attackers from the outside. But of course, every brick wall surrounding your house or whatever always has a door. So this brick wall has a door here. And that's where your internet traffic is forced to pass by. Both incoming traffic and outgoing traffic must go through this door and out to the rest of the world. So this door basically represents your internet providers, right? These are your ISPs, your internet provider. They own these doors. There are multiple doors here because you have multiple internet providers. So it will be the responsibility of these internet providers to provide the protection and the filtering of known malicious traffic and all the type of counter surveillance and intelligence gathering that's also going on. So you do that by putting on a door. And in this example here, I put an Invisaron device in here to represent the door in front of this gate here. So instead of you in your companies providing this brick wall and providing these doors here, it needs to be the government, it needs to be the internet providers that have the responsibility to filter out most of the attacks that reach into your country. And if you were able, we have done estimates, if you do cyber defense this way, we estimate more than 95% of all the cyber attacks, all the malicious activities that are going on, all the surveillance from mainland China and Korea, all of that stuff goes away overnight. 95%, if not more. And that's a very, very high percentage, very high percentage. Of course, some of you might ask, well, can it not be 100%? Well, unfortunately not, because cyber defense is not a black and white art form, right? You cannot defend 100% against anything unless you cut the internet cables. You cannot defend something 100%. So it's a cat and mouse game. The hacker, the mouse will always be ahead of the cat. But if we can filter out 95, 96, 97% of all the unwanted malicious traffic by blocking, by filtering out on internet service provider level, that is a jackpot. No longer do you need to spend any money on defending your valuable company. You don't need to build a SOC. You don't need to buy expensive firewalls and blah, 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 blah. No. Though that's the wrong approach. That's the wrong way of going. It's your government that should implement this. And also, there is something called internet landing stations in the Philippines. Not only in the Philippines, by the way, but any country all the countries around the world have something called internet landing stations. And this is a screenshot from submarinenetworks.com that shows most of the landing station for the Philippines. I don't know these cities, I'm sure you do, but a landing spot, what that is that internet is coming in from a country, right? So typically maybe Hong Kong. Hong Kong has many central hubs for the internet in Asia. So what happens is Hong Kong is here. So Hong Kong drops a cable in the ocean, and that cable then goes in, for example, to Batangas, I think it's pronounced here. So this is called so Batangas now is an internet landing station. It's the receiving point for the raw internet feeds in the form of a cable that's submerged in the ocean. So there are many different feeding points from neighboring countries, some from Taiwan, Hong Kong, there are others from Singapore and a few from Malaysia. And these internet landing points, of course, they are government controlled, right? Well, I don't know exactly in the Philippines, but here in Thailand, they are government owned, most of them. It's the government that have invested a huge amount of dollars to building these internet landing stations. So therefore, the number of landing stations is pretty small, right? It's a number of tens of landing stations, maybe up to 100, depending, maybe a few hundred. It's not a lot, okay? So in my opinion, that's where cyber defense should be. If you put your cyber defense at the internet providers, at the landing stations, that will guarantee that anybody from the outside that tries to do something in your network, surveillance or whatever, they are not let into your country. They are kicked out before they even reach into your country. So again, that's what the government should be focusing on, because that is the cheapest solution money-wise that you can do, because it takes away the responsibility for individual network owners to spend your hard-earned money on cyber defense. You should not have to do that, because even if you do it, you will never win. You will never win, period. Then I'm going to talk about, since we're talking on government level here, I'm going to talk about surveillance. Most people think about cyber defense as, defending against ransomwares and Trojans and rats and this and that and the other. But you know what? When it comes to government level, there is an other more severe part of cyber defense, and that falls in the category surveillance. Okay, so an example of surveillance would be like mainland China is monitoring Philippines around the clock nonstop without the Philippines being aware of it. So that's typical surveillance. So I'm going to exemplify what I mean here. I think some of you have heard about a website called Shodan. If not, here is the domain, www.shodan.io. Some people say, Shodan, the scariest search engine on the internet. So what is Shodan? Well, everybody knows Google. You want to go and have a dinner tonight? You want to eat Japanese food? You go to Google and you type Google, Japanese restaurants, Manila, and you hit return and you get a long list of delicious Japanese restaurants. Shodan is similar to Google. The difference is Google is a search engine for the World Wide Web, but Shodan is a search engine for the internet, the backbone internet. So what Shodan does, Shodan is a cluster of servers that are distributed around the world in mostly in strong democracies, so they can't be shut down. And Shodan scans the entire IPv4 address spectrum around the clock. It starts with IP address 1.1.1.1 and then 1.1.1.2 and so on, until it has scanned the entire IPv4 spectrum. So what happens is every time Shodan finds an IP address, Shodan will do a surveillance operation, a fingerprinting operation. Shodan will find out, okay, here is a network. What operating system is this network running? What ports are open in this network? What services are available? Is it a website? Is it a corporate type of service? Is it a hospital? Is it a bank? Shodan will do a tremendous amount of what we call fingerprinting. And Shodan stores all that information in a huge database that's distributed out worldwide. So how is this used now? Well, officially, Shodan is a service for helping security engineers, white hat hackers, to detect vulnerabilities in their client's network, so they can then contact this client and tell the client, hey, you have a problem in the network. Do you want me to fix it? It's only going to cost you da, 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 da. That's the official reason for having Shodan available. But the bottom line is the real reason for Shodan, of course. Shodan is a tool to help hackers to quickly and easily find vulnerable network in the Philippines to attack. That is the real true use case for Shodan. Okay, so what does this mean now? Well, if I'm a hacker and I want to make some money, I want to break into a bank in Manila tonight. So I have two options. One, I can sit down and research, what are the banks in Manila, and, what are their IP addresses, and, are they actually banks? And, it's a very tedious, it can take weeks to track that down if you do that manually. With Shodan, I hope you can see the screenshot. With Shodan, You log in, you create a user account with fake credentials, of course, and you do searches in Shodan. But instead of searching for Japanese restaurants, you search for country code, PH for the Philippines, and city, Manila, for example. And then you can specify more and more terms here. But I did a search here on Manila, and I hit return, and within 1 second, I get 88,000 results from Shodan of networks located just in the Manila region. I got all the IP addresses from all these 88,000 networks. Of course, this is just the beginning of a long screenshot, but every single IP address, I get information about what protocol these guys, this is Eastern Telecom in the Philippines, whoever that is. They are running an NTP protocol. The version is version 3, etc., etc. And if I'm a DDoS attacker, jackpot, I just found a way to use this Eastern Telecom site for my DDoS attacks. So it would take me a very long time to find that manually. Now I can find it by a simple search on Shodan. And Shodan is legal, okay? It's legal, and it's legal for one reason and one reason only. Shodan doesn't break into your network. Shodan just fingerprints your network. It looks through, it doesn't break into your house. It looks through the window of your house, and that's not illegal. And so that's why Shodan has remained legal for all these years. And Shodan is the mildest one, it's the weakest one. It's a public one. Anybody can use it. If we look at mainland China and we look at Russia and these guys, they have similar services, but they are 10 times more dangerous, much more capable, but they are not available for public consumption. In China, we know, right, because we track these services. We track these services in our center here in Thailand. So we know that mainland China is running a service because we see them tracking our networks here. So they are even more dangerous. So when I log into...
Picture ako be? Gab?
Okay, somebody's talking here. Can we mute, please? Yeah, so when I log into our clients in the Philippines, when I log into their network devices, I can see traces of the mainland China government doing fingerprinting of your networks in the Philippines. And that is very, very serious when you're talking about government level, right? You as a network owner, you probably, you know, it's still a small probability that out of these thousands of networks, the hacker will pick your network. It's small probability. But from a government point of view, this is national strategic cyber defense, right? It should be the government that blocks these search engines. You can block these search engines. And since the government here in Thailand is not doing it, we do it in our product. So when we deploy our products, we block all these activities. And here is an example of other types. You know, Shodan is another one. There is one called Sensis that's also it's not very aggressive, but you have other ones, criminal IP. There is one from mainland China called IP. North Korea is scanning you. These are the dangerous one. China is not going to break into your network, right? That's not why they do this. They do this to map. They want to map your country's critical infrastructure. They want to know where your hospitals are. They want to know where your power providers are. Where are your power stations located? So in the future, if you ever have a military conflict with China, they already have the information, so they can shut down your infrastructure in 30 minutes. And that's exactly what happened in Ukraine. When the war broke out, the Russians nuked out the entire, a lot of infrastructure in Ukraine by simply attacking their network infrastructure. So this is why blocking these surveillance tools are so important. But again, they are not going to break in. They are not going to steal data from you, but they are part of, China understands the importance of this. Thailand doesn't, Philippines probably doesn't. So this again is going to be more and more important for the future, especially after what we learned from the Ukrainian war. So here is an example what happens if one of these surveillance systems are trying to scan This is actually our network. I don't know if you can see the IP address here. This is the IP address of one of our lab networks in Bangkok. And if we try to ask Shodan, what about this IP address? Shodan comes back and says, no result found. And the reason for that is that we do not allow Shodan to scan our networks. So in our security devices, we counter track Shodan. So every time we see a Shodan scan or some fingerprinting, we block those fingerprintings. And that's why Shodan comes back, no results found. So of course, the hackers are lazy, right? If you're going to attack a bank tonight in Manila, you go to one bank and it says, oh, no results found. Okay, whatever. You go to the next bank and there, jackpot, you get a hit. That bank does not filter Shodan. So now you have a hit and now you can go ahead and attack that bank. So this is a glass clear example of why it is so important to recognize cyber surveillance on national level, because surveillance is playing a more and more important part in cyber defense and cyber attacks. So back again to our honeypots. So the honeypots, of course, the honeypots will see this activity. You know, when mainland China tries to scan the Philippines, they will not know that some of your IP addresses are honeypots. So those scans will trigger your honeypots. And therefore, we immediately know that, okay, this is an IP address here and it comes from mainland China. Okay, we definitely want to keep an eye on that address. We don't want that address to enter into our country, because if they are scanning our honeypots, of course, they are scanning all the other companies and all the other networks throughout your country. So visualization and monitoring. Of course, we also want to see what is going on. After we have deployed the honeypots, we want to find out what's going on. And again, we are talking about government level here. The previous speaker talked very warmly about SOCs and how you use CM softwares and you man your SOCs with educated people, etc., etc. No. This is not what this is about. That type of technology doesn't work anymore. So what we do instead is, in the case of a honeypot, everything is computerized, right? Everything is computerized. So what you actually end up monitoring, what you watch and what you're monitoring is the result from the blocked attacks, from the blocked fingerprinting operations, that the data that you have detected from your honeypots. Okay, so that's what you see in a modern, I don't want to use the term SOC because people kind of imply that that is CM-based technology, which is obsolete. So instead we use the nation operation center. It's the nation that should have these operation centers to monitor what is going on in their nation, to see where the attacks are coming from, which countries are attacking me today, and getting all the statistics about that. And of course, another positive side effect from this is that not only can the government collect this information fully automatically, you can also consume this by producing cyber threat intelligence. Okay, so the government can now provide free, well, hopefully free to use cyber intelligence for those of you that still deploy cyber defense for your very important network. For example, banks. Banks will always have their own cyber defense. So by importing the CTI that's caught from these honeypots, that will significantly strengthen the defense for that particular network. I mean, significantly strengthen the defense. So that's another use case of the intelligence that the government would collect. So I have done a few screenshots here to give you that aha experience to understand how this looks, right? So in this particular example here, I don't know, again, some of you might not be able to read this clearly, but in this example here, we are monitoring 6 different honeypots here. One in Thailand, Singapore, Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. The last one here is the Philippines. So again, we can extract out all sorts of information by clicking on the Filipino entry here. We can then activate this blue menu on the side here, and we can go and extract out all sorts of information about the attacks that are going on today as we speak in the Philippines. So here is a more close-up example. Here we have the Filipino honeypot system. And by clicking on this, we drill down. So, but this is only one single honeypot, and that is not enough, right? In a state type, in a government type defense, you need to deploy many tens of honeypots. So you would have a list of 10, maybe 20 different honeypots here, and they are all monitored from one centralized location. And each security event, just for those of you that are technical, this is a little bit technical here, but here is an example from Monday, this Monday, September 20. I typed in, I selected Philippines, source attacks coming from the Philippines on Monday, September 20. And I got a long list here of IP addresses belonging to the Philippines that are used to attack my network here in Thailand. You see, it's a long list of IP addresses here, and you can see the description of the attack. This doesn't mean anything to you now, but if you become a user of this, this will all click in your mind and you clearly understand what's going on. So this is a monitoring capability for the honeypot deployment. And for those of you that are really interested in drilling down and doing forensics analysis, you can even drill down. Here I randomly picked one IP address here, which is a Filipino address. I forgot, I think it's in Manila. And I select a function called ASN lookup in this software. The software is called Threat Commander, by the way, and this is a software that is developed by my company, Inviseron. So by clicking on the ASN lookup, we now get user-readable information that this IP address that is being used in attacking my network in Thailand belongs to a company called Philippine Long Distance Telephone Company. I'm sure you know who that is. So if your government has this information, guess what? Pick up the phone, call this company and inform them, look, this IP address here, 122.379.164, is heavily attacking my network here. Can you find out who owns that address so we can contact the police and shut this operation down? That, my friends, that's the future of cyber defense. Government sitting on the top of the pyramid, protecting the government, identifying who is attacking your country and who is using your infrastructure in your country to attack. That's the future. And I want to say a few more. And by the way, this is the last slide of my presentation. And here is my email address. If anybody has any questions or want any advice, of course, you are free to contact me. I want to say a few more words because I've heard a lot of interesting things in the presentations here from other speakers. And I want to make some comments on technologies that doesn't work. My first slide said, right, that billions and billions of US dollars are spent every year. Despite that, hackers are laughing all the way to the Lamborghini sales floor, buying the latest supercars. So there is something wrong here, right? So what is actually wrong here is that a lot of the cyber defense technology that is being sold and offered to you is actually obsolete technology. It does not work. It hasn't worked for the past 10 years, okay? But most people doesn't have the expertise to be able to determine that. How can you determine that? I'll give you one example. One of our speakers talked about SOCs and recommended you to deploy CM softwares in the SOC, to use that CM software for threat hunting, analytics, monitoring, blah, blah, blah. Friends, that technology does not work, and it hasn't worked for the past 10 years. You cannot use human beings to defend against high-performance computerized cyber attacks that take place in a fraction of a second, and people in SOCs, training people. Heck, I have a PhD in computer science. I have 10 years of intensive training in cyber defense. I cannot, it's for me, even for me, it is extremely difficult to identify malicious activities in a data center using a manual CM tool. It's very time consuming. So if I cannot do that, do you think you can take a 1-week course with a computer company and after that you're all experts in hunting down malware? That's laughable. It's ridiculous. That does not work. But a lot of people doesn't know that, because these products come from companies like Microsoft and Cisco, and they think, Microsoft, they know what they're talking about. they must have great products, but my friends, buyers beware. That is not the case. And that answers the question. That is the reason why so much money is being wasted on cyber defense. That does not work. So thank you very much. That was my presentation, and I believe we have a Q&A session coming up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Johan, for sharing your time with us. I think we do have some questions online. Do we have? Okay, let's just wait for the questions to be shown on the slide.
Yeah.
Apparently, partner Sir Johan a while ago actually talked about what's really should be the thing that we should do here in the Philippines, because it's not just a responsibility of each company or organization to secure the network as well as well as the security of each company, but it should be the responsibility of our country itself or the government itself, as he have said a while ago, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So was that a question? Sorry.
Not yet, sir.
Okay.
It's like we just do a recap of what you have mentioned, or it's actually the recapitulation or the sum up of what you have mentioned to us.
Okay, understand.
Is there anything on the online? I think one of the participants who is actually physically attending will be throwing a question towards you, sir, Dr. John.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Actually, this is not the first time that I've heard about the solution that that you presented today.
Okay,
and we are looking and assessing it deeply. And well, you know, things like this has a price tag, and those are the things that we also consider if the affordability of the service that you've been offering, well, basically with some of our proponents here. And so on a national scale, we might be looking to avail of it sometime for on a national scale na, sir. What I mean is for the whole country. So you know, what you've discussed, it's like a ano, sir, it's like for most of our attendees here that are non-technical or has minimal understanding of what the good doctor presented. It's like it's like drinking water from a fire hydrant. So there are lots of information going in, but we can only take so much.
Yes.
But nonetheless, sir, me personally, as being the head organizer of this event, I really appreciate your presentation. Again, this is not the first time I've heard of it, but we're thinking hard and deep on this capability. And who knows, probably one of these years or months, perhaps, we will be able to benefit from the advanced solution that you've been presenting or offering us.
Sir, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
sir. We'll take one question here.
May I make a comment to what you said in your statement there?
Okay, sir. Please.
Sometimes I get a question, you know, are there some intermediate steps that can be taken? Because you correctly point out, right, that this is a huge commitment. It's a monetary commitment, and it's a huge effort. So are there any intermediate steps that can be taken? Actually, there is one very simple intermediate step well, not simple, but that doesn't cost anything. And that has to do with the legal framework. I mentioned that if I buy a car, I bring it home, and I go for a drive, and then the brake fails, you know, I will sue the car company for that, right? They sold me a product that doesn't work. In my opinion, the people that offers and sells cyber defense solutions, Microsoft, Cisco, they should be legally responsible for their claims. If I sell you a cyber defense product that claims, whoops, I can protect you against all zero-day attacks. If I make that claim and that fails, then I, as a seller, should be legally responsible for that. If that happens, that will clean up this whole mess that I call the cyber industry, the whole mess of snake oil sellers, false claims, claims of using AI, claims of using machine learning, and blah, 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 all nonsensical claims. All of that will go away overnight if there was a monetary penalty for those that makes those claims. So that's an intermediate step to take.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, sir. Actually, yesterday I asked one of our speakers if they could put like sort of insurance on. They say they will protect your data at some level, but they could not give that guarantee.
Exactly.
Really. So you should deliver what you promised. The customer, in that context, the customer paid for what you made them believe that you're going to deliver. So you should be true to your promise.
Exactly.
But I think that is a commodity that is very hard to come by nowadays, especially on cybersecurity.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky, right? Okay, so I see a question there.
Yes, sir. Let me read it for the benefit of everybody, sir. So this is a question from one of our colleagues in the Philippine Air Force. Will a national cyber defense network be effective if majority of the country's infrastructure relies or is dependent on foreign sources? I don't know if where did he get the data, but nonetheless, this I think is a logical question. So if the service provider telecommunications basically is well, at some point foreign owned, will a national cyber defense network be effective?
I would say, I'm sorry.
What are your thoughts? Yes, sir. Please give your thoughts on this.
Yes. Perfect question, because the answer to this question is a very strong yes. Okay. And it's a very strong yes. I can justify that easily here. Think of the Philippines as a company. Okay. And when I talk about the internet landing station, the Philippines, I think, have roughly, I think you have about 80 to 100 landing stations, basically the cables that goes into the Philippines, right? Maybe it's more because it's not publicly known, right? But it's a relatively small amount of entry points. So yes, your infrastructure might rely or be dependent on foreign sources, such as, who owns that cable, who laid that cable, who provided you the switches, who provided you the repeaters, maybe that's mainland China, can you rely on that? The answer to that question is yes, because the infrastructure carries the data. Okay, it's the data that's important. I don't really care if we use Chinese-made switches in our company or we use US-made switches. I don't care per se, because it's what these switches carry, the data that they carry. That's what I care about. And the data that's coming in from the Philippines is basically identical to the data that comes into one of your company's networks in Manila. It's just multiplied by 100,000, right? Volume wise. Okay. So we actually have, I'll give you one example. Our friends in Malaysia is running a project on this now. The region in Borneo called Sarawak. They are doing this. Okay. They are filtering the incoming network traffic into Sarawak. And the results from this is it's been a jackpot, an absolute eye-opener to the Malaysia government, an absolute jackpot. So I would say absolutely, it doesn't matter if we depend on foreign sources or even foreign intelligence. It doesn't matter, because all the puzzles pieces of a puzzle fit together, filtering on the landing points, the collection of the data in the honeypots, using commercial CTI, blah, 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 blah. All of these pieces fits together to form the strongest possible defense.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Again, in behalf of our commander, Colonel Lopena, we appreciate, sir, the time that you've spent with us. It's a very refreshing and at least a new perspective in terms of engaging with cybersecurity vendors, things like that. We have a lot of me personally, I have a lot of takeaways from what you have presented today. So again, sir, thank you very much, and we hope that you can visit our country soon.
I hope so
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
We'll see you. We'll see you then.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay. So yun po, no? Maganda rin yung approach nila. Maganda rin yung approach ni Dr. Johan. Okay, I think MC may pakulo po yung mga MC natin this afternoon.
Siyempre po, para naman lalo tayong masayahan. By the way, again, thank you very much, Dr. Johan. So, kanina ho, nakita niyo naman, narinig din namin yung reaction niyo nung nakita niyo inilalagay na yung TV. Pero siyempre, save the best for last yan para lalo kayo magstay po sa ating convention for this afternoon or for this day. So, ang atin pong unahin na i-raffle are actually the wines. So, there would be 2 winners po ng physically nandito and there will be 3 winners that will be drawn nang nanggaling po sa ating mga online platforms, which is actually the YouTube online, the Facebook, as well as those who actually join through Zoom. So yun pong, for those who actually join us through Zoom, ensure yourselves that your camera is on if ever your name will be the one to be declared as one of the winners. To ensure na mapupunta po sa inyo yun, hindi lang basta naka-on dapat yung camera nyo, make sure na nandun po kayo kasi marami nga namang nag-join ng Zoom. Join lang siya pero wala naman na siya doon. Na po. And actually, the raffle will be electronically drawn. And to give you the excitement, let's go on with the first winner online. Sir, please do the honor. Diba lalo, binibigyan kayo talaga ng excitement muna ng ating mga nasa technical department. Okay. Keep the roulette rolling.
Congratulations! Apprentice
Si man cybersecurity specialist Jomar Espanol, Philippine Navy, who's actually physically present here. So may we call on? Pag hindi lumapit po, that would be wave. So at the count of 5, 4, 3, 2. Kita niyo naman po, naggumulong naman yung huleta. Kahit galing doon po. Actually, hindi naman siya nag-click. Napataon lang po na nandun siya. Picture ka na. Okay, thank you so much. Another one, please. Now, our second winner is no other than Coast Guard Ensign Mark Jason S. Espiritu, Officer -1432.
Congratulations!
Ayan na. Lumalabas na yung tunay mong pagkatao ngayon, partner, ha? Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Sir. Okay. Sa atin naman pong online na. online.
For our online participants.
Sabi po natin nga at least, tatlo sa online, dalawa sa physical. Sino kaya ang mapalad na magwawagi partner sa ating mga nasa online? Wow. So our first online winner is actually no other than P.O. Tour Dante B. Dingle Jr. 869771 Philippine Navy. Congratulations, sir. Saan ba siya galing? Through Zoom?
Zoom, dapat
Sandali po, nasan po yung si
naka-open yung camera.
P.O. Tour Dingle kasi we're gonna count 1 to 5. If you're not open, if your camera is not open, the prize will be waived. And we're gonna do a raffle again. Pag-read, nandyan ba? Naka-online? Paki-check nyo na lang po. Oh, nandyan naman?
Nandyan.
Okay. Sige, okay. Last
Okay, last one.
Paki-take down note na lang po I think that should be waived, the other one, kasi you're already physically din. Ano ba to?
Spin again.
Nag-online ka na, nag-physical registration ka pa.
More chances of winning.
Since we do have now? Ay, akala ko yun na yun.
Sigurista. Manginginom yata.
Okay, our second winner online is no other than 81 Jonathan M. Castellano, 825223 Philippine Navy. Congratulations again, sir. Okay, moving forward, patikim lang po muna yun. Di ba nabuhayan kayo? Parang nakabantay talaga tayo doon sa ruleta natin. Kaya intay-intay pa po kayo kasi we do have a power bank here. It's a wireless charger power bank actually. So, kaya
from contact point.
Yeah, from contact point. Thank you very much, contact point. So, intay-intay po kayo kasi one will be a winner physically and another from the online. So, moving forward.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is a good friend of mine. He will be joining us from Amsterdam. And I have the distinct honor and pleasure to present our good friend. Okay, Major Nick Wobma of the Royal Netherlands Army. Okay, so Nick studied information law at the University of Amsterdam and KU University until 2009. He joined the Dutch Armed Forces in 2010, where he did a post-academic education on military operational legal studies at the Royal Netherlands Defense Academy and the University of Amsterdam and at the University of Amsterdam. In 2015, he became a legal advisor for NATO Communications and Information Agency for cyber legal matters, including advising the NATO incident response capacity. From 2018 to 2021, he was the Dutch Cyber Command legal advisor, also working for the Ministry of Defense, Directorate of Legal Affairs as cyber legal subject matter expert. He teaches various classes regarding the legal aspect of cyber operations. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it is nice to see you again virtually, Nick, and welcome virtually to the Philippines.
Thank you for the introduction. Very nice to seeing you too. Thank you. Am I audible? Okay, good. So I'm so happy for being here. Oh, yeah.
Yes, we can hear you, Nick. Please proceed.
Good. In the meantime, I'm clicking on my presentation. Hold on. So, okay, now you see my presentation, right? So I'm happy to be here. I met Lieutenant Commander Bilbao last year in United States during a course on legal and cyber and hybrid. So happy to be on this side now and joining a conference of the Philippines Armed Forces. I was asked today to talk about cyber operations and then the legal aspects of it. So it's kind of a deep dive into international law if you've never heard of it before, but I assume there is an understanding, a basic understanding to an advanced understanding. But I will be talking about some legal concepts, also in relation to cyber operations. So let's just start off. These are the topics. So before going into the subtopics, I first need to establish like a little framework about customary international law. What is it exactly and how does it apply? And from there, I can work to the legal concepts and then also to how it works in cyber. So first, customary international law, then the three topics, sovereignty, non-intervention, and due diligence, and then moving on to like means that a state can use legally to do like counter cyber operations. Do many more things than just cyber. You can do all kinds of diplomatic or trade actions too, but focusing on the cyber aspect. So we've probably all heard of international law. International law is very broad. I will definitely not talk about all the subjects because I don't know that too, but about international law in relation to state behavior. How do states behave towards each other? What are the rules that they base themselves on? To get there, I need to really just for a moment get into the real basics. And for that real basics, I've chosen Article 38 of the Statute of the International Court of Justice. I'm sure you've all heard of this court. It's actually based in The Hague, where I live. But that's definitely not the most important part of the Court of Justice. They do a lot of cases between states on trade disputes, on border disputes, etc. But in their statute on the why is there an International Court of Justice, they have an Article 38 where it says when they have a legal ruling, where do they base their rulings upon? And these are called sources of law. So the first one is the obvious one. It's treaties and conventions. So the documents where countries put their signature under and say we commit to this international obligation. To, for example, the UN treaty, or where I'm from, the NATO treaty, but it can also be a convention on human rights. It can be any kinds of interstate treaty written down in a convention. Then you have international customary law, because not every country puts their signature under a treaty. There are still rules that bind them, even though they have never signed it. For example, the Treaty on the Law of the Sea, I think most countries are part of that, but not every country. But still, because states have been acting in accordance with the rules of how to behave on the sea, it has become a custom of states to do so. And any country, even if they didn't sign that convention, is expected to behave that way because, well, they've never really, if they never really objected against it. And then later you can use that rule against even states that have not signed a convention like that. This is called customary law, and many of the rules between states are based on this unwritten or partially unwritten, because they didn't sign, type of rule. And then you have general principles of law, which basically they come from the conventions or from customary laws or from legal theory. Due diligence is, for example, a general principle of law that is also defined in customary law and in some conventions. And then finally, you have legal decisions. So this International Court of Justice is very famous for many cases. One of them is the Nicaragua case that's been cited many times over for many legal questions. And when countries have a dispute, they can point to this, for example, Nicaragua case and say like, what you did is unlawful because you're violating my sovereignty, or you have been using force against me in accordance with the legal rules surrounding use of force or sovereignty. And then finally, it's the word teachings. There is many a book written about legal topics. It's not a primary source of law, but you can still point towards what's like accepted legal theory. We will talk a little bit about the Tallinn Manual, which is a book about, you've probably heard of it, but cyber operations and the international law surrounding it. These are basically a group of professors that have come together and written a book, and they explain rules of international law and related to cyber. I can definitely recommend this book for any questions you may have on cyber. If you're just interested, you can find it well, online, I would say. So, okay, teachings. These are not rules that a state can point to, like it's in the Tallinn Manual, so you have to abide by it, but they can help explain why they do what they do because of those teachings. And sometimes as a policy, they will refer to these type of teachings too. I think my country has said we generally abide with the rules of the Tallinn Manual unless we deem so otherwise. Fun fact, I looked it up. The Philippines have been part of the ICJ since 1972. It was a fun fact for me, at least. Okay. An example, I will talk a bit more about these draft articles on state responsibility, but here the point is, these are articles. It's actually a report written by the International Law Commission of the UN, and it says how states should behave against each other, or at least when one state is in breach of a lawful obligation against another state, how they can respond, like take a countermeasure or enforce compliance of that other state. Not all the states have endorsed this, but still it applies as a rule of customary law. And this is an example of the Tallinn Manual I just talked about. It's not a commercial. I will work there next year at that institute, so but it's not a commercial. It's definitely a useful book. It talks about cyber operations during conflicts, but also in peacetime, how to behave. For example, I was asked to talk about jurisdiction. I have skipped that because it's not really my my forte. It's usually about enforcing and how can you enforce and where can you enforce in peacetime, and usually that's more like a Ministry of Justice kind of thing, and I'm not versed in that. So, but this book has a whole chapter on it for those that have any questions on that. Okay, sovereignty. What is sovereignty in international law? Like the landmark case coincidentally involves the Philippines. I did not know that. I knew this case, but I never really zoomed in on it. And I found these cool pictures of, well, the islands from the perspective of the Philippines and of Indonesia. It was actually between the Netherlands and the US about who that island belonged to. And the most important part of it is that the arbitration board, they said that if a country has that island, that sovereignty over that island and that portion of the globe, so this piece of territorium, they have the right to exercise the functions of the state, and other states cannot exercise it. It doesn't really matter anymore, and it's definitely, you know, the context was you know, not like it is today. But in the end, for those who want to know, it went to the Netherlands because they had like prior treaties since the 16th century. But obviously, I think now everybody's independent, and that's a good thing. Okay. The island of Palma's case is a landmark case, and it explains why a country has a piece of territory that they have control over, like as a state. Then the judge elaborated, and it says like, yes, you have territorial sovereignty, so that not only is a right that you can enforce vis-a-vis other states, but it also comes with a duty that if there is something from that island or from that piece of the globe emanating towards other states that is unlawful, for example, here, if Indonesia would have hackers hacking the Philippines from an island under their jurisdiction, under their sovereignty, they know about it, then they should stop it. That's called due diligence, and we'll talk about that more. So, but sovereignty is a two-sided sword, so to say. You have to respect the rights of other states too from your sovereign territory. Also, in the UN Charter, in Article 2, it's based on that principle of sovereignty, that every state is sovereign over their own piece of territory. It says here sovereign equality. That doesn't mean they are all equal, but it just means that they are all sovereigns and sovereign in their own domains. In that sense, they are equal, by the way, don't get me wrong. So is sovereignty a rule that if you violate somebody's sovereignty, would you be breaching international law? The Telemanual seems to think so. It says that a state cannot or must not conduct cyber operations that violate the sovereignty of another state. This, when the Telemanual came out, that was kind of undisputed. But there are some countries, usually the bigger ones, or who have certain interest in it not being so, particularly in relation to espionage. I won't go in too deep about that, but they say, no, it is a principle of law. A state is sovereign, but breaching that sovereignty is not necessarily unlawful behavior. So the UK Attorney General, they had a statement saying that, yes, as I said, it is a fundamental, but it is not, it's just a general principle, but not a specific rule. So that means that when you are on cyber, for example, in another country, using your cyber systems, that's not per se a violation. The Dutch have written a letter, the government has written a letter to Parliament, and many states have agreed with this statement, like in response to the UK Attorney General, at least in part of sovereignty, that yes, sovereignty is a rule, and to violate that can definitely constitute an international wrongful act already by itself. I mentioned espionage. Espionage is a little bit different. Espionage is not per se legal, but it's also not per se illegal. There's just no treaty that regulates it. So as long as states don't complain, gathering intelligence in another country in peacetime can be, internationally speaking, not unlawful. Of course, it can be unlawful domestically, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the laws between states. But on the other hand, if you're inside the territory and you're doing stuff that damages, then it can be unlawful. I will give some examples. So, for example, State A uses its national cyber force and conducts remote operations in State B. It can be different things. I don't necessarily want to explain these all to the details, but these things can be different. For example, if you're just doing reconnaissance, you are breaching sovereignty, probably, although you're not in the territory, it's a remote. So that's already a question number one. But then two, you're gathering information. And even though that may be illegal under domestic law of State B, it doesn't necessarily mean you are doing something unlawful against that other state, because usually that falls in the paradigm of espionage or cyber operations under that threshold. But once you go and to the CIA, and sorry, not CIA, I mean confidentiality, integrity, and so if you delete data, you manipulate the data with different data, or you are denying access, then you're one stage above espionage, and this becomes quickly unlawful. And once you start implanting tools and backdoors, then you're crossing different thresholds again, even more severe ones. But in all of this, sovereignty is the state has their own rights within their own territory. So that's the basic principle, and basic principle is also that the other state is not supposed to go into that sovereignty. But there is a more specific version of that. That's non-intervention. So every non-intervention is also a breach of sovereignty, but not every sovereignty breach is non-intervention, because in this one, it's not just breaching another state's territory or systems or cyber infrastructure, but it also aims to impose a certain conduct of consequence on a sovereign state. It can threaten, for example, the stability of another state or any of its institutions. That means that you're trying to coerce another state into certain behavior. You're meddling into government functions of that sovereign other state. For example, when you are, do I have that here? Yeah, okay. When you're hacking their systems in order to influence elections, when you're gathering data or trying to do all kinds of operations that mess with their government functions. For example, the port authorities, if they cannot regulate their, port obligations under international law, then you're meddling with their domain reservé, the essential government, the government functions. When you're training armed groups to fight against that country, or when you're that is definitely also unlawful intervention. When you're supplying the groups with food and weapons, then that's also an unlawful intervention. If you fund an armed group, it's that's also not good, but maybe that's just a breach of sovereignty. And so there are many examples of this. It applies usually to state actors, so state A and state B versus each other, but it can definitely also apply to people under their responsibility. I have some examples. In 2016, in the US elections, the Democratic National Committee emails were hacked and published. It's not for certain to say who did it, at least not, without reasonable doubt. So there is discussion, can you also do it when there's a group of people, a hacker group that's doing it instead of a state? In 2014, a movie maker, or Sony Pictures, they made that movie about interviewing the North Korean dictator, which caused a lot of concerns from North Korea. And how do you deal with that? Is it a state that is infringing upon another state, or is it indirectly so? You have all the social media influence campaigns. I'm thinking Cambridge Analytics and that kind of debates when you're using influence campaigns to change outcomes of democratic processes. Well, and then there's espionage. These are all potential non-intervention, unlawful interventions. So we talked about sovereignty. We talked about non-intervention, which was also a breach of sovereignty, but a more specific one that targets government functions. Now we're talking about due diligence, which is the reverse obligation of being sovereign. It's more simply said, if I have a car or a house, I must make sure that it's not things that happen there do not infringe upon the rights of other people. I need to be a good caretaker of my property. Same for countries. They need to make sure that there is not all kinds of criminal activities that are crossing boundaries. So I'm going to come with some examples. The most famous case in regard to due diligence is the Corfu Channel case, where Albania has a sea strait where ships should, under international law, have a safe passage. But there were also a lot of mines that have been laid there either by Albania or the Yugoslav armed forces. But the responsibility to that sea strait was with Albania, or so the UK argued, who had a couple of their ships blown up because they were going through that strait, and there were mines that destroyed the ship. And the court said that every state has the obligation to not allow its territory to be used for acts contrary to the rights of other states. So in this case, that means you're responsible for any mines that are in your strait that you know of, but you don't clean them up. I talked a bit about Nicaragua already, but this is about the responsibility of Nicaragua. If they know that weapons are being smuggled through their territory to neighboring El Salvador, are they responsible to, exercise their government functions and stop it, regardless from if they have the capacity to? But so in Nicaragua, due diligence was also mentioned. But where we see it the most recently is in environmental law. There's a lot of cases where pollution is transboundary, and actually in environmental law, this principle has evolved really and become more encompassing than what it was. But here in 1941, the Canadians built a certain industrial complex next to the border of the United States that was very, causing lots of smoke and pollution. But because it was next to the border, most of it was blowing in the direction of the US, and that led to this case. And it said that every country has a duty to prevent transboundary harm and minimizing the risk thereof. So building, a power plant or something dangerous next to the border is something you can think about, that you should not just do that. You should prevent any harm coming from it. But there is a difference between prevention or doing something when it's already happening. And in environmental law, you already have a duty to prevent it from happening, whereas in like the previous case law, it focuses more on when it's already happening, you need to stop it. So it's not an absolute obligation. You don't need to have due diligence all the time everywhere, but you need to act with due diligence when you know there is conduct happening in regard to the rights of others. So how does it work for cyber? Because that's what we're here for, right? There's well, it's too broad to talk about everything, but for example, if a state has a hacker group acting from its territory and it knows about it, then it should act. It should either enforce their powers, for example, arrest everybody, or it should take other reasonable methods. So like blocking certain internet access or that type of thing, if they can reasonably be expected to do that. But if they know that there is this emanating from the territory, they should stop it under international law. But the criteria are that it is a cyber operation that affects the right of other states and comes with serious adverse consequences. So here the bar is a little bit higher than in environmental law, because you need to, it can not just be like some guy that's sending spam, a little bit of spam, but it should be like somebody that's DDoSing you and or has adverse consequences. Well, if it's a lot of spam and it's happening all the time over a long period of time, then of course there's also this principle applying. But just saying, it needs to be, you need to be able to tell the judge later on that it was a serious consequence. By the way, feel free to ask any questions or interrupt me if it becomes if there's something you want to ask. Yeah, so what does it entail? So what does the state need to do? Well, it needs to take all measures that are feasible, that a reasonable state should take in the circumstances. That if they know about it, they try to stop it. Sometimes, if you have a country that has a very underdeveloped cyber capacity, for example, can you expect them, if they know about it but they don't do anything, can you expect them to stop it? The short answer is yes, but you would need to talk with them and try to offer help. But if they're not willing and they're not able, then you can, at some point, if the balance shifts towards you, that you can take action. Talk about that more later on. Now, skipping this slide here, because I said most of it already. And there are some uncertainties in cyber as well, because of the obvious the things you probably run into a lot in your work, but also in this conference. Cyber has some differences, and legally, it's kind of easy to use the same framework up to an extent, but there are definitely always things that come back, and that's like location is not so important. And so how do you deal with data that's going to transit states? How do you deal with information that is in the cloud? How do you deal with the element of knowledge of a state? Does a state need to know what's on its servers all the time, even if it's transient knowledge? For example, my country has a big hub of data coming here together, and the state is not looking at all the data, and for good reason in many cases. But on the other hand, you could claim that they should have. Some countries say that. And what about if the data is just easily reroutable by the actor? Can you expect all the other states to be accountable for what is in their data if the emanating state can just choose a different route? And how do you prevent that? And when do you start with this prevention obligation? And also, how do you deal with an actor that is not the state? If it's just some person in his basement, if it's a group of people, there are legal constructions, but it's just not always so clear, especially in the case of due diligence. So moving on, it does kind of come together, but yeah, I was asked to talk also a little bit about what can you do then as a state. I mentioned the draft articles on state responsibility as being a part of the set of customary rules that apply between states. And it mentions this. When can you do something? Because you have to abide by other states' sovereignty and not intervene in their lawful business. But what do you do when they do something unlawful to you? Well, there are circumstances wherein you can respond to their unlawful behavior that make your behavior not unlawful. They call it circumstances precluding wrongfulness. The Tele manual has a lot of information about this to go in depth, but usually there are reasons when you can act. Our whole military is based on this system too, that if another country asks you to come help them, there is consent, and if there is a legal basis to act upon that consent, and you know what you are actually going to do. If the Philippines would ask us to come and hack another country, then obviously consent is not enough, but consent is a basis wherein you can start doing behavior. Self-defense, you all know about that, is when you're under attack, your country, you can use force and it's not illegal. Then that's not really what the draft articles are about, but it mentions them. But moreover, it mentions countermeasures in length. So in order to stop unlawful behavior of another state, it allows you to take normally unlawful measures in order to bring an end to that unlawful conduct. It has regulations, a lot of them actually. I will talk about that more. There are some other things like an act of God, or some like big tsunami happens, or how do you deal with that then? And distress, that's more relevant for when there's a loss of life. Usually it's not really an option, at least not where I'm working. But necessity, plea of necessity, that has I think a growing importance. I will talk about that too. They call it a plea of necessity. You're saying that something big in cyber, but is coming our way and we need to stop it now. We don't know who it is exactly, but we do know where it's coming from. We don't know who to call, but if we don't act now, then very bad things will happen. So we're just, sending the DDoS back or whatever is the case. But also here, there are a lot of strict conditions. I see it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I got a message that about the time, and now the message is stuck in my screen. Okay. So countermeasures, they have strict conditions. There needs to be first a breach of international law by another state. If you take a countermeasure, you need to it needs to be aimed at making the other state stop doing what it's doing. The moment it stops doing what it's doing, then the violation ends, then also the window of opportunity for using a countermeasure ends. The measure must be proportional, and the upper ceiling of a countermeasure is usually don't use force, that causes people to die, don't violate human rights and such. But so also you need to call upon that state saying that, hey, what you're doing is illegal, stop it now, and I expect you within, I don't know, 2 weeks to stop it. Not really 2 weeks, that depends on what is reasonable. And if they don't stop it, then you need to tell them, well, I'm going to take a countermeasure right now. And all this time, if they stop, then you cannot do it anymore. And you can also, like, normally I don't talk about this article, but I realized you had a case with about the Chinese sea. It's already had an answer, but if there was no legal verdict yet, then during this window of time, countermeasures would also not be an option because there is a case in progress. But say if you have an obligation between state A and state B, and state A is not doing what it should be, and they don't respond to it, then you can take a countermeasure. It can be cyber means. For example, you stop some things from, you revoke access to certain things. Normally that would be a illegal hacking operation, but now they cannot access their government websites. Normally that would be a breach of non-intervention, but now you tell them, we give you access back if you stop with your unlawful behavior. That would be a countermeasure, but it's really a tough one to get it through because you need to notify them, and that's. But yeah, the telemanual has a lot of information about that. I need to move on. We're almost there. Collective countermeasures, just quickly. Currently, it's not really an option because it's not permitted, but you can take collective in the sense that everybody can take a bilateral measure against them, but they need to be lawful. In this presentation, which I will send to the Lieutenant Commander, I have some literature, you can just Google it and then read more about it. Just to touch upon plea of necessity. For example, there is a DDoS coming from a Swedish network through Brazilian family computers and then into my country, and it's threatening critical infrastructure, a grave and essential threat to our infrastructure. Then if we don't know who it is exactly, but we do know that if we block these Brazilian IP addresses or we send back the package to where it's coming from, then we could use a plea of necessity instead. So you don't need to attribute, because in countermeasures you need attribution, and that makes it very difficult. Here you don't need it. But what makes it difficult here is that it needs to be a really, really grave threat, and it needs also to be the only way to move forward, to stop like from a dam from bursting or that kind of thing. But practically speaking, you don't need to notify, and it can go a lot faster if something bad is happening. So I would definitely recommend to not skip on this when you're thinking of how can we do cyber actions against other countries in peacetime to enforce the law, of course. Yeah, so I saw that I have 5 minutes, and this was the last slide, and here is recommended reading for more in-depth information. I think if we have 15 minutes for questions, we can talk about the pros and cons anyways. So I will go back to that slide. This is for plea of necessity. And these are pros for collective countermeasures in the future. So I have these slides. We can talk about it if you want to. That was the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Major Nick Wilma. And again, so I think we do have some questions online. Do we have some online questions?
Thank you very much, Nick. That is a very informative lecture that you just presented. I would just like to make a few clarification. First, on the principle of due diligence. Okay, could you expound, perhaps, perhaps expound on the things that a state can do? For example, there are many instances that a cyber attack emanates from the sea. So we have friends here from the Coast Guard, who is the primary law enforcement agency in the maritime domain. So just a scenario wherein, for example, a state of country A does a cyber attack emanating from the sea in the Philippine waters, and sadly, the Philippines was not able to respond and wasn't able to practice due diligence, and country B was gravely affected. What are the kinds of, let's say, can that country impose things such as economic embargo, kicking out the embassy of the Philippines in their country? Can those actions be reasonable just because the Philippines, for example, failed to exercise due diligence?
I'm assuming in this example they know about it happening.
Yeah, for example, the Philippine government was informed, duly informed, that a cyber attack is emanating in Philippine waters, for example.
So yes, thank you for the question. Sovereignty and due diligence are tied to each other. So in this example, it is Philippine waters, as you said. It's not the open sea. That would be a little bit different. But if it is in Philippine waters, then it is under jurisdiction or in the sovereignty of Philippines. They know about it. That's another element that needs to be met. It's been told to them, so now they know about it. So it becomes a matter of don't they want to do anything about it, or they just simply technically or operationally cannot do anything about it? Obviously, the answer to that question leads to slightly different paths to get there, but ultimately, if they are unwilling or unable to do something about it, you can take measures. These can be lawful. You can always take lawful measures. You can send the ambassador home at any point in time, whatever is happening. If you just don't like him or you want to make a statement, you can send back the ambassador. There's nothing illegal about that. It would be if you raid the embassy and look at all the documents, but that's a different story. So yes, you can take diplomatic measures. You can even go so far, just unfriendly measures. All unfriendly measures are okay because they are not illegal. If you want to use countermeasures now, in order to comply the Philippines to stop, end that behavior or stop these hackers from doing what they do, at some point, yeah, you can definitely do it if you meet all the criteria of the countermeasure. So it doesn't need to be force. You shouldn't be violating human rights, obviously, but yeah, you can take measures. For example, you block a trade agreement that you normally would have with the Philippines. It would be unlawful to stop it, but here you just say okay, then we're not giving you the money from the trade agreement until you fix this problem. Normally illegal, now just a countermeasure, and that can go further. You can use different measures too, or you could maybe even use cyber. I don't think it's really feasible, but you could. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Nick. Another question, just a hypothetical question. You presented a while ago that, for example, country A, okay, there's been a ruling of international court wherein the ruling favors country A, but country A has no capability, and also there's country A and country B. So the international ruling favors country A. However, country B doesn't want to follow the international court ruling. Now, now country A, let's say, has friends who collectively conducts countermeasure against country B in order for country B to be compliant to the international ruling. So, and then those friends openly states in the internet that they say we are doing this in behalf of country A because country B doesn't want to comply in the international court ruling, for example. So if something if the extent of that countermeasure well affects lives, for example, let's say, for example, they attack a power plant or systems of power plant of country B, and yeah, well, at some point it exploded and caused loss of lives. Could country A be held liable because those actors are, they say, they are acting in behalf of country A?
So there are
okay.
elements. There's various elements here. The first is about, can you use collective countermeasures? And there's definitely a lot of points to be made in favor of that. Actually, the Estonian president has had a whole argument on why collective countermeasures should be a thing, because not all small countries can defend itself. It would bring more balance in that sense. And also, if there is a legal obligation and you cannot enforce it, this is a way of being able to enforce it. But yeah, then you're asking other countries and you're giving them also a stake in what is actually a bilateral relation. You can ask those countries for support. They can also take unfriendly measures. They can send their ambassador back as well, or something like that. But if you ask them to join you in a cyber operation, currently, as the law is, it would not be okay. But that doesn't mean that it will not change, because law changes and cyber is new, and maybe there are some elements that you want to change. And there is definitely a lot of voices going up in favor of collective countermeasures. But there's also some obvious downsides to that too, because what you were saying in the next part of your question is then if things go wrong, there would be unlawful behavior there, and there would definitely be claims, feasible claims. If there's loss of lives, you have to be really careful, because it can even lead to a use of force, and use of force can lead to an armed attack. An armed attack can lead to self-defense, and then your third-party friend is now having to defend an aggressor and get self-defense against him. Yeah, so it's.
But what if the effect would be more on the economic side of things? No loss of lives, no damage to properties, things like that, but it caused economic downside on the other country.
Obviously, there is a legal element, and that's what I'm telling, but there can also be strategic or diplomatic or monetary elements to it that decide otherwise. But legally speaking, if you are helping a country, but you don't have a legal basis to help them, you just do it because you feel like it's just because you want to, that doesn't make it legal. So that means that the other country probably can have a claim against you for doing unlawful things against them without any justification in international law.
Okay, thank you very much, Nick. Do we have any questions from the attendees?
Nick, there's actually someone's raising her hand online, actually via Zoom. Ma'am, kindly throw your questions towards Major Nick.
Yes, good afternoon. Just a quick question, Major Nick. You mentioned you discussed about the countermeasures. So we all know that the law of war applies to all types of operations, not only to kinetic, but also to cyber. And so the principles of military necessity vis-a-vis proportionality must always be considered. So what do you think will be the most effective and most expedient countermeasure, considering that you also mentioned that the effects to critical infrastructures can be massive. It could cause excessive damage to civilians, such as disruption of operations of public services such as hospitals. So what could you think as the most effective and expedient countermeasure? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this question, because it's actually like a really important distinction to make, because traditionally as a military lawyer, I'm also asking these questions about military necessity and the war, the rules of war in bello. But what I was talking about today is more what a lawyer at foreign affairs would do, because it's still about peacetime. So in peacetime, in the absence of an armed conflict, you can take these countermeasures if the conditions are met. If you pass the threshold of an armed conflict, so we're passing that red line, you said bellum, there is an armed conflict going on, then the whole rule paradigm changes. We're not talking about countermeasures or plea of necessity anymore. It is an armed conflict, and then the laws of war or the rule IHL applies. And then your question would work, but in the context that I'm talking about with the countermeasures, then there is not an armed conflict yet. So it's just between an armed conflict and diplomatic escalation, but not yet using force or shooting people, kind of roughly said. Sorry. Does it? But did I answer like that part of your question that was about the laws of war?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you too.
Is there any other questions? How about online? Or rather from the QR Slido? We don't have? Okay, they're just checking. None so far. Oh, there's one. Just a minute.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, let me just proceed and approach the computer. Okay, so this is actually the question. What is it the question? What if an adversary country attacks a certain country to a cyberspace and causes serious overall damage that obviously violates its sovereignty? Can the attack be considered a justifiable reason to declare war?
Yes. I mean, thank you for the question. So that's always interesting, actually. So I was talking about first sovereignty and then a breach of sovereignty. Then the next step is non-intervention. You're meddling with democratic processes of another state. But I didn't talk about the steps after that, and it's only logical to name that now, is the use of force when you start shooting or using force at another country. That is also illegal under the UN Charter. And when that use of force is the scale and effects are so big that it becomes an armed attack, then it's beginning of an armed conflict, and it's also the beginning of self-defense. And then you can use force against the other country, and you can even do it collectively. Other countries can help you because like NATO is built upon this. So in this example where a country attacks, uses force, or destroys your space assets, depending on the scale and effects of that asset. For example, if your whole GPS system would be gone, and you're sitting in the dark and you think this is an armed attack going to happen, then under that circumstance, you can definitely, argue that you can defend yourself against it. But you would need more details than just in this example. But if they use force, you already know it's a use of force, and that's illegal. And from a use of force, you need that in order to get to self-defense, and thus becoming a war. So the short answer to your question is indeed yes.
Thank you very much for answering that question. I hope that individual is already satisfied with the answer you have given to him. Any more? Okay, so with that, we're so glad that you actually joined us for this cybersecurity convention, Major Nick. Thank you very much for sharing your time.
Thank you. It was my honor. Thank you very much.
You're very much welcome. It's actually we're really so thankful and looking forward to see you here personally here at CEISSAFP. Okay, and hope you would visit Philippines as well. Okay.
I will. Can I say one more thing?
Oh yeah.
Because
go ahead.
I will start a new position at the Center of Excellence for Cyber Defense in Estonia, and I will be part of our deputy of the legal section. So I'm hoping to see Filipino colleagues there as well. You would be most welcome to. We have a lot of legal courses and technical courses, operational courses. So yeah, not sure if you remember, but still it would be nice.
Okay. Thank you very much again. Once again, that's Major Nick Wobman. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's actually the end of our talks for this afternoon or for this day. But the day is not yet end because we still have some raffles for you. So we still have one wine to be raffled. Rather, how many wines? Then one na lang ba? Okay. So let the roulette rolling. Excited na po ba kayo dun sa TV? At saka ito po yung power bank. Pakilabas nga natin, partner, para makita nila yung ating power bank na ibinigay sa atin ng actually it's a 2-in-1, no? As you check kanina, trinay na po ni partner. Siniguradong nagwo-work yung power bank. And it's really working. So it's a wireless charger. As well, on the other hand, if the phone is not compatible with this one, you could actually use it using a wire pa rin. Okay po. So ito po yung ating last wine. Let the roulette rolling. Okay, that is actually, I think, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, dispatch or assigned in other site po natin. So that's a private first class Jerome M. Kineo 934972 Filipino Army. Congratulations. So, dyan na rin muna yung roulette kasi sa online ulit. One winner from our online participants of this power bank. 2-in-1 power bank. So it's Sen Reniel G. Saligan, Officer-15439 for Philippine Navy. Okay, paki-take note ha. Now, who are presently, for those, yung ruleta natin for those physically attending here at the social hall. Parang ang dami ng pangalan pero ilan na lang. So kung wala po sila, so there's a lot of chances of winning pa rin para sa inyo mga naririto. So yun po yung ating at the count of 5. Corporal Emmanuel A. Andalis, 923685 Philippine Army. Is that individual around?
Ay, si sir.
Come over here, sir. Aratis. Saan na po yung ating photographer? Wala na po yung ating photographer. Lobat na ba yung camera nyo? Baka kasi at least may patunay. Baka singilin kami ni ano eh. Kanino to galing? Baka sabihin na punta sa MC. Ito po. Kaya bukas po, make sure nandito ulit kayo. Malay nyo, meron na naman dyan sa mga mababait natin proponent. Baka biglang lakihan yung TV ng Citrix. Kayo kasi 43, baka mamaya yung pinakamalaki na nila ibibigay nila. Yung pong iba dyan, pwede din po kayo magpa-raffle. Congratulations, sir. So, meron na. So, ang ating inaabangan, the grand prize for this day is Okay. Pero bago yan, syempre, bibitinin muna namin. Kasi syempre, kailangan nating pasalamatan muli ang ating mga proponents, the Brainstrong Technologies Incorporated,
Netplay Incorporated,
Sophos,
Connects Philippines Incorporated, Macrologic,
Securage Technology Private Limited,
Radenta,
Cisco System Philippines,
Revolve Solutions Incorporated,
Citrix Computer Corporation,
Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated,
Trilix,
Wide Integrated Solution Expert Corp or WISE Corp,
Handlink Incorporated,
Microfocus,
Sophos Information Technology Services Philippines or Sitesville,
TechEd Global Academy,
Contact Point Incorporated na nagbigay po kanina ng power bank,
Microsoft Philippines,
Ardent Networks Incorporated,
Sonic Wall,
Bitdefender,
and IP Systems Incorporated.
Ipapaikuti na ba natin, partner, yung ruleta? Parang talaga yun ang pinakakabangan eh.
Ay, parang never ko pa sila narinig pumalakpak ng malakas.
Oo nga. Gising pa po ba ang lahat?
Ayaw yata nila para ako. Sige, iuwi na lang natin. Sa'yo na yung remote.
Ay, grabe ka.
Papabayan ako sa remote.
Napaka-fair mo talaga, partner, no? Ibebenta lang natin pag sa atin napunta yan. Okay, so let the roulette rolling. Parang ayaw pa rin hong iano ng ating mga ano dun, no? Ayan na. At ang nanalo ay nasa color green ang pangalan. That is actually...
Congratulations! Maria Cristina Lourdes C. Denauto.
So again, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Sorry po. Let's skip the rolling.
Bigla sila nagka-energy magbilang, di ba?
Sabi ko sa inyo, lahat tayo may chances pa. Lieutenant Colonel Victor Blegario, Philippine Army. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pakiikot po uli. Wala na po, na-count na natin. Talagang, minamadali natin yan. First Lieutenant Robert J. N. Mendoza, Officer -149-136 Philippine Air Force. Actually, he's one of the online participants po. Kasi po yung ating pong sa Roleta, it's a combination of the online as well as of those physically present. Bigla tuloy nang lumuyate yung ating mga physically kasi naka-online kasi yon. Okay, congratulations po kung nakikinig pa rin siya. Congratulations. Pasensya na po. So again, let's call it a day for this afternoon. See you again by tomorrow. Online ano?